All right. All right, does somebody have the link to the YouTube video? Somebody got the link to the Destiny VOD, or is there an easy... Oh, yeah, I think there was an easy way to find it. Hold up. I think you go here, you scroll down to here, and boom. All right, somebody said what time in Twitch chat? Last tab. 3 hours, 51 minutes. 3 hours, 51 minutes. All right.
Oh my God. Loud and clear. What's up, bud?
Hi. I just talked to Cherry. It was really nice.
Nice.
Yeah, it was really good. But there's something that I wanted to talk to you about. You said something in the stream when you were reacting to me yesterday, and I just wanted to clarify. But I'm kind of running low on spoons, so just like forgive me, okay?
No problem. I got so many spoons right now.
Like this video, guys. I want to continue seeing a relevant stream. Yeah, if you like the YouTube streams, please like the video. I'll be doing consistent shout outs to liking the video, because last time, honestly, every time that I've streamed on YouTube, it seems to be getting, progressively better. Not like better in regards to viewer count, but better in regards to chat engagement, new individuals coming into chat. I like to try and keep track of as many names as possible, but I've noticed pretty quickly that it's kind of hard to keep up with the amount of people chatting, which I consider to be a good thing. So yeah, there's a lot of people that are wanting to engage with the stream, so I consider that a big win. So yeah. Thank you to the individuals that are liking the stream, because when you like the stream, it broadcasts to a lot of people. That's how the algorithm works. The YouTube really wants to push Twitch, or YouTube stream.
I'm so tired today. Basically, you said that I misrepresented something you said about...
Answer my DM so we can start subs. Wait, did I...
Like, I said that you wanted to move people in your direction, and I think you said that was wrong?
Fuck, I'd have to see the exact clip. I don't know if that's misrepresenting, because I think I've said that in the past. But
I thought I already responded to this.
Anymore, but,
okay.
If I said I disagreed, I don't think it was. I would hope. I'm not saying I'm disagreeing with you. That's just not exactly what my stated goal is anymore. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so just to clarify then, what is your goal as like a content creator and thinker? Is it to move people in a direction closer to like your narrative, or is it just for you to understand how people think who are different from you? Like, what is the goal?
I think right now it's just to show like some level of like some base level of like empathy or understanding towards some people, and then from there I hope things happen as like a byproduct of that. But like my explicit goal isn't like moving people closer to me or converting people necessarily to like my point of view.
Could you bump up the volume? Is the volume not good right now?
Okay, and then I have a question in relation to this, because you know how you guys, I came onto your stream when I was high, and Lav and Mrgirl and stuff were having their moment with me. It was very much like, why are we taking ourselves so seriously? But then Cherry just said something interesting, and she said that we were basically discussing what does it mean to be serious about our work. I think my levels, as an example, is a very efficient tool, and I think it's really good for some people.
Okay.
But I don't think I'm an academic. I know I'm not. I know I'm not serious in that way. And I don't want to convert people to my way of thinking, but I do take myself seriously as an adult, as a contrast to what Lav and Erudite and I were talking about. I take myself seriously enough that, yes, I do want to be treated without kid gloves, but at the same time, what does it mean to be serious in a bubble on the internet where we're yelling over drama? Like, what does it mean to be serious, given how we spend our time? You know what I mean?
Okay. What does it mean to be serious?
Yeah. Like if someone said, Steven, do you take your work seriously?
Seriously.
What does it mean to be serious? I guess it's going to depend on the type of work. So like, for the type of work that it's going to depend even on what we're talking about in terms of like being serious. So like for me, like being serious might be like preparing in advance for a debate. Or it might be taking like the things and words I say seriously because I know they have an impact on people. Maybe that's like a form of like being serious. Yeah, but obviously that's going to vary based on the type of, if I'm like playing League, it's going to be different, right? Yeah.
Okay, so that's where I'm trying to find like a happy ground where I feel like I do it. I live on my little island and stuff.
Also, Mr. Geek, if you're still here, I think I started this stream with some fucking copyrighted music playing, so if that could be edited out, if we keep this on the video, that'd be great.
Sometimes I talk to you and sometimes I talk to other people, but my goal is to share ideas that I think are useful and helpful to people who they are useful and helpful to, and to move off of that. So I think I take myself very seriously in certain capacities. Like I take my job as an aunt very seriously.
Okay.
Right? As a YouTuber, I take the job of it very seriously, like showing up, being productive, trying not to be such a boomer on stream, which does not happen. I take my calls very seriously, right? Making sure I'm on time, making sure I'm present. But in terms of how I'm impacting the global world, it feels very silly to say that I'm very serious about...
Video volume is half of Ahrelevant? Wait, really? It shouldn't be. It 100% shouldn't be.
Impacting the world. that feels
like I have a decibel reader and it says it should be pretty much the exact same decibels.
childish to me. What do you think about that?
Well, the words that you're using sound aggressively outwardly pointed, but I could agree with you. It just depends on what you mean by that. Because in one sense, you could say, it feels silly to me because I don't feel like that's the type of impact I aim for, or I don't feel like those are the types of conversation I have, so it's kind of silly to think of it that way. But then in another way, it could sound like what you're saying is that like anybody on the internet that thinks it can have an impact on people like that is silly or wasting their time.
I think Destiny's just quiet. Yeah, Destiny's considerably more quiet than Brittany.
Believe that. Obviously, I think that
Brittany's
you have
really
great impact
loud
on your local communities in the world. If you are a global like influencer, I suppose. Obviously, people impact the world in different ways. I just know.
So this stream is about to be live for 5 hours. Well, I have it at 1.25. I might kick it up to 1.5, but yeah, it's probably going to be live for at least 4 hours.
I am not looking for global domination. Sure. I'm trying just to be a good local kind of positive. So maybe I can take myself seriously in that. But then at the end of the day, like I'm just a fucking content creator. Like how serious can we be? I'm not actually sure. Like I'm just trying to get people to get along during Christmas dinners. You know what I'm saying? That's my kind of goal.
Sure. But I mean, like when you say like how serious can you be, it sounds like you're not talking about your mode of operation. It sounds like you're talking about like the topic where serious is like kind of some weird adult version of like this is a serious topic versus like I'm sure you can seriously take the topic of like how to get people to be nice at Christmas dinner, right?
Right. Okay, yes, that is true. And the vibe would change depending on how we tackle that issue because it impacts people's mental health. You could say that going to Christmas at my mom's could literally like trigger me to the point of suicidal ideation. So like maybe it is a very serious, you know, in that way it's very serious, right? Yeah. I guess I'm having a little bit of a disconnect, I suppose. Like, you know how Max was telling Cherry that like, oh, like, or he was upset with you for not taking her mistaken accusation too seriously because it really could have impacted his reputation. I don't understand why he thinks he can care about that when he goes around saying such shit about other people and he doesn't think about the implications of what we have to deal with when he says shit like that.
Wait, what were like what? I feel like the accusation of sexual harassment from a woman to a man is a pretty steep thing. Has Max done anything similar to that level? I haven't seen anything that Max has done that's like that steep.
Well, to be fair to Max, I don't think Max makes like sexual assault allegations towards other people, right?
Yeah.
I mean, no, though my flirting with him was a little too strong for his taste.
Sure.
Right? He said it was kind of rapey.
Yeah. Hold on. Just a really quick question. Guys.
Yeah.
Not for you, I'm sorry.
Oh, fuck you.
I don't know why these lubricant barrels are going in here. I don't know what's causing it to load. It should never be happening. It's only when it's less than 240, and when I check here, I've got over 3,000 barrels being sent by the signal. What the fuck is going on? Okay. So you're asking me, like, how can Max be upset? If you make it a little broader, like, how can Max be upset when people make accusations about him when he says, like, really ridiculous stuff? My belief would be that Max is probably thinking like, well, if people are getting mad at me because of like the serious topics that I grapple with, that's okay. But if people are getting mad at me because of fake sexual assault allegations, then people probably wouldn't be okay with that, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that Max himself, like, we all have to deal with backlash from sloppy content creators. I had to deal with it when Max was sloppy with me. I had to deal with it. So I guess I just like, yeah, take it, like, suck it up, bro. We all have to deal with this, and we do it to each other.
I don't know if everybody does fake sexual assault allegations to each other. That seems to be a little bit.
But she obviously, just like when it's kind of like I could see in that moment why she panicked and thought that's what was happening.
Yeah, of course.
Right? So I can like be like, okay, no big deal. It was a mistake. And like Max, it's a mistake. But also, I guess I think Max, like also, some people on the internet, not just Max, want both. They want to be able to be provocative and still not have consequences. Like, it's like Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein said the most horrendous thing about Ben Shapiro. And then he goes, well, I'm a Jew. And I'm like, okay, yes. And that is, yes, we all understand it was a joke. I watch Ethan. I know he's outrageous. But at the same time, why would you even think the thought? The thought itself was such a negative, awful thought. That I'm like, why are you acting like you're not trying to be provocative? And why are you shocked that YouTube banned you when like everyone's on high alert for anti-Semitic issues? Right? Like, why would he say that? It's kind of like this cognitive dissonance that's happening in adult content creators that I feel like our job itself is turning us into such.
Also, a YouTube notification system. Wait, what? Did you get notified by YouTube that I was streaming? Do they do that? Like, are they still talking about a naval thing? Huh?
I think we forget that it's not that serious, but I guess if you want to start going around canceling people, now we have to take it seriously.
Yeah, and I think that was the main issue with Ethan, why people are so critical of him. It seems like he was kind of like championing this type of culture to some extent. So now when it comes back to bite you, it looks kind of bad for you to be like, wait, well, hold on, I was just joking, or I didn't mean it like that seriously. And it's like, what if Steven Crowder made a comment like that? Like, how would you feel about it, you know? And he'd probably be fully on board with canceling Steven Crowder for it, you know?
That's what I'm saying. The lack of consistency is so difficult, but I think it's because we don't actually know why we're saying the things we are. Like I'm,
Sam Fisher, it does happen.
I'm all about try your thing, live in your bubble, do your thing. But I think that's what I told Cherry. Look, at the end of the day, we don't know what we're doing on this planet. We're trying our best to figure it out, and through that trial and error, we make mistakes. It gets messy. Sometimes we genocide a whole population. But that's what humans do. Like humans are one of the most trial and error species I've ever understood. That's what I understand us as a species.
How do I join the chat on the left? You join DGG, Jarka. That's DGG. I can bring up the Twitch chat on my screen if that's something you'd want. So like the people that still are hanging out in my Twitch chat, to get a little special spice if you'd like. There you go.
And error. We do what we think is right, but we fuck up most of the time, but we're trying. Like I don't know that I need to become consumed by the inconsistency of people's actions unless it directly harms me. But I find like people try to get the they try to preemptively go on the attack, which causes the craziness to amplify. So like, why do you think you've been having so much drama on your channel lately? Does that make sense? Like, does that? I'm sorry, I'm having like 20 thoughts. So
yeah, I was gonna say that's a little separate from what you were just saying.
Sorry, I'm connecting it to the idea that these things keep happening, but then we wonder why they keep happening. But it's like, but what is the pattern you're exhibiting that allows this to exist? Like this energy. Like why is Lav or Max or why are we having yelling matches on these panels? Like why do you think that happens?
Genuinely, if I had to say why Destiny is getting this uniquely other than compared to other streamers, 100%, and this is gonna sound like some simp activity, but it really isn't. It's because he's the only nigga on the platform that allows people to jump into Discord like this. That's honest. He's the only large streamer that enables this kind of behavior. If any other large streamer had a community of people that allowed people to jump inside of Discord and care about this shit, 100%, this shit would happen with like fucking Quinn69. You better believe this would be happening with fucking Hassan, Vosh, and shit like that. It's the fact that I, as a person, can get a platform at any time with this man if I want to that enables this kind of behavior. So yeah, I mean, that's genuinely where I believe it comes from, which I would hope that he keeps up that kind of thing, because that's kind of one of the things that I think is pretty cool about him, is that, you know, you never know, like, oh man, I don't want to derail too hard, but there was a stream Destiny had with the goddamn multiverse, man. I think he had, what was it, Sneeko? He had Dan, he had Abba, he had fucking Mutahar, he had some ordinary gamers, he had and somebody else who I never thought would be in the same goddamn call at once. He brought together the fucking Avengers. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like from across the multiverse. And I'm like, dude, how did you get all of these people in one Discord call? It was really cool because he has like conversations with a bunch of people and shit like that. I thought it was really cool.
For me, if I were to try to like single it out as a single issue, I think it's generally because people are generally very unempathetic, or they don't understand where other people are coming from. I think that's where the vast majority of shouting matches are coming from, is somebody failing to understand the position that somebody else is taking. Like, I think that's where, yeah, I think that's where most of Max's issues are. I think that's probably where most of Lav's
issues are.
Well,
wait a second. Then why did you struggle to understand Lav's position about her being like pro-sex work, but also doing anti-sex work, but also doing sex work, or maybe her issues, like, did you actually have issues with her stance, or just the way she handled it?
No, I think that, well, firstly, her stance was incomprehensible. But my issue isn't with her stance. I've said this a lot on stream. I like Lav because I think it's interesting. I think she's relatively intelligent, unless she's an idiot. I've never thought that before. I like Lav because it's interesting to me to see somebody that has obviously been severely affected by something, who's reasonably intelligent, going through a big like transitionary period in their life. That's something that's interesting. I like to watch the change. My issue with Lav, and I'll say this every time somebody asks, is that while she's in this highly transitory period, she is aggressively attacking other people, and then it seems like she's changing her opinion the next day. So like her really aggressive statements about like you, her really aggressive statements about Miss Genevieve, her really aggressive statements about sex workers in general, like all these were framed in a really aggressive manner, but then they change the next day, and then people are like, okay, well, hold on, you were just shitting on these people for not something that seems like you've come around on in 24 hours. I think that was the issue.
Yeah, but like, we know she's going through a transitionary period in her youth, and this is so normal. Don't kids go back and forth all the time?
Yeah, but if you're gonna be really aggressive while going back and forth, people are gonna fucking destroy you. Probably rightfully
so. As they should. No,
yeah, exactly.
As they should.
So my goal, yeah, but I wasn't destroying. I wasn't usually attacking her on that. I was just kind of like asking her questions, kind of like poking and prodding. It wasn't until she started to kind of, I think, shit talking on other platforms, and now it's like, okay, well, hold on. I think I've been fairly charitable towards you, but if you're gonna be aggressive on other platforms, well, now I'm gonna be aggressive when I have you in front of me, right? So that's kind of where our little blog came from yesterday.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna ask you a personal question, but answer how you want.
Yes,
coming from Twitch, you had all these like fallouts. Coming here to YouTube, you've made like kind of better friends, but then also it's been chaotic. Do you feel safe with your YouTube friends or streamer friends?
I feel like I have a really good handle on where people are at and what people are capable of. Like there are certain people that I can tell like could flip or things could happen with, and then there are other people where it's like I don't think that person would. And for the most part, I think my internal reads are generally pretty correct on people. Nobody's like, I don't know if anybody's like shocked me where it's like, oh my god, I thought this person would be like loyal to the end. And then it's like, oh fuck, they turned on me for something. So I think I generally have a good feel of people.
You're a kid too, then, Rele? Bro, I don't.
Like, in general, like I always ask.
Dude, I hate it when a Lav gets called a kid because I'm like, bruh, you what the fuck?
You know what Denny's is? You know what Denny's is, right?
Like the restaurant Denny's?
Yeah, if you go to Denny's and you get a steak, right? Like you enjoy your steak at Denny's. Yeah, if you go to a really expensive restaurant and you get a Denny's steak there, you're gonna be really upset. But like it's the same steak. Why would you be mad in one place or the other? And I think that the issue is that most of the disappointment in life comes from the mismatch between expectation and reality. So when I'm befriending certain people, there are certain people it's like I know that depending on how things go here, this person could flip. And as long as I'm expecting that, like when it happens, it's not like surprising to me. You know, like I know that Lav has her things and she does her things, and like she's fun to talk to, and I don't mind like hang out with her, like that's fine. But like if Lav is like trying really hard to be friends with Mrgirl or some shit comes up where she's getting shit on my community, it's like yeah, it wouldn't really surprise me if Lav's like fuck Destiny, this guy's a piece of shit. It's like okay, whatever. Like that's not like a shocking thing. Like it's within like the world of possible expectations that I would have for her, right? But like you and I have talked pretty closely quite a bit, and I feel like I have like a decent beat on the type of person you are. If you went live on your stream and you all of a sudden were like, oh, I actually think that Destiny are horrible people, blah blah blah, that would be surprising. Like, oh damn, that actually kind of feels kind of shitty because that's like way outside of the realm of expectations that I would have had for you. But it just depends on the person, you know. Like where Max is at right now. So I'll stake out maybe a risky position. We'll see if I'm right or wrong. I could see Max having big problems with my community and maybe problems relating to me and my community. But I think that even if that continues, unless it gets really rocky, I think that in general me and him will be okay. It might be a bit tumultuous, but I think it'll be okay. Because for all of Max's faults, I don't think he's like a bad person that trying to fuck me over or backstab me. I don't think he's that kind of person. I think that he just has a lot of problems seeing things from other people's points of view sometimes, and then he can get emotional, which is fine. But I don't think he like fuck me over. I don't think Max is really that kind of person. Well, maybe, but Max, I don't think so.
I feel like Max is not going to intentionally fuck you over like in a malicious way. I think he might be so morally pushed into a quote unquote corner that he might feel like he has to, regardless of your friendship, like.
Maybe, I don't know. Like, the only thing I could think of is if he like tries to get a Dr. K situation going on Destiny, but. A really critical point of what he made about Dr. K is that Dr. K was a professional who was practicing his shit, or he believed was trying to pseudo practice right on live, right? So I don't know about that.
Take a stand.
Yeah, on something that comes off negatively. Yeah. But like if people have to do that, like you know, it's fine. I understand. That's different than like for instance, I don't think. And I could be wrong, but if like all of Max's DMs were leaked right now between like him and Lav and everybody else, like he might say some things where he's like pretty critical of me, or like, oh, I think that Destiny's missing this or that or whatever. But I don't think it'd be like Destiny's a fucking piece of shit. I fucking hate this guy. Blah blah blah. Like I can't. You know, I don't think anything like that would ever be leaked. Yeah. But,
I feel like Max does this thing though, and I'm a little like I would be worried in general. Well, no, scratch that. Fuck that. Listen to this.
Okay, listening. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In relation to like friends, like us, like I think about our friendship quite often, and I think of us as like getting to know each other still in many ways.
Yeah, of course, because technically we've spent probably less than 20 hours, if that, talking to each other, right?
Yeah, and we haven't even met in person yet, so there's so much more to gain from just being in your space, right? Just to feel your energy would probably change things up a little bit. Maybe more trust or less trust would happen. So
way
I think,
more, my God.
Hopefully, but I think that's the problem is that I think that even from the outsider's perspective, there's like, oh, Brittany and Steven must be very close. I'm like, whoa, like I love Steven. He's so considerate, nice to me, and as a friend, I love him so much. But like, God, I don't even have this man's phone number. Like, everybody relax. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I can't know you yet, but I know. Hopefully what I do know about you reassures me that you would remain a good friend. And so I can have high trust, I think, with your consistency. Your energy, the way you talk, the way you've been for the last whatever years on the internet reassures me that I can put a higher trust expectation on you.
Sure.
But with other people, I can't exactly always have that. Now with Lav as an example, I see her as a person that I don't need to have a high or low trust with. Just a medium, a nice medium.
Yeah, it's going to depend on like what you're going to share with somebody too, right? Like this happens a lot where people on my stream will be like, why did you ever let that person on? Why did you trust that person? Why did you bring that person on? They fucked you over, blah, blah. And it's like, they kind of fucked me over, but like the level of trust you think I have in these people is way higher than I actually do. Like it's not like any of these people are actually fucking me over. They just like me and then they go on to shit talk me. But they don't have any leverage over me. They don't have any like private or super crazy information, or they don't have any like access to my business. Like, you know, now if Melina were to like flip and like take half my assets or something after marriage, then I was like, okay, that's a fuck up. But like somebody that used to like me on stream and then shit talk to me, it's not like I had a huge trust. It was the person that came and then they went. You know, that happens.
How do you emotionally feel in relation to the Lav and Mrgirl stuff? Are you actually like, you know how on stream you seem very invested? Are you that invested off stream, or do you just like, oh, whatever?
I just get mad when people say dumb things. That just triggers the fuck out of me. I'm never like, it's not a personal thing where I'm upset, where it's like, oh no, why are you backstabbing me or blah blah blah, anything like that. It's usually just like what you're saying is so dumb and it's triggering the fuck out of me. That's generally how I feel about things.
Yeah. Okay. I guess. You know. When you say you're triggered by things, do you mean that in like it's upsetting me, so I'm gonna like be like loud about it?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Not like I'm actually like
medically triggered.
Yeah, like yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not having like a trauma response or something. Yeah.
I have a theory, because Terry and I just talked about this. I do have a theory that I can enjoy everyone and the differences you all have, and I hope that I continue to be a space where people can come talk to me in a less yelly way, and we can have open discourse about what's been going on. But I think that I live so hardcore in my offline life that when I come to work, I'm really just working, but also I'm getting to know people slowly, and maybe we'll be friends, maybe we'll be close, maybe we won't. But it feels very like less personal naturally to me. But the way that the drama ensues on your channel feels so personal to me, and I just don't understand how it's not, unless it's for views, unless people are getting upset on camera so the views come in.
I mean, the people are personally, the people that come on that get upset are generally very upset, and they genuinely have like very real issues with people. Like that happens. It's not like Stardust and Mrgirl was not like fake drama. Like they were close friends, and then everything like super fell out, and there was like a lot of crazy shit that was going on there. So I mean, like
them niggas were crying and shit.
Hi Dan.
Yeah.
Hi, having a good day?
I'm having a fine day. Just thought I'd come in here and we're all talking about how we're all best friends and everything, and I thought, wait a second, I'm the best friend, and I should be in this call as a result of that.
Okay.
So
well, here you are.
Cool. I like that. How was your guys' dinner yesterday?
It was very good.
Yeah. Do you feel like you're very close to Steven?
Oh, so close.
Very close. Like, if Dan fucked me over, I would be upset. That's a person who would be like, wow, didn't see that one coming.
You know, the big thing is that I think I said this before to Steve. You can't buy it with words or philosophy talks or anything. It just takes thousands of hours. That's it. There is no shortcut for it. There is no let's have a big heart to heart. There is no I think we're anything. It's just you got to be on the streets with the guy and see what he can do. And it just takes time, and there's nothing you can do about it to bypass it. You know, it's just it. It's like
Dan, the content man.
So I would say that time can do it, but I think there's a reason why, and I think there is a way to shortcut it. The way that I always view things is that if we go through a certain situation where you could fuck me over and you choose not to, that's in me. Those are the things that I think I can trust this person, because I theoretically could spend hundreds of hours with a person, and we've never been like in a high stress situation where you could fuck me over but you don't. I don't necessarily trust that.
Knight of Holland, what's up?
Yeah.
So what kind of like, what if you had a relationship though? What if our friendship, Steven, is one of the smoothest and best you've ever had for 30 years? What if we never fight?
Sounds kind of boring, but it's possible.
Well, that means it's not the smoothest and the best, right? True relationships require conflict to see where you can push them a little bit, you know?
Not necessarily, but I mean, it'll probably, there's like a hint of truth to what Dan is saying, is that like, it means we probably haven't scratched that much depth, or there's some sort of like relational thing that we're missing. Because generally people, unless we're clones of one another, which we're definitely not, yeah, usually there's gonna be some kind of point of conflict or something.
Yeah, I mean, you're obviously like the girl version of me, so I think that we're similar enough that we would have natural moments. Like I'm waiting, I just told this to my chat, I am waiting for us to have like our disagreement moment, but I think it's difficult because I don't know that we must disagree on something, but I don't know if that's actually true. Maybe we just are so open and we're good with people being who they are that we won't ever have a disagreement. That's what I'm saying. Like we'll argue probably.
What? I feel like there's a lot of, I feel like I've heard Brittany say several things that probably, if she wanted to, she could talk to Steven about, and they could have a disagreement about it.
About how to do things. Like we might argue about like the ethics around something, and that might be our fight. But we're probably not gonna. I don't foresee us fighting over like real stuff. Like maybe.
Yeah, the problem is that like we inhabit areas that are so different that there's not much room for there to be the friction that would cause a fight. So like, for instance, here's something that we theoretically could fight about, but my guess is going to be that you'll be like, oh, okay, I guess that's probably true, and you'll drop it immediately. But yeah, well, let's test it right now, okay? You ready? Remember, they fight right now, okay? Ready?
Okay.
So from a geopolitical / historical standpoint, you mentioned earlier that it's silly for somebody to claim I'm anti-Semitic because I'm from the Middle East, which that comment,
were you watching my stream?
Shut up, don't worry about it. But that comment is a little bit silly because there's a lot of Arabs in the Middle East that fucking hate Jews, right? So that's not really a good argument. That could be like
they wouldn't be Nazis. They would be
they would be super anti-Semitic. Maybe not Nazis, but they'd be super anti-Semitic,
I'm
right?
okay with that. Obviously, yes. Sure. Obviously, the Middle East got problems, but like, yes, okay. I think I hate the word Nazi. It drives me crazy.
Oh, okay, well, careful.
It just doesn't make sense to call me a Nazi. If you call me an anti-Semite, we can talk about that. But obviously, that's also not true because I'm not like. Obviously, that's not the kind of. If you actually want to get bubbly about it, I'm not the kind of Middle Eastern that would be anti-Jew because we think we are Jews because we're all from. We think like Adam and Eve, like the Garden of Eden, came from Iraq, came from El-Kush, where my parents were from.
Okay.
I do not think.
No, so like
true that most Arabs think they are Jews.
She's not saying most Arab. She said from the place that she specifically is from.
I'm Chaldean. I'm not Arab. I'm Assyrian. So like that's the thing is I'm not even real Arab. Like when people say like my Arab callers would be like you're one of us, and then my other non-Arab callers like the Jews are like you're one of us. We're all one of each other. I get it because we're all from the same origin. We all share the same forefathers. We all share the same like basically God. Like so I think in that regard it's one of those confusing bubble things.
When you say Assyrian, like ASSY.
Yes. Assyrian, not Syrian. Assyrian.
I knew an Assyrian. Not
oh
yeah. Not that great of a Rust player, but very loud.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Wait, he was very loud. Oh, interesting. Okay.
We're very loud as a people. We're very loud.
You're 2 for 2.
He literally speaks in a shout.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how some of us are born. So I think like I do get my feelings like hurt a little bit when I'm like, oh man, they don't see me. But then I go, oh well, that's the internet. People don't see each other. So I think that's why I like Destiny or Steven is because
wait, can I skip? I feel like this is. Listen, as much as I like Brittany, I think this is a bit of a circle jerk. I feel like I'm just listening to Brittany say, Destiny, you're a good guy. Like, as much... Why do you keep coming back? Like, why? I feel like this was... Since you're on YouTube, would you watch a vid with a little bit of blood, or is that still TOS? Nah, I'm not going to go to watch it. I'm going to focus on getting through this. Lav will join soon. We'll skip a little bit. Because I feel
when
like
I say kids gloves, this is what I usually mean. Well, there could be two meanings to this. One is that I'm intentionally like tiptoeing around somebody to not hurt their feelings. That's pretty rare. I don't actually know if I ever do that. The second one is usually like I'm spotting things that could be problems or could be contradictions, but I'm giving you like the benefit of the doubt and I'm letting you kind of explore those or explore that in a conversation rather than trying to like fucking destroy you in a debate where like you said this, but then you also said that, and now I need you to recognize you're fucking wrong. Like that's generally what it means when somebody says like kids gloves. So like when I would say for instance like I've treated Live with kids gloves, but that doesn't mean I've treated her. She's not an idiot. I'm not treating her like a stupid person, and I'm not like not challenging her. Like our conversations, I think most of them, even though I'm trying to be nice, are really challenging for her. But I'm not like I'm not sitting there trying to like, well you said that and then you did this, you fucking idiot. Like how can you say blah blah blah? Like I'm not like going hard like trying to assess her. I'm giving her like in my mind a space to kind of like explore those ideas in a relatively safe manner, and then like be able to kind of say whatever and do that. Yeah, that's what I mean. I guess when I say kids gloves, I really shouldn't say kids gloves. When I say that, what I really should mean is I'm extending like a really high level of charitability you're probably not gonna get from anybody else on the internet.
Well, there is one thing as well, is I think like Steve can, I don't want to say like go hard, because there's two types of going hard. There's like really like getting into it, and he's done that with me, and he's done that with Mr. Milton. But both of us are, we know we're all coming out at the end of the day. I think there are some people that if he did do that type of like really harsh, brash behavior with, 100% like they're not going to be like, oh, that was fun, I want to do that again, and more so like start shit talking him on their stream later. So there is a lot of people that fall into that camp. I don't know how you would react if he did that to you, but certainly that is something that hasn't been done to you yet. But that's just because you're a different type of person so far.
Maybe that's it too. It's funny. Kyla and I just talked about this too. Like, what does it mean to be to take someone seriously? Like, we're talking to Lav about it. I take I take myself seriously, but I also don't. Like, it's so hard for me to take so many things seriously when it's just all very much, I don't know. It feels kind of fake, my life sometimes. Like, as a content creator, it's such a weird, awesome job, but it's a total blessing that could go away tomorrow, right? And I'm trying just to enjoy it while I have it, but it's hard for me to invest in it like I did with politics. Like, politics, I thought I was changing the world, right? I was really invested. So I was ready for battles every day. But here, I just want to have the conversation. Like, I wonder if you avoid Steven coming at me about the levels because you know it's just a subjective tool and it doesn't matter. It's not trying to be objective. So it's like, what's the point of discussing this?
Reaching.
Why don't I come after you about like the levels?
He had no choice.
Yeah, like why don't you like, you know how people seem so angry about it? Is it just because you know it's not that big of a deal? So you're like, what's the point of getting angry about it?
I think the reason why people get angry about a self-made level system where you've appointed yourself the highest level is people feel like you use it as a way to be condescending towards people, and people oftentimes really don't like to be categorized. So in their mind, there's a girl like you that doesn't fit any of the traditional molds of intelligence. You don't like wear glasses and do STEM and debate politics and all that shit, right? You talk about what you talk about on your stream, mainly interpersonal stuff. So you already don't fit the mold of what they would expect to see as a very intelligent person. And then you got a level system, you categorize yourself at the top, and they probably feel like if they talk to you, you categorize them lower. I think that harbors a lot of resentment, or they would harbor a lot of resentment. He said he's not treating people attack you for it. I don't attack you for it because I have a very cohesive way of how I view the world. I don't necessarily care if you and I disagree on some things, or if you would say I'm like a level 1 or level 2. That wouldn't. I don't think you say I'm level 1. Like, I don't think I would really care that much. Like, where you put me. Like, I'm on my journey. I'm doing my thing. I've got how I'm figuring out the world. What I'm curious about, or the thing that I would super attack you over, is if I felt like you were generating a lot of really, really, really bad answers from your system, and that's probably what I would start to hit on you over. So like, if you were saying things like, yeah, like if you've ever been a level 3 for like over a year, you should probably like give up on life and like go work as a janitor because you're not gonna. Like, if you were saying like stuff like that, I'd probably be way more. Or if you were saying things like, you know, it's really hard for black people to not be like level 2, like that's just kind of where then I'd probably start like going pretty hard. But as it stands right now, like, you just have a way of how you approach people, like your system.
I didn't even know what
you do it based on introspection. I think introspection personally is a very important quality. So if you want to organize your review,
hey man, did she cancel yesterday? Yeah, my conversation with LavLune was canceled. She said she couldn't do it, so we didn't do it. That's what ended up happening. And for me, well, I guess it is technically yesterday. Yeah, but for me, it wasn't yesterday. It was earlier today.
But I bet you can make these two things relating to one another. Like, people with higher introspection probably tend to be more, et cetera, et cetera. And I probably would make a formal level system, but maybe I would, you know, maybe someday, who knows. But yeah, so I don't, you haven't said enough for me to get like ultra fucking ass mad over it, the way that a lot of my fans get ultra fucking ass mad over things.
Okay,
I also don't hate women
right
in too, but yeah, sorry, go ahead.
What is that? So whatever that exists, that allow, very funny. So that right there, whatever that is, what is that? What is your ability to just see it and be like, oh yeah, okay, it's a system, she made a tool, no biggie. And then other people's inability to do that, where they're like, oh, Brittany's like a cult leader and like it's so dangerous. I'm like, oh my god, you pussies. Like, why are you making me like, what is this?
I think that there is a very natural, very human, and very normal thing where people that are too different than you necessitate some level of hatred from yourself. I don't know why, if it's an in-group, out-group thing, but that just seems to be a really normal human thing. I noticed this a lot, especially after reading an essay by that Scott Alexander guy, that even when we have what we would consider to be a diverse group of friends, when people say they have a diverse group of friends, what they actually mean is they've got a group of friends that are diverse in ways that they don't care about, but in ways that they do care about, there's often very little diversity. So to use the classic example of like progressive person, right? They might say, I've got a really diverse group of friends. I've got Hindu people, I've got black people, I've got all these colors, all these religions. Then my thing would be like, okay, we don't care about that. You don't care if somebody's different skin color. Do you have any friends that are MAGA Republicans? Do you have any friends that are pro-life? And then the answer is like, fuck no, absolutely not. Okay, we don't have a diverse group of friends. They are diverse in some ways, but they're for qualities that you would never like cut somebody off for. You don't have anybody that's diverse who you wouldn't agree with. So I think it's pretty natural that when people see somebody that they disagree with a certain amount, it's very, very rare. You've heard the saying, live and let live. That is such a tremendously fucking difficult thing for most people to do. If people see somebody that they disagree with, it almost has to be like, that person's a fucking idiot. This person is so stupid. This person has no fucking idea what they're talking about. It's like, maybe they just view things a little bit differently than you. And I don't even necessarily blame them. I think my audience skews a little older, but they're probably...
Hey, I'm gonna make a shout out right now because Destiny's talking pretty quick. Please like the video. It helps the algorithm. It gives me a reason to continue streaming. And look at it this way. Is there ads on YouTube stream? I don't think there are ads on YouTube streams, right? Are there any ads? I don't think there is. But I do know, at least if there is ads, there's skippable ads. There are skippable ads, unlike Twitch. Unskippable ads. All right? So if you like ad-free viewing, like the damn video. All right? I want to be able to stream on YouTube more. And that's how you do it. This is how you encourage YouTube streams more. Interact with the content. Chat, maybe comment, like the video if you're so inclined to sub. It helps me a lot, right? Because there is no native discovery on Twitch. There is native discovery on YouTube. So if you want me to continue streaming on YouTube, if you like ad-free viewing, like the damn video.
The median age is probably around 25, 26, 27. It took me until I was like 29, 30.
Thank you to the 40 people, 40 of you, who just liked the video after that shout out. Thank you. I appreciate it.
To stop viewing people as lesser or worse than myself, because I would view that a lot, because I'm a relatively unemotional person, or a more, I would say, like, logic-brained or right-brained or whatever. That's how I view things. For a long time, I would always feel like, oh, I'm better than these people. Like, these people are worse than me. They're so emotional. But now I'm at a stage in life where it's like, okay, well, there are pros and cons to both types of thinking. If you want to be a truly holistic person, you have to incorporate both types of thinking. And if you view people that are different than you as worse than you, there's like this whole gamut of human experience and behaviors and ideas that you're like depriving yourself of. But that took me a long time to learn. So yeah, I mean, I don't blame other people for not necessarily being there. Yeah.
For sure. And obviously your job where you talk to a lot of people, it like forces you to also see the humanity in so many different ideas. Like it allows you, I think, to be more patient, which my job as well allows that. But also I'm striving for it especially after being so political for so long. I am so tempted to get back into politics, but I really don't want to. I just think it's like a dead end. And I'd like to think it wouldn't be because it impacts people's lives in such a real way. But there's no growth there. There's no expanding on ideas. There's no openness to actually like coming together. There's no willingness to even have a conversation about, you know, do people really view reality so differently that they're willing to vote this way for that reason? Like my sister-in-law, she's really pregnant right now. Thank goodness, we're so happy about it. But she made the stance. We're talking about abortion, and I'm pro-choice. She's pro-life, and she made the stance that like your body doesn't belong to you the moment you're pregnant. And I was like, ooh, can you see how that would be very hard for somebody with like borderline or somebody with suicidal ideations or somebody who feels like
wait, I missed that. You said you're borderline. She's pregnant. What was the thing that you said right before that?
She said that once you are pregnant, your body does not belong to you anymore.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay.
And I was like, do you know how like what that sounds like to somebody who you know, we've already been put in situations where our bodies weren't ours at the moment, and so we're trying to have like my consciousness is still there. The baby's growing, yes, and I'm feeding the baby, but my body's still something different from the baby. But she was like, no, once you're pregnant, that baby like owns your body, and that freaks me out. Like that logic, like that thinking about it that way, sends me into like runaway mode because I'm like, ooh, that sounds scary. That sounds like you're gonna really let like me die on a table for a baby that's 3 weeks old.
Well, here's something that I'm really curious about then. Hold on, wait, I messed you real quick. I'm not making this up, right?
Yes, I'm open about it.
Okay, so here's a question. How do you feel about your lupus? And then the context of me asking this is, I have another friend that I made kind of recently, and when she talks about her autoimmune disease, she feels fucking horrible. That like I'm trapped in a body that is like literally trying to kill me, and it's like the worst feeling ever. And I wondered if you, well, I'm not trying to invoke this fear, and you haven't thought about it. Like,
I was about to say, yo, nigga, let's chill. You might trigger the fuck out of her, but like, you know, kind of like I don't mean trigger in like a like she's a piece of shit for getting triggered way, but like legitimately she just says, woo, alright bro, that's tough. He just went for that.
Okay, well, you know, in one sense a baby could own your body, or in another sense like your body is trying to destroy itself, like the lupus owns your body. Have you ever had that frame or thought about it that way? Or
I think of my body and my consciousness as like these things where my body carries my consciousness, and so the body is like a ship, and the ship sometimes hits an iceberg.
Sure.
And so my lupus is like the iceberg. It's like, fuck, okay, I have an infection or I have a thing that's attacking my vessel, and it's gonna make me sail slower or like not hit the tides as smoothly. So I think of it more like that. And I've already gone through like, actually the hardest part about my lupus was accepting that my body completely changed and it's not as stable. But knowing that I could get better. I'm working with a nutritionist who's very fucking expensive and wonderful, but she's wonderful. She's really helping me, and she told me it's never gonna go away. You're never not gonna be sick, but you can be stable and you can be better. And I said, okay, and that is just like radical acceptance. I can't change the fact that I have this. I can just work towards pairing up my vessel and taking care of my ship to the best of my ability.
You couldn't think of the same. You can think like a baby in a similar way, like radical acceptance. I've got a dude growing on me for 9 months.
Yes, totally. So I actually spiritually think that abortion is really bad for the soul and bad for the everything, but I think that it's necessary. The same with everything we hate doing in life. Sometimes you have an abortion. Right? Sometimes it happens. I've never had an abortion, but I definitely had a false pregnancy scare. And I made that call to Planned Parenthood almost right away because I was like, I'm not having this baby right now. So I think that that's the problem with me is I know people have pointed it out that I have a personal belief, like a Brittany belief, and that I have but you have to survive in the world belief. So if I'm living and I have privileges and I'm healthy, yeah, have a baby. But if you're in survival mode and you fucking don't have $10 to your name, maybe having a baby isn't the best and maybe killing it is better. Right? We've justified abortion all this time for that reason alone. I think it's a fine reason. It's maybe not the best, and ultimately in a great functioning society we wouldn't have it. So yes, of course I can understand that my body is now this home for this baby, and when I have a child in a few years, fingers crossed, I'm going to do everything I can to prepare this vessel, like not doing drugs, stopping my weed intake, you'll be so proud of me, like doing all of this stuff. In that regard, absolutely. I think my sister-in-law is making a great point that baby is reliant on you, dependent on you, like just this beautiful innocent being.
Man, she is motoring at 1.5.
But to say that people aren't in positions where terminating a pregnancy is better, I think it's just not fair to the reality.
I just did a shout out to like the video. If you want to like the video,
that kind of stuff. But I try not to be self-pitying, especially about the lupus. I already cried about it. Like, what if I can't be a mom, Steven? What if I'm so tired all the time? What if I'm so tired that I lose that dream of being a mother because I can't be a good enough mother? That scares me so much.
Well, the best way to think about all of that, or the best thing about human beings, is we acclimate very, very, very quickly, even if it seems impossible. So even if that sounds like the worst thing in the world, you get used to it surprisingly quick.
That's true.
Have you ever heard of locked-in syndrome?
No, locked-in syndrome?
Yeah, like you basically move your eyes.
Oh my God, no.
Yeah, even those people report like pretty high like standards of living. So humans acclimate to their situations like unbelievable.
Jesus, really?
That's true. That is.
Wait, Jesus, what? People that only can move their eyes?
True. So yeah, so that's my answer to that.
Oh my God, that sounds terrible.
Can we move on to some drama stuff, I guess? Something exciting, interesting, etc. You got anything to add to that, or?
No.
What drama
I don't have anything to add. What drama?
No, just in general. Like, what's your take on all this shenanigans going on with like Lav and Mrgirl right now? What's your viewpoint on it?
Here's my hottest take about it. I think Steven,
hold on, let me stop you right now. If you give a half-assed, fake, cutesy answer that does nothing, I'm gonna be really disappointed and upset. So
okay,
give a real fucking hot take here, not some fake hot take that's not hot. So
okay, I think Steven is such a unique individual that he curates a safe space for some of the most other unique individuals, and those unique individuals tend to be mentally ill, and mental illness with a lack of introspection causes chaos and drama.
Wait, who are you indicating is mentally ill? Well, I guess there's only a few options here, but yeah, what's going on here?
Lav, Mrgirl, obviously they talk about it all the time. Like it's clear. Like I don't.
The Destiny Live shit is hella cringe. I don't know. I think it's kind of entertaining. Depends on what you mean by hella cringe. I could shake hands.
Assuming Mrgirl's stories are all correct, he's obviously going back and forth with his own. He's kind of like Kanyeing everything right now, right? Like he's kind of like Kanye a little bit. He's more reasonable than Kanye, but I mean, is he that different than talking about reality from only his view and how he has all the answers and how he's the one being the most nuanced when that's not really what's happening?
Oh shit.
So
do you have conversation? Oh, it's LavLune. Hey, Lav.
Oh,
Hey, what's up, Lav?
Hi, I just tuned into stream and heard someone utter my name. I was summoned.
My mentally ill sister.
Yeah, no, I actually think that you're right. I did want to come on because I think that this would be a good time because the gang's all here. I did want to actually publicly apologize.
For crying?
No, not for crying. I think my cry was justified, and I think.
Wait, what, are you apologizing to Dan?
No,
Yeah,
Steve, I'm apologizing to you. And
Oh no,
also
listen, please.
to-
You want to tweet
to
something?
your-
Go for it. I hate apologies. I don't care. You're good. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay, well then I'll apologize to your audience also. I think that I mischaracterized.
I fucking
your
hate
audience.
apologies too.
I think for every really evil, toxic, spiteful chatter, there's like a really like beautifully introspective, very charitable, empathetic chatter. But it is like so hard to focus on the good things. Obviously, right? Obviously.
Yeah,
Chat
1,000,000%.
is a mirror. You know, that's what it is.
Sure, and that's hard. That's hard. Like that is and especially when it's in real time. I don't think that a lot of people have to
My
introspect
Discord, not
immediately
yours?
in real time
I
constantly.
don't know
like
if
people who
it
stream.
came up on the.
You know, at the end of the day,
I don't know if the
you
ping.
can't win them
happened.
all, but you can win a lot of them. And you guys have been doing a lot of L's lately. Lav.
I think you're right. I
And
think
you have to get your shit together because this is a fucking mess. Everything I'm seeing from you lately is just not good. What are you gonna do? How are you gonna change things up? Is what I'd ask you.
I don't know. I don't know if everything is a miss.
I didn't say everything. I said most of the things are a miss. Well,
I think you said everything.
Oh, then everything. You know, you gotta turn your shit around.
Double down, yeah, double down. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to take too much of your time. I just wanted to come in and say.
You don't want to answer that question then.
Well, no, I do. I don't want to come in here and make the lab show. I just wanted to make like a little appearance and then pop out.
Well, right now it's a fucking.
Tiny should just burn the Mrgirl lab bridges. I don't think it's at that level. I don't think it's that deep.
Oh, hold on. Right now it was the Brittany show. Thank God I shut that shit down. So
We
we can do the
didn't
lab
hear
show.
it?
I love the Brittany show.
We're moving on now.
I love Steven and Brittany's dynamic. I think it is much more interesting than what I could add right now. I will come on again and avenge myself. But
Well, Lev, let me ask you this question before you leave. I'm just curious. So you see how like you're lovable? You come on, like I'm already smiling. I'm like, Lev is here. Like there's so much about you that's lovable. Do you think that you know that about yourself, that there are lovable parts, but then there are parts of you that like just like people aren't quite used to? And that disconnect between those two areas is what we need to bridge right now. We just need to bridge it.
I mean, my hope is that people are around me enough to see that I have complexity, but I also don't, like, I understand, like, when I come into when their first view of me for the last couple weeks is me, like, yelling at women
My
and,
Discord,
like,
not your-
being really aggressive, like, I can't
it's a
expect them
reflex.
to see anything but that.
Yeah.
So I think that hopefully with time, people will become less aggressive on their dislike for me, hopefully, right? Like, I could still
But even
be
if they
extremely
don't, right?
unlikable, but
Even if they don't, here's what I'm curious about, because Cherry and I talked about this too. That call went really well. She was really nice. So that was really great.
because people are sending me a bunch of
Oh, hold on, Lav. You don't want to go down that road because people have sent us quite a few things on things you've said
Well,
as
look,
well.
that's
so.
it, right? So
Sure,
going back
yeah.
to Dan's question, this is what happens, right? We all get together.
Did you see what Lav said about the Destiny X Anna situation? No, but I think that's supposed to come up later inside of this video, is it not? You haven't listened to this VOD, so you can't say that yet? Wait, I'm sorry. I can't say what specifically?
We talk shit, we have our things. What I'm mostly curious about, I just want to get your opinion here and now, because apparently Cherry wasn't public with that information about her and Steven. So I want to know why you decided to share it on my stream.
Wait a second. Hold on. Wait. This is actually my fault. Well, I'll also say it's partly Cherry's fault. But I thought that, especially once Cherry wrote that tweet about me, that it was public knowledge that me and her had hooked up. That's what we're talking about, right? Or did I just like that?
Yeah,
She literally apologized and said that you like ghosted her and that she was upset about it. That,
And then I also, I think I've even mentioned this on stream a couple times. And then Cherry messaged me like 2 weeks ago, and she was like, "Did you tell people on stream?" And I was like, "Yeah, I thought it was." Oh no, she messaged me and she said, "Did you tell Lav anything private about anything that we've done?" And I said, "No, I'm pretty sure I've only told her like whatever is like public." And then Cherry asked me, "Did you tell her that we hooked up?" And I was like, "Well, yeah." And she's like, "Well, that's not public." I was like, "I'm almost positive that's public based on your Twitter link. I think I mentioned it on stream." Yeah. So Cherry probably blamed Lav for using private information that I'd given her to get public leverage on Cherry.
Private sex life details?
Yeah, I guess it's my fault.
L,
I don't think
nigga.
that's an L,
nigga.
I wouldn't. I had no reason to even know about it other than what Cherry had, the twitlonger. Literally, that was.
Okay.
That's
Do you
the
think
extent.
we inferred? Do you think people just read that message and then went, "Oh, they must have had sex"?
That would have been my assumption. Yeah.
No, not only the twitlonger, but it was the apology afterwards for writing the twitlonger, where she was like, "I'm just sad because he's been ignoring me." Like she publicly said it. Like
But but that could mean anything. So
no,
like, okay,
it wasn't. I'm not relaying it perfectly because it was months ago. But
It was a pretty extreme. Like I think my feeling would be, and I could be wrong. My feeling would be that most people reading that would think that there was some. Oh shit, who joined?
Why are we still doing this?
Oh, it's Cherry. Well, hold on, Jesus Christ.
Cherry.
Brittany just came. Oh no.
Jesus
Dan
Christ,
asked
everyone.
Brittany about Lav leaking something publicly about you and me, and I was clarifying to Brittany and Dan that the reason why Lav leaked it was because I told it to her privately because I was under the assumption that it was already public. There it is. Jesus.
Do not do the stupid thing, okay?
Do not do what stupid thing?
You are a competent fucking person. If you want to dig up my fucking twit longer, you probably know where the fuck it is. So tell me right now, if I put in the twit longer that we hooked up.
No, I don't think you explicitly said it, but my.
So I didn't. Okay, so stop playing stupid.
Hold. Okay.
Question. So Cherry and I also talked about.
What?
She left already, go ahead.
I know she left. I can see.
Okay.
So Cherry and I also talked about Lav, like the way you kind of like said you wouldn't have sex with Steven because he's like a league player.
Goodness.
But like, come on, be real, girl. Be real. You do it.
Stop! No! Brittany!
Let her
no!
Wait, what happened?
Okay.
Question. So Cherry and I also talked about.
She left already, go ahead.
I know she left. I can see.
Okay.
So Cherry and I also talked about Lav, like the way you kind of like said you wouldn't have sex with Steven because he's like a league player.
Goodness.
But like, come on, be real, girl. Be real. You do it.
Stop!
Oh,
No!
no, dude.
Brittany!
Let her
No!
finish.
These are not the type. I'm trying to de-incellify my.
I've
Stop!
had
Stop!
opportunity,
Stop!
and it has not
Stop! Lav, definitely stop. Okay. Everybody needs to stop right now with this conversation. I'm engaging with women in a loving, wholesome, non-romantic, non-sexual way, and we're going to continue to do that. Okay.
It
Stop.
doesn't seem that way.
That's true. I don't think that. No, I think that our relationship is like very platonic.
By the way, I think I might have just activated the availability for you to join with memberships. I don't know if it's going to update right away, how much time it's going to be able to take, but this also sounds like a good opportunity to remind you to like the video. All right, if you like ad-free viewing, if you don't like the Twitch environment, you don't like the Twitch space, you like being able to just sit there, browse YouTube, and then every once in a while take a peek to see if I'm live or not, encourage that by liking the video. That's all you need to do. I'm not saying you need to donate. Donations are absolutely helpful, though. 100%. It's what allows me to keep going in regards to the financials. But just liking the video, sharing it in that way is really important. I mean, it's being pushed to more people. The algorithm is juicing it. So if you would like the video, if you of course would like to join the chat as well, that's a really good way to help the algo push the video to more people. So I really do appreciate it. Yeah. But again, I do believe the incentive of ad-free viewing is pretty important. I don't know if you like at some point need to not do the hey, thank you, the Crow, for it looks like it is available. Just the Crow just joined as a member. I don't know if you need to eventually at some point run ads on YouTube if like YouTube makes you or something, but if it doesn't, I'm going to try my best to just never run ads on YouTube because I fucking hate ads. Ads, I actually believe that like pre-roll and mid-roll ads is what is like fucking destroying Twitch. The fact that I can raid into somebody and the moment I raid into them, you get an ad, it just absolutely annihilates the platform. I have no idea why we do it. Ads are absolute cancer. I would much rather like just focus on a dono, incentivizing donos to get my money than run ads. So if you like the ad-free experience, like the damn video, please, algo, okay? And thank you, Sheriff and the Crow, for becoming members. You get the little badges. You were the first, Crow. You were the very first member ever of the channel.
And I'm
gonna have to stop you there because I do not agree.
Ads are AIDS. They're ads. They're unskippable trash. I cannot tell you the amount of times I've been watching Twitch and an ad comes up and I just leave because they are unskippable garbage, okay? They are horrible.
You first off, I believe one of the messages of you making fun of Steven and his penis and things like that. Then going next after that, like
Making
totally
fun
I
of
would
his
fuck
penis.
it or something along those lines. Just, you know,
No,
fuck
I
you,
called
short.
him a penis boy.
Talk shit behind the scenes about me. That is true.
It is not good. And then the next thing, trying to cover yourself by going out there and say, "Oh, I would totally fuck him." These are not normal ways to handle these conflicts, and you are at fault for doing this type of thing. You know how often me or Mr. Mutant or fucking Lycan go out there and we have a slight issue with Steve?
I think Hassan. I'm gonna continue. I think Hassan runs ads pretty well. Okay. His system is been under contention. If you think he runs a good system, I mean, I could take your word for it. I haven't like been in his stream and experienced that kind of thing. I think his little quip when he does it is like fine or whatever, but I haven't been inside of his chat room to experience the thing. Wow, my moderator joined as a member. Thank you.
And then the next thing we do is we're making Twitter posts about him,
Sure.
or going on stream and talking shit. That is a very uniquely bitchy asshole thing that the fucking all of you guys are doing, and it's something you guys need. No, well, you don't get to just say I'm right. You need to stop being like. That's why you have problems.
I have. That was months ago, and that was also. Let me put things into perspective with you.
I feel like that was also very recently that you went and you did this whole thing on Steve and everything else. Can we see clips from you yesterday?
No, that was not. You're talking about the cheese boy thing and the sex thing.
Well, I mean, there's so many things.
Wait, what the fuck is Cheese Boy?
My
Sorry,
stream
that,
with me.
but other things.
My stream with me too, right? Like,
that I wouldn't.
Maybe we just shouldn't ask people like, would you fuck somebody? Maybe that would be the.
No, exactly. No, that's what I was just about to say. Like when you put into public like a personal relationship that I may or may not have with like another person that I don't want public, I think it's a very normal response to be like, oh no, I'd fucking never. That's gross. Especially when so many people are like, oh, he only talks to her because he wants to fuck, right? Of course I have to distance myself from that. That's like an extremely normal behavior.
You know, there's a little thing here, and most people don't know this because most people aren't streamers, but I've dabbled in it in the past, and I'll say this right now. When you are reading chat, you have the ability to read certain messages out loud and not to read certain messages out loud. And you all consciously made the choice to say, oh, someone said, hey, are you fucking Steven? And instead of just not reading that message, you chose to go in there and be like, no,
that is so true. The amount of cringe messages I have ignored from you fucking degenerate scumbags. Oh my god, it's gotta be in the thousands. The amount of bullshit that some of you cringe posters will throw up inside of my chat room. I'm like, dude, I'm just not gonna recognize you exist, bro. I'm not gonna recognize that shit. You guys will be like, yo, Rele, would you have sex with that random woman on stream? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Go fucking jerk off or something, man. You need some help.
Man, you're really just going hard on this, Dan. Nice job. Keep digging.
It's fun. It's like a fun little teaser. It's like, this is, I mean, part of our job as streamers is to like entertain. So it's like funny to bring up, but I don't think that anyone's entitled to like the full actual story.
That is part of the fun. You have to see if you can trigger this.
No, listen, I understand. I'm just saying, look, I feel like a lot of the reason that this crew gets a lot of hate is that you guys are pretty well known for just kind of being snaky, I guess, is like kind of the very simple way of doing it. Untrustworthy, unreliable, people that would like, you know, after this call, they might try to get together and have another call and talk about how shitty you are and, you know, what dirt can we do and start talking. That's really what it comes down to, is it's that gut feeling that you can't explain away by being nice on a call or anything else. And that's something that needs to be worked on, to kind of like stop doing that type of thing, just to be authentic, be yourself around the person and not around them, the same.
Sure, I also don't think that you can speak for Steven. I think
I don't need to, because you guys complain about chat and how they feel about you, not Steve. And I'm telling you right now.
But you saying that I'm snaky, I think I've certainly like, maybe I've talked about things but so Steven talks about things when I'm not there also, like about how I'm like a Darvo perpetuator, right? So like, hold
on, wait, just to be clear, I'm not trying to disturb anything that I ever say to my streamer privately, I will say to you publicly, and I'm not going to like pretend that
I'll do the same thing. I'll do the same fucking thing. You act like everything I
say. It sounds like he might leak something. Hold up, do we got something in the backbook? Hey, listen, man, I don't want to look too deep into it. I don't like vague posting nukes, but that sounds a little weird.
To Max, I hadn't said to you in DMs. It's like insane.
Okay, I don't want to relitigate the whole argument, but you definitely have a way of phrasing things when you're confronting a person in a way that sounds much softer and less aggressive than when you're talking to another person.
Of course. That's literally how relationships work, especially if I care about my relationship with you. Of course. What do you mean? That's like normal human behavior.
Not really. No.
No, because it's not on extreme. It's not on like an extreme scale. I'm not telling Max like, fuck Steven, I'm never gonna fucking speak to him again. Nobody should. I hate him. He's toxic. And then going to you and being like, love you so much.
No, I understand.
This is so sweet.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
I'm staying in the center.
Okay. I'm trying to be very charitable right now. I'm trying to be very charitable. I'm trying to be.
Finish my thought, please. I think it is very normal for me, who is very emotional, for me to try to not burden you with my emotions when I'm talking to you, but when I'm not around you, to express my emotions more freely. I think that is normal and that is healthy.
Okay, I'm trying to be very charitable towards you, okay? But to me, having somebody say, because I'm like you fucking lunatics, I'll say you pride yourselves on being blah, blah, blah. I actually pride myself on being a relatively empathetic person. For you to say something like, I don't know if I would ever want to be friends with him because I'm not going to teach him how to treat me like a proper human being. That's an incredibly aggressive statement to make, okay?
First of all, no, I think that honestly, if I did say that would make sense. I did not say it that way. If you watch the whole video with me and Max, that is absolutely
are we going to get Googling?
That is, first of all, you said,
okay.
Just to be clear, yes.
Oh wait, did he just type clip inside of his chat?
That is...
Give me the clip. He is weaponizing the audience. Dude, I gotta say, if anything exists in the world that is a big advantage for Destiny over most of other people, it's his fucking .gg, bro. The fact that he can just fucking type into this and he has a swarm of people looking for whatever the fuck he wishes is insane. He could think of like, oh yeah, I thought I saw some random study that disproves you, and just type it in chat, show me the study, and you have like 500 links within like 20 minutes at most.
First of all, you said...
Just
to be clear, yesterday you said you barely talked to me in that conversation, you didn't remember saying anything. So why would I watch the whole 30-minute thing? We only mentioned for like 1 minute.
Let's see how long. Wait, chat. Let's see. Let's see if the chat gets the clip. Let's see how long it'll take him. So what? He sent it out like
That is absolutely not the position I take whatsoever.
Like
that is
30 seconds here.
What's
Okay,
30 minutes?
4:48,
No,
30.
I mean, yeah.
And that is basically exactly what you say. What am I?
No,
Okay, go ahead. What am I missing?
Steven, I promise it's not. I think it's I had a very normal conversation with Max, who I felt had an anxious attachment to you. So I was speaking about you the way that
Actually,
Max
better
views it.
than Google, actual lawyers and doctors on hand. Yeah, he can actually. He has like straight up.
I don't know if Max's attachment is
fucking
healthy to you.
cool
Okay,
people.
I don't like people. I'll say my thing. You can have the last word because I don't want to relay this whole thing. Okay, but when you tell somebody, I'm not going to teach.
I saw it. 3 links, quick.
I'll say my thing. You can have the last word because I don't want to relay this whole thing. Okay, but
Destiny linkers, and then there's like a couple other links that throw up. What was that? If this is the right link, it took them 45 seconds. If this is the right link, Maxell, thank you for joining as a member. I don't really know how membership works. I think it's similar to subs on YouTube, on Twitch, but. Thank you for joining. I just set it up. I'll have to look a little bit deeper into it to figure out exactly how it works. Maybe you get emote stuff. If you do get emote stuff, I'm going to be sure to port over all of my emotes from Twitch. And yeah.
You tell somebody, I'm not going to teach that other person how to treat me. The implication isn't, oh, well, they're a great person, we just don't get along. The implication is this person is a fucking asshole, and I'm not going to sit there and take the time to teach him how to treat him with basic human respect. That's what every single person listening to the conversation is going to walk away thinking. That's what it sounds like.
Okay, and we talked about how I probably.
Hey, Revan, thank you for joining as well.
You said it privately. That's like
we have 5 new members as of this stream.
I thought that I was. I thought
as
I was
of
in
like
meta.
10,
I thought I was in a meta conversation
15
with
minutes
Max.
ago.
I did not know that that's what I was.
Child support, please. The meme is dead, man.
Implying in the moment. That's certainly not what I meant.
Okay.
The meme is dead.
I don't.
It might be a better split too. I was told that like YouTube does offer a 70-30 on memberships, but I don't know if that's for bigger streamers or smaller streamers.
What I meant to say was like, you know, if I told this to Max. I said you can't put yourself in situations where you're like constantly needing something. Like, you can't stay in relationships where like you're never not needing something.
Cool. That's another reason. So ad-free viewing, the fact that I can actually have organic growth if individuals like the stream, fucking memberships that can, it seems pretty based and more interactive, more ways I can interact with people. Seems like a better experience, at least from my perspective, on like being able to organically go from YouTube and off of YouTube. And yeah, I feel like YouTube is pretty fucking based, man. I like streaming on YouTube a lot. This is a lot of fun.
Which I think is a healthy.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
The real tipster. Yeah. So. Wait. It is for everyone. I ditched Twitch and went all in on YouTube streaming. Never made a better decision in my life. I remember Booksmart was trying to convince me to do that a long time ago. But he's trying to convince everyone. But yeah, I never really took him up on it. But this is, I mean, it's going pretty well so far.
I understand the longer explanation. I'm just saying that most people aren't going to hear it that way. That's all I was saying.
Sure, but I think I made it pretty clear that for Max.
Thank you, Glass Chair as well. Glass Chair for joining. Thank you. And thank you to the, like, I think it was 25 or 30 people that just liked the video after I shouted out the likes. It really does help encourage me to continue streaming on YouTube. Because if it is consistent that I don't have to run ads, I will not run ads on YouTube. Ads are complete cancer. I hate ads, right? I'd much rather have an experience that is incentivized on figuring out ways to get people to want to donate, either it be, and I've got some suggestions from people and some things that I'll have to talk to my mod team about to encourage donations and stuff. I'd much rather do that than do ads, even though, like, if you get a big stream, ads can give you a lot of money, at least on Twitch. I don't know about YouTube. I imagine on YouTube it can get you a lot as well, but I don't care. I fuck ads. Ads are cancer. I don't like ads.
With someone who's a little more on the avoidance side, is going to be harder for him to navigate.
Okay, hold on. Oh, you're using the psych words in there.
Yeah, that's true. If I like go to the bathroom or something, running an ad it makes sense to me or whatever, but like just having ads natively or whatever, that's cringe.
Hold on, just be clear. Wait, hold on. I just want to I want to finish a goddamn statement. You just spoke for 20 minutes. Okay, let me.
Oh my god, that was so dank.
Okay. When you describe my attachment style as avoidant, it doesn't map on to the type of relationship that I have with Max. Because every single time Max has requested for me to have a conversation with him, either privately or publicly, I have always agreed to have those conversations, and I have never been avoidant about what he wanted to speak about. So even that statement doesn't necessarily make sense. Oh, he's avoidant, so you're not going to get along. I'm not avoidant at all when it comes to Max. Not only am I not avoidant, I would argue that I've probably had some of the most emotionally open conversations with Max on stream than I have with anybody before. So I don't know why you would describe me as avoidant and think that that somehow is like mapping onto the type of relationship that I have with Max. It doesn't make any sense.
Hey, can I like say, wait, just, I know, I just feel like it's really low trust. So everyone here.
Oh yeah, ads on pre-recorded videos are fine by me.
has such low trust with streamers. I feel like you're coming off as
or on VODs. Yeah, that's fair. But ads on live streams or Ask Answer, I agree. I agree, Tipster, 100%. I agree. But yeah, I agree with you as well about the videos and stuff. Like the videos make sense and stuff like that, and also you can work around advertisements and stuff like that. And yeah, that shit makes sense to me.
That is not true. It is for you guys because you earn it with the way that you fucking act. Not low trust for other people.
Yeah, hold on, wait. I want to be clear, Brittany, I want to be really clear. I had really high trust in Lav, okay? Because, and this is something that ordinarily I would probably pump the brakes a lot on. Technically, now Lav's gonna say she didn't mean it, but Lav had logs leaked where she was talking shit about me in her fucking Discord, okay? But I assume that, okay, she's just talking shit or whatever. Maybe it's just jokes, maybe not.
Cheese boy. These are the Cheese Boy League player comments.
Sure, regardless. Well, and also that like, oh, he would suck my fucking husband's dick while I would watch and laugh or whatever. It was a pretty out there chat logs, okay?
Wow.
Let's be real.
Wait, linkers? Any linkers? What the fuck is this? Let me take a peek. What the hell? What did I just hear? I am unaware of this lore. Any lore masters in chat?
Lav. But regardless, I was like, you know what? Maybe she, I'm famous. She's talking shit on her Discord. Whatever. Maybe I'll give her a chance. So I don't think it's fair to say, like, oh, I have really low trust in Lav. That's not true. I let her slide with that one, and I think it was
low trust or high trust because preemptively it goes. It's like saying that as a streamer you had this whole thing happen with Twitch and Vosh and all these other Hassan people, right? So like you would naturally have maybe an internalized or subconscious hesitation to assume, like you try to assume the best of people. Maybe you do it better than most, but like Lav and Mrgirl and all these people, like don't you feel like there's a hesitancy though?
No, I haven't seen it.
Wait, don't you always say that relationships are like we have to go through shit for me to trust you? Right?
Yeah, with something that could like damage me or something. But like, first of all, Lav knows this. I already have pretty high trust in Lav in terms of things that she knows about me. Okay, yes, Lav, say yes, because you know that's true. Yeah, so I have decently high trust in Lav. Okay, and I don't think that I have issues.
Wait,
and I know
why?
It comes off that way publicly. And I can never really convince any of you guys otherwise. But like, I don't have trust issues with people in terms of like opening up to people or talking to people.
No, don't think superficial. Think about like, would you trust me right now if I asked you for your bank number, like your social security
number? Of course, 100%. You would. I would for you. Yeah.
Stop it, Steven. No, you would not. You should not.
For you, Brittany? Yeah, I don't think you'd fuck me over. Of course.
Oh my God, what evidence do you have that I wouldn't be crazy?
I feel like I've spoken enough with you personally. I probably trust you. I think, yeah.
I don't believe this. Not the social security number. No way.
Yeah, what?
What are you talking about, my nigga?
Can I
you are off on some shit, my nigga. This is a lie. He is lying, dude. There is no way. I don't believe it. Not for a second, man. Why are you trying it, dude?
No, I trust
oh, wait, you know what? Then drop the addy, dude. Drop it, dude. Hey, look. If I was Brittany, I'd be like, okay, on God, put them bowls on the table, all right? Send me that social. Hey, slide it my way. I'd be like, throw it up. I don't believe you.
So this, you shouldn't. I would rub you blind.
I've heard Lav say crazy shit. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like it'd be part of one of her fucking plans. But yeah, I think I'm good.
So this is Max is throwing me a bone here, but he's translating for me. He said, you meant that you don't think it's realistic that Steven is going to meet my needs as I've outlined them, not that he's a bad person if he doesn't meet them. And I think that that's completely true. I think that's what I said on the stream. That
okay, so you and Max
is.
I wouldn't trust that
Brittany chick.
Okay, so Max can't work with the translator. Max can't translate for you when I have to translate for him for any. Okay, it doesn't work that way. Yeah,
and that's fine. But I think at the very least you see where I was coming from, and that my intent was not to like shit talk you. It was more of just.
I just haven't seen her.
I think is notable.
I just haven't seen Brittany interact with any kind of like a deep secret or anything. Obviously, the idea would be that you would never know if somebody had like a deep secret or something, so you wouldn't really know what the fuck you're looking at. But I haven't seen Brittany interact with anything like deep like that and then not disclose it, so I have no reason to trust her, but I also have no reason to distrust her.
At least.
Maybe.
Man, this is some fucking level 900 spinster shit right here.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
My intention was not to shit talk you? Come on, just own it and then move on.
Well, no, hold on. To be clear, I don't think the intention was to shit talk me, but it definitely was the hardcore implication. Like, I don't think you went into that conversation like, oh, I'm gonna show on Steven right now. But I think it came up, and I think the way that it came off was like pretty obviously like negatively slanted. And again, I think 99% of people would hear that and they'd be like, yeah, of course, like she's shit talking 100%. Like most people.
If there's anything.
Wait, so then wouldn't she just be stupid then? Wouldn't that be his comment? Is that she's fucking dumb? I don't know if she's that dumb.
I can work on. I think the biggest thing is to think before I speak.
That's.
That is always a good thing to do, yes.
And that's what I will leave with, is that I struggle with that, and I will work harder, and I appreciate all of the people who have
Lav back out
harsh
right here?
but needed criticism. Hopefully I continue to flourish, and I love you guys, even Dan. Goodbye.
I only speak the truth. I don't know. Yeah, okay. I am the mirrorist mirror.
Okay.
As we say about that.
You were the truest among us.
Rele, I leaked it. Oh shit! I just realized, for some reason, I can't see links often inside of the YouTube chat. I have no idea why. I'm even in live chat for anybody that's like, oh, you got to swap to live chat. I don't have it there. So if you have my Twitch channel Can you just link it quickly inside of my Twitch channel, and then I can do it there? Because I can see all the links in my Twitch channel. So could you just, here, I'll fucking drop it. I don't have commands yet inside of this. You could just link it inside of my Twitch channel, or, yeah.
I like the feel.
Steven,
yeah.
Don't fucking lie, though. Send it to me right now. Give me your bank information right the fuck now.
Hold on.
I don't think you would fuck me over.
I probably wouldn't, but you don't know. How do you know that? You're just like, you're hoping.
Hey, Brittany, went for it.
Right? Like, it's a faith. You have faith in me. Or you have faith in your own judgment of me.
Do your messages like pop up on stream?
No, I'm showing.
Why?
No, don't even.
I mean, I'll say, if you don't believe me, I'll do it. I really don't think you'd fuck me over. I can send you all like my bank account, my routing number, my account number, my business for my TG.
Okay.
I truly don't think you'd fuck me over.
This means nothing.
That is no. I don't believe him. Okay. Oh yeah. Let me put it this way. That nigga dumb if he would actually do that, and then that nigga's stupid, or he has some crazy confidential information that I don't have. Like, that nigga's stupid if that's something he's willing to do. That is crazy.
Anyways, because Steven knows there's very little damage you can do with it. Now, the question is, would you give her stuff that she could actually do damage with? Like, I'll give you my routing and bank account number because you can't fucking do fuck all with it. And if you could, it's trivial for me to
why
undo
are
it.
you 69?
Wait, is that true? I don't fucking know shit about banks, bro.
So really what you're saying here didn't matter. It's a good example. The real trust, the test of trust here should be something that is irreversible and creates significant harm in his life. And of course, for that, he would not openly give that to
Well,
you.
I mean, I've already
As he
trusted
should.
her with some personal information that if it were leaked, it would be pretty, like, dramatic.
Well, it'll be interesting. That's all.
But I mean, she has it, so I think I relatively trust. Like, the thing is, because I'm so open publicly about like all of my private stuff, there's not really much that like what
Wait,
like
it's
Dan,
an
of all the
audio
things you know about me,
thing?
would you say there's
Fuck,
more
I
than
thought it
like
was
one private
logs.
thing right now that would truly like blow back on me in a pretty insane way? And even that one thing wouldn't be like that catastrophic.
Well,
to
I
me,
don't
right? Like,
know. So much of my, well, I know of at least two. I mentioned one of them the other day. So I know.
For me?
Yeah.
Wait, what's the second one? Wait, DM me. What?
What? Of things that would be a fucking shit show for you?
Yeah.
Impossible to explain?
Oh no, wait.
That's another one. I know another one too. You know, just...
Sure, okay, but I'm just saying, like, aside from like, okay, aside from like 2 or 3 things, most of my stuff is like,
Dan, do you know more than one? Dan's like, hey, I got the one. And he's like, oh shit, oh wait, okay, wait. He's like, Dan's like, I got another. He's like, oh shit, this nigga's sitting on 3 nukes. God damn.
very public, okay?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, so there's like not much that like could fuck me over, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Problem. Maybe you share so much it makes everyone feel like there must be something he's
Wait,
like,
what did he just say?
Aside from like 2 or 3 things, most of my stuff is like very public, okay?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, so there's like not much that like could fuck me over, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Problem. Maybe you share so much it makes everyone feel like there must be something he's like.
Yeah,
Well,
some people
also
do feel that way. Yes, I do agree. Some people do feel that way.
But
But
also the shit that you guys know, I don't know. I mean, it's not really end of the world for him, honestly. Like, I'm imagining it right now if that got out, and it's like, it's just, he just, you know, it's not that bad. Nothing changes, right?
yeah, I'm also like,
His
I'm like
money
such an
doesn't
open
change.
person. Like, if something like dramatic leaks by me, I'd probably like, okay, that's kind of annoying, I guess. But it's like whatever. But at the end of the day, it doesn't impact me that much. Yeah.
Man, I want to know. Somebody, bro, yo, I want to know, man. I want to fucking know. But like I was talking with the Brother Supreme, I want to know about secrets, not so that way I could like know about secrets. I want to know secrets because I feel like I'm capable of being trusted with secrets. You know what I'm saying? That's what feels good to me about being told a secret, is that somebody acknowledges that I'm probably somebody they can trust with a bit of information. That's what feels good. I don't give a fuck about the actual info. But in this case, I kind of do want to know. Like this case, I am actually kind of curious. I want to know what the nigga said. I want to know what he or did. I want to know. I'm kind of curious, bruh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Steven, are you ready to take accountability?
Oh, ABBA.
Uh-oh. For what?
Well, here you guys have been having consistent arguments dissecting what a self-described confused 24-year-old who doesn't know what she's talking about and doesn't think before she speaks. At what point is there like no point in having these conversations if she doesn't know what she's talking about and you're out here frustrating yourself trying to forget what she's talking about?
Well, don't forget, he's getting paid for this. So
Well,
he'll do this all day, every
the thing
day.
that's interesting for me is I know that she quote unquote doesn't know what she's talking about because she's still exploring, but like neither did Sneeko. But like to watch the evolution of those thought processes in those people, especially because I can see shards of myself in those younger people too. Bro, if I could have been a fucking live streamer at 18 or 19 years old, you think Lav is arrogant? Dude, I was writing journals about how I thought I was gonna be the smartest person in the world. I was an unbelievably fucking arrogant teenager, like literal fucking anime villain.
Dude, I talk about this, man. I feel gifted. I feel like I've been pretty sturdy in my thought, my critical thinking skills since 15. But prior to 15, I was exactly what Destiny was described. I thought I was the smartest guy in the room. I was a fucking villain when I was like 14 and younger, man. Whatever you could think of it. Like, I was fucking terrible, man. I thought that, like, you were mentally weak if you were like a sad, depressed individual. I thought I was enlightened. I thought every single I'm 14 and this is deep. That was my fucking Bible, bro. Like, I thought I was the smartest guy. I thought it was Sneeko. I was Sneeko when I was 14. That's what I like, the comparison I like making. I thought it was Sneeko. But then when I was 15, you know, after when I was 14, I was like, oh yeah, people who have depression are mentally weak. I got depression at 15. Whole life changed from there. Best thing that ever happened to me.
Want to be, dude. If I could have had those thoughts broadcast to the world, it would be so fucking cringe. Like, these kids today don't realize how lucky our generation is that like Zangas and live journals and shit, that shit doesn't exist anymore, because if that shit got lit, it would be so fucking cringe. So like, in some ways, I do see like reflections of like my younger version of myself with some of these people too. So it's interesting to see how they grow and change. And like, if I can provide like a little push along the way, it's always, it's always interesting.
I don't disagree with you. My issue is the fact that, you know, she bring on stream.
Back when Rele was a Giga Chad, yeah, I told her how it was.
Like, bruh, she's confused. She's told you she's confused.
I think that confusion is okay, and it's okay to be thinking and you know, working on stuff. The things that I start to get frustrated about are when I feel like they're starting to get aggressive towards me, because there's no amount of her personal confusion should make her say like, oh, I think you're bad faith in your community. That's not true. I'm absolutely not. I'm very charitable. And when those types of like messages start coming out, well, then I'm gonna start to get upset. Yeah.
Were you religious? I was religious growing up. I used my religion to kind of shit on gay people. I thought that gay people were pretty cringe growing up. That also changed. Every single one of my positions fundamentally changed when I was 15. When I went through the process of becoming depressed, I realized all at once that probably every single thing that I believed needed to go under review. Every single last thing I believed needed to be double checked, reassessed, and gone over. And I pretty much just came to the conclusion that my worldview shouldn't be used for everyone. Just because I wasn't depressed, I wasn't whatever, and I couldn't really perceive of how people were depressed at 14, that doesn't mean that I should impose that on other people. And when there's a significant amount of people giving pretty reasonable explanations for why they feel specific ways, I should probably understand that this is a perspective difference, and it's not something that they're just lying about or that they're weak about or something like that. And so yeah, it changed my view on pretty much everything I believed at that moment forward.
You start to get upset. Why?
Because now she's mischaracterizing me, and that has nothing to do with her own personal confusion. That just has to do with like an emotional frustration.
Yeah, Patrick, I did.
That's what's gonna like set me off. Is when it gets personal towards me and no longer about her.
Is that because she's your friend, or is that because she's putting bad things about you on the internet, which everyone does about you? So
no, it's because she's making a super ultra bad analysis. She's saying that like, oh,
what about your brother? You're similar to him. I like responding to chat. What about your brother? You're similar to him belief-wise now, but was that always the case? Did you change at the same time? Yeah, pretty much. We went through a very similar thing. Us and another person. We had it was me, him, and another person all thought we were arrogant. We were arrogant 14-year-olds who thought we were the wisest people in the room. All three of us got depression. I don't know if it was some social contagion or something, but all three of us got depression at the same time, or a very similar time, or we went through this experience at a similar time, and then we all kind of like huddled together and we're like, look, we're obviously idiots, okay? We were obviously being fucking obtuse. Let's work on trying to figure out how we went so incredibly wrong. Because just a minute, literally last week, we were talking about people who are depressed are like weak-willed, weak-minded people, and now we're put in this position, like, and it's not that easy. So we just kind of put our heads together and we're like, okay, maybe we're just dumb. And yeah, we were just stupid. We were young kids. We were arrogant young kids.
You start to get upset. Why?
Because now she's mischaracterizing me, and that has nothing to do with her own personal confusion. That just has to do with like an emotional frustration of being attacked by audiences and stuff. That's what's gonna like set me off.
And that guy to this day is like my best friend.
Is that because she's your friend, or is that because she's putting bad things about you on the internet, which everyone does about you? So
no, it's because she's making a super ultra bad analysis. She's saying that like, oh, you were being very uncharitable towards me, when no, I'm being ultra charitable towards you. And the fact that you're mixing those up is really frustrating, because my community rails me for being too charitable towards you, and now you're railing me for not being charitable enough, and I'm not gonna take it from both ends like that. That's gonna drive me fucking crazy.
I don't understand how she can have the defense of she's confused, she doesn't think things through, she hasn't really thought her political opinions, or she doesn't think before she speaks at the same time.
That's more convenient to do it that way. If you don't answer, you're just never kind of always out on the hook. You're like, oh yeah, I haven't thought about that. And it's easy. It's a lot harder to be like,
a quick meme from Dylan's stream if you haven't seen it yet. Yankee Tanky being a normal one. Okay, this better be good if you're interrupting my stream over this.
The Middle East. Iran regularly causes instability in the Middle East. Iran regularly does it. The Syrian government regularly it causes instability in the Middle East. There's also Israel, which regularly engages in bombing campaigns in places like Syria. There's terror organizations that regularly operate outside of the United States' capacity. I mean, we're not the only one causing instability in the Middle East. Again, reductionism.
Okay. Now, as I'm going to try and fucking
In the Middle East.
Wait, is this nigga still in the alleyway? I remember Yankee Tanky used to stream out of an alleyway. Is he in the middle of a fucking alleyway at like fucking 3 a.m. trying to have a call with Dylan? Is that what's happening?
Iran regularly causes instability.
All right, that was a good one.
Thought this was good, and I was wrong. You have to take accountability for it.
So you think she's saying that stuff to escape accountability, and she has thought about it? She's just.
I think partially it's accountability, but I think it's also, I think there's also like a huge like shade of truth with it, right? Like these online communities are like hardcore, like fuck your throat if you're minorly incorrect.
To have self-reflection at 15 is pretty impressive, though. No, it's complete circumstance. We weren't in. That was the first conclusion that me and my friends came to. Also, like the video. Let me double up on this, but while I'm already paused, like the video, please. If you would like me to continue streaming on YouTube, if you like YouTube streams, if you like ad-free viewing, then please like the video. If you want to encourage that kind of behavior, it really does help me. It pushes it to the algorithm. YouTube is really trying to push live streaming to a lot of people. So if you like the video, if you engage with the chat, if you do all of that, then it really gets pushed out to a wider audience of people. And it, of course, encourages me to continue streaming on the platform. It's the only place that I currently interact with that has organic growth. There's no growth on Twitch. There's no growth on Twitch at all, unless I like jerk off large streamers and shit like that. And I don't want to do that shit. Unless they deserve a good jerking, you know what I'm saying? Unless I believe that they're, you know, doing something exemplary, I don't want to have to like do any of the fucking whatever weird shit, right? But on YouTube, I have a shot. If people engage with the content, I have a shot. Thank you to the 25 people that just liked the video after that shout out. But yeah, what I was going to say was to have self-reflection at 15 is pretty impressive. It was complete coincidence. One of the first conclusions we came to is that the like understanding that we developed after gaining depression was completely circumstantial. If I didn't get depression at 15, I would probably be Sneeko right now. I probably would be. I would probably, well, not as successful probably. Wouldn't, well, I don't know, maybe. But I don't know. I would be like Sneeko in that I'm very arrogant, and I think that like I'm always right. I would 100% be like Sneeko. So yeah, it was just it can happen to anybody, and it happened to happened to have happened to us, and yeah, I'm actually pretty thankful for that experience.
Things, even my community does it to me. Like I couldn't imagine, and I think a lot of these people don't even know what normal people think. Like if you brought on a normie and asked them about like trans people, they'd probably be, you mean hermaphrodites? You mean cross? Like they wouldn't even know the difference.
Jesus.
The average person, even in the United States today, probably wouldn't. And the audience would eviscerate those people. So it is a really rough community to step into and try to figure your thoughts out because you're gonna get hardcore judged by everybody over it.
Yep. It's not easy being cheesy. You know who said that?
Who said that, Dan?
Chester Cheetah.
I don't even know who the fuck that is. Should I?
Greatest philosopher. What? You don't know who Chester Cheetah? I'm confused.
Wait, there's no way he doesn't know who that is.
Yeah,
He's
it's a cheetah guy.
memeing,
It's
right?
a cat, right?
Okay.
Wait, he didn't know that?
Oh, no.
Okay. I'm actually
That's
curious.
good.
Maybe I'm going off a little.
When you say you're super curious?
So,
yeah.
Ignoring what Dan just said, if somebody's mental faculties are compromised and they come to you and they want to start having debates, and you know that the reason why they're posting or saying all this crazy stuff is because they're mentally compromised, okay? And you're like, I'm not gonna have this person on. That's a take.
How old is Ahrelevant? Guess.
Now, if someone says
Then
they're
I'll
too
tell
young
you.
and too fucking stupid or too unable to think things through, and that's why we should
60 people liked the video.
You don't feel
Thank
like
you.
there's something there that's wrong?
No, I don't think so. As long as people aren't like too harsh on it for it. Yeah, I think it's interesting, and I think that I would say that I jerk myself up, but I think I'm a good person to like have those conversations with because I think I'm one of the few people on this fucking planet that can have a conversation with somebody that's undecided or that I disagree with, or I can just be like a really neutral sounding board. Like I can test and probe your ideas a bit, we can have a conversation about it, but I'm not going to jump down your fucking throat when you say something that
I'm 25.
No, I probably disagree with personally. Unless there's a ton of shit that I disagree with. But I think it's pretty hard to find people like me that can be both critical, but also like kind and patient at the same time. Most people that are going to be critical are going to jump down your throat. Most people that are kind and patient are going to simp like motherfuckers and not give you any critical feedback at all.
Abba, can I ask, are you getting the vibe from Lav that she's like you're giving her an out, but she doesn't want to take the out, she wants it both ways. She wants to be young and figuring it out, and she wants to be considered an equal amongst these conversations.
Yes,
you know?
yeah, that's straight up
I'm
what's
trying to figure
happening.
out, like, just if Abba can answer the question, like, I'm just curious, like, I understand where you're coming from as well. Well, I guess Lav now has to answer the question because she's fucking here. I don't know.
Just to summarize, they're just trying to figure out if you're like super manipulative and just trying to do whatever.
I'm not trying to figure that out.
Gotcha.
I already give young people like less opportunities in these conversations because I already know they're operating by lived experience. But if they self-describe themselves as confused people who don't think, then I'm just like, why are we even listening? Like, let's just let them go somewhere else and not think and not have serious political discussions about like, well, what do you think about this, Lav?
Well, what do you think about like Sneeko?
Well, Sneeko actually claims that he's thinking things through, so I'm fine with people going at it. Me personally, it became exhausting and repetitive.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, so for that, like, I would say that Sneeko does worse than Lav, because at least at the end of the day, Lav was like, oh, fuck, like, you know, yeah, maybe I'm dumb and maybe I'm not thinking this through, and maybe I'm too aggressive. So I was like, at least she'll admit it, even if I feel like it might be like kind of a half cope. But like, Sneeko wouldn't say that at all. Sneeko's gonna be like, no, I broke it out, I figured it all out. I'm out of the matrix. You guys are the bots, right? Like, I don't think I've ever had a conversation or heard Lav say like, oh, you're a bot. You're not thinking of this. If she said that to me, I would lose my fucking mind. Right?
Here's the difference.
Yeah.
If you go at Sneeko, and he feels some type of way and you feel some type of way, what we won't fall back on is, well, I didn't think, or I'm confused, or I'm rushing in too fast. He's gonna just say, this is what I believe, and then you guys can have a debate on the grounds that he's a full-grown adult who's going to take accountability for the thoughts that he has. Even if they're stupid, even if they're based on the fact that he's too young to understand stuff, at least he's holding accountability for whatever he's thinking. If Lav is saying
that's on it, dude. Yes, Abba's on it with that, man. I think that's a really important thing. There is that half accountability that Lav is taking. I don't think is a half accountability. It's that half accountability is what she uses to be able to avoid like building her character to be able to make better arguments in the future.
I'm compromised in some kind of way. I need attention or whatever the fuck it is that she's saying, compelling her to do this stuff. Okay.
Wait,
then there's no point in having these discussions because even if you do prove her wrong, well then she says I'm confused and then you leave it at that.
I guess I would rather there's a saying and I'm not gonna be able to remember, but there's a saying where it's like ignorance is not the most intelligent, or ignorance is not the biggest danger. It's like false intelligence. Like there's like somebody that doesn't know something, somebody that's ignorant about something that's a whatever thing. But the scary thing is when somebody thinks they know something. That's way more, in my opinion, frustrating to deal with. So
I don't know if I agree. I don't know if that's applicable to the situation because the problem isn't that Lav is ignorant and recognizes some measure of ignorance. The problem is Lav is ignorant and doesn't recognize her ignorance. Like that's the issue. She'll say that like, oh yeah, that's my bad, but she'll do nothing to take steps to improve from there. She will do nothing. That's the issue. My issue, at least with Lav, is that she'll go like, oh, yeah, I did an oops and do absolutely nothing, have no system of understanding, have no mode to be able to improve on that in the future. So she's ignorant, but she's just jumping from ignorant statement to ignorant statement with no real structure to start building a foundation off of. So like the example that I gave earlier when I was 14, I was like, you know, people who are depressed are mentally weak, right? I had a position that I staked out, a structure, right? Is that if you succumb to some kind of mental affliction that makes you incapable of living your life, you are mentally, you are a weak person. You are somebody who is not of sound mind. And then when I had experienced it, it assaulted. When I had gone through depression, it assaulted my previous position, my logical position that I had stated. And so I had a conflict and I realized, fuck, my system cannot be simultaneously true if I believe myself to not be a weak person. And I was like, was I a weak person? Maybe my philosophy still exists. Maybe I just am a weak person. And then I realized this shit is hard to deal with. It is a genuinely hard thing to deal with. And so I was like, okay, so it's probably not that I'm weak. It's probably just that there's certain things that I didn't know that are very difficult to be able to deal with that are outside of my current perspective, right? Lav doesn't have any of that. She would make the statement, I'm not saying she actually does, but in this hypothetical, she would make the statement, depressed people are weak, and then she would get fucking depression and go, well, oops, okay, I guess other people are weak. And then just do that, because she isn't conflicting with a strong position. She's just jumping from position to position and doesn't actually know why she believes any of the things she believes. That's the whole point of this, of I think, fucking having opinions. Is to refine it into something more usable that is capable of predicting future outcomes.
So even somebody that's like, oh, okay, well, I don't know this, or I've changed my mind, or I'm kind of dumb on this particular topic, or whatever. I find that person, so like Lav, is less frustrating to deal with than somebody like Sneeko, who you're saying, well, he takes full accountability. Yeah, but he's super fucking wrong and super fucking incorrect.
I don't care.
He won't even acknowledge that.
I don't care whether it's frustrating or not. The question is whether or not having these conversations even has a point. If you're talking about the fact that it's frustrating, I imagine it probably is frustrating. But at least Sneeko owns what he believes, and then he sticks by it and doesn't hide behind either his age or his confusion or.
And that's
hold on. Actually, let me phrase something. I said hide as if what you're saying is not true. You may actually be feeling these things. Okay, so I didn't mean to invalidate that. But I think those conversations at least make more sense to me than speaking to somebody who really doesn't actually feel confident.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but I would personally prefer. And also, when you say what's the point, we can have different reasons for having different conversations too. Like, I'm not telling you that like you need to talk to these people the same way. Right? I understand we all kind of talk to people for different reasons. But like, I would be a happier man. I would prefer it if Sneeko took like the Lav route and was like, oh yeah, I actually don't know a lot of this.
I wouldn't. I personally, I agree with Abba. I don't think I would. I think Sneeko has a very, very real possibility Now, I don't think he will personally, but I think Sneeko's framework of mind has a very good possibility of changing. I know because I just got done saying I was Sneeko, right? Sneeko is one bad day away from realizing his entire fucking life has been built off of misinformation or a misunderstanding, right? He's one bad day away where he wakes up and he realizes he's the bot, or he wakes up and he realizes, like the discussion he had with Abba, new pussy doesn't always hit right for the rest of your life, right? That, you know, he's one of those. It is a ticking time bomb. He is. His mental is going to take a crash. I hope he has good support structures to be able to handle it when that shit happens, but it fucks with you when your whole worldview comes crashing down. And it's going to happen sooner or later with him. With Lav, I don't know. She can kind of just jump from position to position without any accountability and just kind of go, oops, well, I don't really know why I believe that. I just kind of felt it, so I said it. Or I just felt this, so I did this. And it doesn't result in any kind of refined thinking. There's no way to refine your mode of thinking if it's changing like the tide and it has no coherency behind it.
Maybe I am making like big.
Smith, Black, neither of the two. Sneeko and Lav can change, but Mrgirl never will. What's the difference you're drawing there?
False assumptions, and I am kind of confused. If Sneeko said that, I would consider that to be a dramatic improvement over where he's at now, even if it might, I guess, feel worse to you in a conversation.
Haunt, no, I kind of,
yeah, I agree.
it does kind of, I think a lot of people use it that way too.
Better, but I think in regards to having conversations online about political debate, I don't think there's a point to having those conversations with Lav in any form.
Well, yeah, but I think Lav's, to be clear, the conversation that Lav has on here with me aren't usually like, I'm here to debate politics with you. Most of them, if it is a political topic, it's usually relating to her self-development or her self-discovery, generally. It's like a personal topic for her, not just like, I'm here to debate about like...
or about feminism or about gender, which are things that I actually do know about, thank you very much. I don't like the characterization that I'm just like a retard coming in because I'm certain.
She doesn't know shit about feminism, to be, in my opinion.
Really not. I think that's really fucking weird, and you're acting as if like I like. Yeah, that's like an extremely strange characterization of me. I think that.
Wait, hold on. Who are you talking about? So we can be clear.
Abba.
Okay.
I think that the past couple drama streams, I think I struggle interpersonally with like the relationship with Steve. I think that the last couple streams have been like drama, right? But I think the ones where we were talking about like feminism and gender actually were like pretty cool conversations that I think were like fun to have. Yeah, like I think that I added a lot in the sex work conversation because I'm a sex worker who's also extremely critical of sex work. Like I think that that's like very nice to have. I think that that's good to platform. I think that that's good to pay attention to. I don't understand why you're acting like I'm just like this like useless retard.
The reason why I'm acting like you're a useless retard is because the fact that when you speak on these topics, you speak so assuredly, and then you're pretty, you're pretty on the edge of being extremely disrespectful. But beyond that, after you're called out on it, then your fallback is I was confused or I haven't thought these things through or I was being hypocritical or whatever. And I'm just like, bruh, if you're not even gonna own something,
you'd rather me not acknowledge that I have shortcomings?
I would rather you not have conversations if you don't think.
Yay, this nigga's spitting facts, dude. Holy shit.
What do you mean? I still stand by 90% of what I said about sex work. I could have definitely been nicer when debating it. Like that's the big deal is that like I was extremely like uncharitable to people like Madame Genevieve. I came in too aggressively, but I think all of my points are still incredibly apt.
If you don't say so yourself.
Just to be clear, as a real quick thing, what Abba's frustration
is
was the thing that I said before, is that like Abba's just upset that for you it sounds like you're taking accountability by saying I don't know, but for Abba it feels like that's a way of avoiding accountability by making extreme statements and then saying I don't know. That's like the opposite.
Sure, sure, but do you know how inhuman it is for a person to in the middle of a conversation be like, oh my god, you're so right, I'm so wrong, I'm gonna fuck, I'm like, that's not normal.
Lev, don't let them Mott and Bailey you. Abba said you don't think when you talk. That's what you're responding to. Don't let Steven slip in some fucking charitable sounding bullshit that you can respond to instead.
True. I think I do think before I speak.
Oh, Mrgirl has arrived.
Most of the time.
Oh yeah, look, but Lav is literally doing it to herself.
I'm not upset. Carry on having these conversations. Do whatever you please. I just think when I listen to you, I don't understand where you stand. I don't understand why you don't stand where you stand anymore. You are like soup when it comes to these conversations.
No, shut up, thank you.
So
no,
I just
we definitely have different thought patterns.
What did you just say to me? Did you just tell me to shut up?
Yeah, I did. I think that we have different thought patterns.
If you would have added the B word, I honestly would have been upset. I'm not gonna
lie. Yeah, I can see that about you. You're very sensitive and emotional.
But using that as an insult.
Ah, Jesus! Oh no! Oh my God, the feminist says the dude is sensitive and emotional in a derogatory fashion.
Why? Abba's so nice. Why?
Well, Abba, no, hold on. Abba came in a little heated towards her. She can be heated.
Abba's not nice. Don't run cover for. Stop running interference for him. Wait, you guys are in like a 4v1, and no one will.
Wait, it's not a 4v1.
It absolutely is, and you won't even let Lev finish her response to Abba saying she doesn't think when she talks. Imagine if someone...
Yeah, I feel like Brittany was a bit out of pocket there. Abba definitely came in heated against her. Fucking Lav has every right to be upset about Abba. But, that being said, Abba said nothing but truths Absolutely based opinions from ABBA, but I think Lav has every right to be upset by that because he's saying that she's fucking retarded.
Someone said that to Steven.
No,
Well, but hold on. That's because at the end of
listen to
conversations,
Lab.
I don't ever use okay. Gotta back up through so many layers, so many pages. Okay. The problem that ABBA has is that after
Remember
Labs
when
speaks
she
out about
literally
something,
said that herself,
one
though?
of the reasons she gives feels like an excuse or defense to him, where she's saying, "Oh well, I haven't thought about this enough," or "Oh, like I'm younger," blah blah blah. ABBA's saying that feels like an excuse. And if you were to say to like,
so here's the thing. I agree with that being an excuse if used in the way that Lav did it, and I'll articulate why. If somebody came up to me, like somebody, I don't believe a 24-year-old gets an excuse for being young on some of this shit. Maybe that'll change with age. Maybe my perspective will alter dramatically. But if a 24-year-old came up to me and it was like said some stupid shit and it was like, oh man, my bad. I guess it wasn't really. Like, I wasn't really thinking, I'm young, maybe I got some growing to do. It'd be like, okay. But the problem is when it is a recurring theme every fucking time. And it's like, nigga, you ain't young, you stupid. That's what it is. Like, it's just over and over and over and over so consistently. The same mistake every fucking time. It's like, you can't blame that on youth. Young people learn lessons, all right? That's how we grow as people, is over time, over your period of your life, young people, the whole point is that a young person stops being young, getting their young person excuse, because they've learned enough lessons at a specific age to make it so that way they can't use that excuse anymore. It's not like magically when you're 30, you're all of a sudden you don't get the excuse or whatever. The whole point of the excuse of you being young is supposed to be that you still have lessons to learn. That's what it's supposed to be. You still have learning to do. The problem is she's not learning anything. So she can't validly use the young excuse, oh, I'm young for this. No, you're not learning anything. That's the problem.
Like, oh, well, it feels like you're kind of dumb, you don't understand what you're saying. He's saying that because of those things that she says. If you were to say to Destiny, oh, Destiny's really stupid or he's dumb because he doesn't think, well, I'm not giving that same excuse. Well, sometimes I'm dumb and I just don't think about things. So it'd be different if you applied it to me than if you applied it to Lab.
Right, when people, some people say things.
I think it's acceptable for people to come on and say that, like, straight up that they are not fully decided on something, especially somebody like Lab.
Yeah, but that's not what she's saying. She's literally calling people fucking weirdos, fucking manipulative, predatory Andes because they run an OnlyFans that they then flip on next week as being not predatory or whatever shit. She's very opinionated, very confident in her shit. She's not going, I don't really have enough information. I can't really talk about this topic. All right, that's what I do when I talk about like fucking biology and shit, bro. I don't know shit about anatomy and biology, dude. I'll submit to whatever shit. I can't have those conversations, right? She's not doing that. She's saying fuck you for having this opinion, and then oops, well, maybe I shouldn't have said fuck you for having this opinion because it sounds like it's actually something I agree with.
Who is going through a change, right? So
people say things
novelty,
that are
and I think part of the novelty in my position is that I am in real time finding my own place in sex work with all the criticisms that I have. I think that that's really valuable.
I think that's true of everybody, but I think we all have to deal with it when we say something that we realize was wrong when we thought we were right. And then, so if you want to listen to a streamer who is going to say, yeah, I was wrong and I was emotional, I was 24 or whatever, and explain why, listen to Lab. If you want to listen to somebody who's going to dig their heels in, then listen to ABBA. But like they're both, there's not really like a good way out of that situation.
Just different philosophies. ABBA, if you want to be that person, you can be that person, and you also never have to listen to me. No one is forcing you to. So it doesn't make
correct.
So it doesn't make any sense that you're complaining.
I'm not complaining. I was just making the
No,
point.
you are.
Well, no, complaining. I wish Lab wasn't on the screen,
Could I get to speak, or do I need to tell you to shut up?
There you go.
I just want to make sure. So what I was trying to tell Destiny was that here he is having constant conversations where he's getting heated. And I just thought it was very bizarre to me that you would often have this position where I don't know what I'm thinking, or I'm confused about my thoughts, or I haven't thought these things through, as a bit of a cop-out to these conversations. To me, that's not me being like, oh my God, can you stop bringing this on? I'm just like confused. Destiny, like, why are you getting mad about this? She's told you she doesn't think through what she says a lot of the time. So I don't know. I don't find those kind of conversations.
You're using what I think is a strength of mine to discredit me in your worldview, which is a problem.
I mean, you can see it as a strength. I personally don't, but that's fine.
No, exactly. This is just so if you value being steadfast, even if you're wrong, that's your deal, and I don't agree with it either.
No.
I'm never going to talk to Steven and be like, I don't know, he's really stubborn. Do you think it's like you're not going to change his mind? Why do you?
That's not what I value. What I value is
I think what ABBA communicated he valued is the idea that somebody take a position and then learn from that position if they're wrong, or and make those mistakes. The problem is, like, it doesn't feel like Lav will often take a position that she can learn from or grow from. She just kind of goes like, oops, fucked up, and that's it. And there's no learning, there's no growing or whatever. She says everything she needs to say. Lav says everything she needs to say as if she was somebody that is really learning and growing from an experience. The problem is it doesn't feel like she is.
That is what you value, because that's literally the inverse
all
of
right,
what you're telling me.
I'm gonna tell you to shut up just so I can get my point in.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yes. So What I value is that people who are going to have strong opinions the way that you had about some of these conversations have actually taken the time to think things through. And then instead, when you have such a strong opinion, you're so cavalier about the shit that you're saying.
And I was still adaptable and movable when given new information. That is a strength.
Lev, I think you should reject the premise that your character is on trial and that it's acceptable for Abba to
Is Abba going to be able to get his point off?
come in and just start criticizing you. I think even by responding to his criticisms, it's a weird situation where it's just like everybody who has an opinion on whether Lav is full of shit should just come in and start talking about it.
Well, I don't think that was Abba's initial position. I think Abba just wanted to know why I was pursuing those conversations. Probably because they're a bit different than the other types of
but he was also he used that as a way to like posture himself above me.
No, I don't think. No,
he said she doesn't think before she speaks.
But that's but that's part.
Dan called her a snake. Abba said the reason I'm speaking.
Wait, Abba's conversation and Dan's conversation were totally separate. You can't compare the two.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter. You just compared them. They're totally different conversations.
No, you and Lav are having some kind of conflict where you guys are talking about something that occurred between the two of you. Lav said something on my stream that you believe you're trying to hold her feet to the fire.
Was that a dono? What was it?
Responsibility and have it both ways. That's totally fine. But the idea that all of your buddies here are going to come in and start. It's like, well, Lav, what about this? What about this? I think you don't speak. I think you're a snake. It's just, Lav, I advise you to not don't accept the terms of the conversation, even if you might win.
Why?
Well, who else trying?
No, this is.
Hi, Cherry.
Ah, Cherry. Hello. How's it going?
I was sitting in the back row at one
time. Hey man, listen, I'm gonna just head out because I got some stretching to do, so I'm gonna leave you.
Well, but this, you can use your insight.
Bye,
Stretch
Abba.
at the PC.
Hi, Cherry.
Dan, the content man, wants to keep the content flowing. Truly a man of the people. I'm trying to convince Abba to stay in the trenches.
Thoughts?
Any big thoughts?
I'm just catching up. What's going on?
We're all just hanging out.
Yeah.
Totally relaxed. We actually.
Hey, now that we have a bit of a down period, we have fucking like 3 more hours of this. So we got through, what was it, an hour and a half of it? So we're actually motoring, okay? We're motoring pretty fast. We're on 1.5x. We're trying to get through it pretty quick. Like the video, all right? If you want more YouTube streams, I'm going to try and keep YouTube adless on live streams if I can, all right? If you like adless viewing, if you like watching my content on YouTube, if you like the streams, please like the video. That's all it takes. I'm not saying you necessarily need to dono. I would love it if people would dono, if you'd be so generous, but that's not even what's needed. Just liking the video gives me a chance at reaching a new audience, more people that have not seen my content, might not have seen Destiny's content, Mrgirl's content anywhere. And that's not possible on Twitch. You can chat as much as to your heart's content on Twitch. I have the most active community in the world, but it's not going to push out my content to anybody new on Twitch. That's not going to happen. But it does happen on YouTube. If you chat inside of the chat, if you like the stream, you comment on the video, you subscribe, then it gets broadcast to individuals, and the word really starts getting out there. So I appreciate anybody if you would take your time out of your day to just push like. That's it. That's all that I would like. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for the 33 people, I believe, who just liked the video. Thank you to you individuals taking that time out of your day. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I'm singing Kumbaya and
just found
great.
you. Thank you.
Mm.
I hope you like it. Huh? I hope you like my very limited commentary. Did you talk to Lav yesterday? No, she canceled on me because she had shit going on. So I guess I should have just jumped on the call here because she was on the call. I could have maybe jumped on the call when she joined, I guess.
How you feeling, Cherry? How you feeling right now?
For some reason, I got no input for chat on YouTube. Any clue what that could be? I have no idea. I'm assuming you're logged in, right? When you have started trying to YouTube stream, how's it been money-wise? Are you on average down or at the same? For YouTube, it's kind of difficult to judge because I've had a lot of very generous people on YouTube. So right now I'm very, very up because there's been a lot of people who have been donating recently on YouTube. I'm not sure if it's just because I recently started YouTube that there's a bunch of people that are just kind of getting the feel of it, but right now I'm very, very up in comparison to like my average per Twitch stream. On YouTube, I'm making considerably more, but I'm just kind of focusing on the main reason I'm on YouTube, which is like growth, organic growth, because this is the very first time in the 5 years that I've been streaming that I really have a shot at organic growth. So I'm focusing on just trying to get people more comfortable with engaging with the content, talking in chat, liking the stream. That's it. I'm not, as much as I do love donations, I'm not super concerned with donations at the moment because I'm very much, I want to focus on trying to get more people engaged with the content?
I don't know how I'm feeling.
Like,
I'm still
down bad. Give me
what
10K.
happened? What's going on?
Oh, Dan.
I fucked up bigly
Mhm.
last week, and
Okay.
just trying to figure out how to go back to being a normal person that didn't fuck up bigly.
Listen, everyone makes mistakes. You just kind of acknowledge it and move on. That's the best
Except
way.
for me. Except for me.
Well, you don't acknowledge it, right? Well, at least that's the perception for people.
What I do?
I don't know. Is it?
I've been forced to acknowledge more than anyone ever fucking has in this orbit.
Hold on.
Wow.
Wait,
Stop,
stop,
stop. Let's all stop.
That was a little hyperbolic.
A little bit. Okay.
Maybe
Like-
$5 OMW after that one.
I think that people have put me to the fire a lot more than I think that it's far more frequent.
Have you ever seen the, there's like a really funny image, and it was on the Passion of the Christ, and it has Mel Gibson sitting down next to the actor that was playing Jesus Christ, right there? You ever seen that one before? I can send it.
I know what
It's
you're
really
talking
good.
about.
Yeah, okay. That's like you and Steven right now. It's a really good
Stop.
one. It's super funny.
I just want to acknowledge I haven't watched any of your content after August 8th, so I'm really not sure like what fire I put you up to.
Wait, how did Cherry get dragged into this? Wait, what?
I wasn't dragging Cherry into it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're fine. Don't worry. Everybody's chilling.
I do wonder what this whole obsession with accountability is.
Well, without acknowledging our mistakes, we can't learn from them and move on, right? We're just destined to
Well,
continue
sure,
making
but,
them over and over again.
Sure, but don't you think that there's a level of like personal introspection that someone does off stream?
Well, you'd expect that to happen, but right,
Yeah.
but actions kind of speak to that
Yeah,
happening.
exactly. Dan is about to say that my response would be absolutely. I could assume that Lav is doing some kind of work off stream to be able to improve herself. The problem is there's no evidence of that work bearing fruit in public. Like, so if she's sitting there stewing on, meditating on, doing whatever she does to be able to try and figure out, how she can better herself, she needs to cut it the fuck out and do something different because it's not working. It's not working at all. Thank you as well, Timmy, for the $4.99. I appreciate that. Listen, keep putting that gym emote inside of the thing, all right? I've been making gains. Today I went to the gym and I nearly passed out because I have low blood sugar. I needed to have some goddamn sugar before I went to the gym. Holy fuck. There is a couple sets where I was just fucking like about to fall over, man. It was bad. I gotta work.
I don't think that's necessarily true. I think that it takes a long time to put something in action, especially if you're like me and have had trouble with something. Like, you can assume that I probably have had more trouble than just like the past 2 months with asserting my feelings or my thoughts, right?
Mhm.
So it would make sense that if this is like a pattern I've had for a long time, that it would be hard to change in like 2 months, right?
Sure, but I think it would also be expectant from people that you would still continue to get shit over it if they did not see progress.
I love you, but you really need to stop talking to Lav. There's nothing you can add. She's lost, and you talking to her will give you L for no reason. I don't think I'll get an L from talking to her. That'd be pretty spectacular. But if it did happen, it's gonna, it'll happen. I want to talk to Lav because I think that I don't think I'm gonna change her. I'm not as foolish as some people might think I am. I don't think I'm gonna change her perspective. I just want to give her I want to communicate to her why I think she will not be able to exist in the way that she wants to, or at least she seems to want to, in the political sphere. It's just not going to happen. I want to give her kind of I want to see if I can't say something to her that she can latch on to when she probably ultimately realizes she can't have the opinions that she does in the manner that she does in Twitch poll. Or, so I guess it's not Twitch poll, the DGG sphere. So way she can go like, oh, okay, maybe I need to do that in the future. And so if she has any kind of introspection, she can kind of latch onto that, which is pretty much just that, Lav, you don't know why you believe any of the things that you believe. You need to have a reason why you believe the things that you do before you actually come to grips with any kind of apology or any kind of reconciliation. Because if you don't know why you believe any of the shit that you believe, you're not going to be able to improve on your reasoning come next time that problem comes up. You're not going to be able to do it. I think that is her problem. She just feels things out. She is just feeling the wall and is going like, that seems like a good position. I'm just going to say that. And then she says it. And then when it fails, she has no reference to go like, okay, what can I do to avoid that happening in the future? She has no mode of doing that. My opinion.
You're a public figure doing that.
So
right?
a first principles kind of a thing? Yeah, pretty much. It doesn't have to go that deep, but just like, yeah, something that she can refine when she makes these mistakes. Because that's the whole point of making a mistake and trying to improve off of making a mistake, is I made a mistake. What did I do wrong? Why did I believe that it was a good idea in the first place? And how do I settle that incongruency, right? That's the whole point. But she doesn't have that.
So it certainly might take a long time, but you should also have the expectation that...
Jesus Christ, 100 pounds rises. This is your DGG Orbiter 401k. Thank you for the 100 pounds rises. Holy mother of the Lord. Really trying to make YouTube a viable option for me, I see. Good Lord. Taking a week break from everything except Patreon. Y'all take the internet a bit too seriously, and it's making my brain hurt. Off to touch grass and perhaps a pumpkin. Love you guys. This was a tweet from LavLune. I imagine she'll be back in 3 days. Yeah. We'll see. But it is what it is. Thank you, Rises, though, for the 100 fucking goddamn pounds. Jesus Christ.
People are going to still have these similar views of you as change.
You're going to make a website for stream anytime. I don't want to make any like promises or whatever, but I have begun the process of building Ahrelevant.gg. Yeah, I've actually started, things moving forward.
Doesn't happen because that's natural. You can't get out of it.
So I agree, and I think that's normal and natural. But also, I think that I can express how sad it is to get so much feedback constantly, and then have to sift through all the real feedback, and then just people saying that I should shut the fuck up forever and die. That's hard for anyone to do.
Do you discard feedback that you view as just being, I guess, unhelpful or that's not fitting your narrative of what's going on, I guess? Or
no, that's a complete mischaracterization.
Well, that's why I wasn't mischaracterization. No. I was asking a question.
Yeah, so like I said, it's the ones that are like shut the fuck up forever and die that is like not actual feedback, right?
Sure.
So I think that I like reading the subreddit, and I still do, even though there's a lot of bad stuff in there, because I really like to sift through like what I could be changing to make myself more dynamic and like better at my job, essentially.
Right.
And I think that a lot of people have really good feedback, and some of it,
hey,
some of it is even
OMW,
hurtful
thank you
feedback,
for
right? Some of it is said
becoming
with,
a member.
Do
you need any devs? No, I'm going to be relying on Destiny's service. Whenever Destiny makes his service public that allows people to be able to pay him to do his thing, I'm going to use that. So yeah, I'm going to be using Destiny's paid.gg embed service. So yeah.
Still take it to mind, but it's the things that are like, she should just shut the fuck up and stuff her mouth with more cock, that I'm like, okay, how much do I take from this?
Yeah, like those just get thrown out. Like, yeah, you can't
so
those.
Yeah, what is the other feedback that you think is harder to swallow, but you think has some truth behind it?
With Cake, I'm assuming it'll be with Cake. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the official Destiny.gg or whatever development thing will be with Cake and shit running it. Yeah. Whenever it's public, I'll be one of the first customers because I'm ready to go.
That
talk feedback sounds pretty hard to swallow, but
shut up.
I'm so sorry.
No, that was actually a really good setup. That was good. I think.
I feel like this
I don't
is
know. I think obviously like the personal stuff, like
nothing come of it. We'll see.
Talking about like right now, one of the most upvoted things is me talking about how I struggle interpersonally with men, and that's like upvoted on the subreddit. It has nothing to do with anything that we've spoken about, but they're like, this person needs to not be online. This person needs to like be locked away and get immense help. Where I'm like, oh geez, like this isn't like helpful at all, and it feels like it's just like a shitting contest on like, let's find everything that's wrong with her, like witch hunt.
What happened with you? Like I saw a clip, I think it was on the Reddit this morning, of you, I guess, reading messages from Melina, and what's happening with that whole thing right there? Because I haven't seen too much of interaction. I kind of I
haven't heard anything about this. Let's hear about that.
Her a little bit. I thought some fun stuff, but it seems like there's actually some serious stuff going on there. Like what's happening with all that?
Serious?
Well, I mean, we can find the clip. I don't know. It was just you were reading her messages.
Yeah, I don't think that's serious. I think that she was having an emotional response to me having an argument with her husband. I think that's perfectly normal and natural. It hasn't become like anything bigger.
Okay. So you guys are like on the same page. Everything's fine with that then?
Well, I've never spoken to her.
Stop letting him fish.
Wait, I'm just curious. Wait, you were reading.
What is that even? What? Is Mrgirl Lav's lawyer? Why is Mrgirl being Lav's lawyer?
DMs on a chat?
Like, no, it's DMs. Melina's posting messages in my chat room because she likes to make my life as difficult as possible. So.
I mean, you gotta type, honey. You gotta type. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that was like a.
Well, we shouldn't just call them emotional because they're text. You can't read that much into them, right?
Let's see if I got where's the link to these?
They were.
Loved you since I saw you join the GGG sphere for the first time. I'm holding your stocks with diamond hands so I can have a sane-minded streamer to watch. Ollie, thank you. Thank you for the $10 and that those kind words. Thank you. I appreciate that. Someone's got us. She can't do it, obviously. Thank you, Ollie.
It was they were plentiful.
Okay.
I wish I wouldn't have read them.
Just text.
Lav, if you had to pick someone in this group right now that you trust the most, who would it be?
Probably Steven.
Myself. I think probably Max and then Steven shortly
Max,
after.
Yeah. I forgot Mrgirl was in the call.
Max, do you want to answer that question? I'd love to hear your reply.
Who I trust the most?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have an answer. Definitely it's between Steven and Lav, but depends on trust for what.
Mm-hmm. Cherry, do you have an answer?
Probably Steven.
Stardust?
Yeah, Steven.
Dan, we know you're Steven, right?
I suppose so. I got the hours in, as they say.
Apparently, dude, if I was in that call, apparently it's Dan. Dan is holding with fucking absolute certainty 3 different nukes on Destiny. He hasn't fired. He's not a streamer, so he's not like gonna get fucking incentivized to do some cringe. I trust Dan. I'm not gonna lie to you. Dan's stocks are up right now with me, dude.
Well, certainly none of you guys. That's for goddamn sure.
Jesus.
What the hell?
Steven, you answer.
Understandable.
Probably Dan, just have known him the longest.
And because I'm the most trustworthy, obviously.
You're trustworthy because if you fuck with me, I'll go to your house and
Yeah, among reasons.
Fuck his pillow.
And I want you guys to all know that no amount of bitching, whining, anything will change that fact. I'm number 1. You guys need to get in line, okay? You can't buy your way in. It's only hours, all right? And we're both getting old at the same rate of time. So every hour you put in, I put in another hour. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Hold on.
Why did you do that, Brittany?
Well, a part of me is just gathering information. I guess I'm trying to figure out, what does everyone want from their interactions online? What are we all doing here? I want to have good conversations about good ideas. It seems like there's some friendships that could occur, which would be awesome.
Feels like I might need
There's not a lot
to
of trust
skip.
in general, but there is a sense of trust, like Max said. Depends on what kind of trust with what. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, what would be the best case scenario. Like, I want to give you an outlav for a lot of the mistakes, and then I want to hold you accountable if you want to be held accountable, I guess. I don't really care. But I think people...
Didn't I see Lav shit on Brittany on Twitter or something? I thought I saw that. Did they end up getting in a heated disagreement in this? I thought I saw something on Twitter about, like, Lav saying that Brittany was a piece of shit.
And discussions like want some sort of like baseline for what is reality, and to do that there would be a need to hold people either accountable or push them in a direction. So I'm trying to figure out if there's too much personal shit that's getting in the way of ideas, or if the ideas just aren't as interesting as the personal shit, and that's why we always end up back here. Because we're not attacking Lav for her ideas, really. We're attacking Lav for her character and her ideas.
Well, everybody, the problem, okay, if you want to have this conversation, we can, but there's like 4 different conversations going on, and I think we have to be clear which one we're talking about, right?
Exactly. So I think that's the issue. If we all started not over, but if we said, okay, we're all adults and we've all decided X, what is the X we could all decide together? Is there a way out of this, or are we just gonna keep, like, do you know what I'm saying? What's the solution? Is there a solution? Is there even a problem?
Well, yeah, what's the problem? Shut up.
Is there a problem? Does anyone feel like there's a problem right now? Lav?
Oh, politically provoked. Oh, I thought it was Brittany Simon. Oh, okay.
Jerry? Max?
Well, everybody probably has different problems for different reasons right now, right?
I got a big problem. Yeah, I'm here to confront Steven. But
Yeah, we've all got problems. So Brittany, you don't have any problems there. I think you're just an observer. Jerry's got a problem that she made a big mistake recently, and she probably feels pretty bad about it. Sounds like she's working on it.
Let's hear
Dan's only problem is kind of
Mrgirl.
drama. I don't have any problem. I'm just here kind of chilling with everybody. Lav's got a problem that my community's shitting on her, and she feels like she's not being taken seriously by anybody. Mrgirl's got...
No, that's not it.
Okay, don't care. Mrgirl's got problems, and then obviously related to my cyber the way that moderation.
That you don't have.
That wasn't an avoidant personality. I've already engaged with you for like 10 fucking hours over the past 2 days. I don't need to do it again. And Stardust obviously has issues related to her and Max's friendship deteriorating. And she's in here, so everybody's got problems. But they're all of these things are kind of like for different reasons.
And I also fucked up.
Sure, and she fucked up as well, yeah. So everybody's here for like different reasons.
Steven, do you see how it could be damaging to my view of you being like very charitable, or like how I can like trust you or maintain a friendship with you when you say that like you don't care because you've heard it enough about my feelings?
No, what I'm saying is that like if we have another discussion over what your problems are, it's going to be another 45-minute conversation. I don't know if I want to head in that direction right now. If that makes you feel like you don't trust me or whatever, that's totally fine.
Okay. I also feel like you not caring about my feelings does another thing to our relationship, though.
If you feel like that's an indication of me not caring about your feelings, then we were never going to work as friends anyway, because I've shown above and beyond consideration for your feelings, and that one line in the middle of the conversation with 9 people doesn't have to turn you off from it, then that's totally fine with me as well.
Well, no, I'm not going from extreme to extreme. I'm trying to let you know, like, when I go there, when I follow my train of thought out of like the hurt that I feel when I feel invalidated by you.
Oh my god, dude.
Like that's where I go. It's
Sure,
like
I understand. Like, broadly, all I was saying was that like part of your problem is that you feel like people aren't taking you seriously. Part of that is that feeling they're not taking the things you're saying seriously. They're not taking you seriously. 24, they're calling you retarded or whatever. I think that's an okay summary of like your problems. It's not like an in-depth like 24-page paragraph or page essay about like why you feel bad. It was just a quick summary of things. No.
No, I would. I think that that's like maybe adjacent to it, but I'd say that I would not say that
new
is it.
channel. What's my Discord?
Well, now,
All right, listen.
No, stop. Let her. Go ahead. Tell us what your problem is. Go ahead. Then. Explain for the class.
Well, I think it ties into like what Max is gonna say, and I think that he's thought about it more than I have. Because I try not to think about this too much. But
He's thought about your problem more?
No, because I have a very similar problem to Max.
I think the battleground of the problem is different, but yeah, my problem with the subreddit or the way it's moderated is that it feels like it's part of a system of discrediting me and other orbiters, making us look bad, and that not intentionally, but it feels like
Lav legit first agrees and then thinks about what Destiny says. It happens. I've seen
you run into like a brick wall at a certain point, and I feel like Lav is saying something similar, but it's more.
Lav came into the DGG universe shitting on Brittany Simon off of the coattails of Mrgirl. She even said she runs a cult is a fascist thing. Where did the fascist thing come from? I heard the cult thing
Playing out in these conversations.
Mostly, like, especially because I think Steve, I think that it's hard. Like, I care about the subreddit, obviously, because it like hurts my feelings, but also I don't have to read it. But then when in real time, you're trying to make me look like young, dumb, stupid, and like crazy and
she cannot use the excuse herself that she is young so consistently for her actions and then get mad at Steven when he fucking, or Abba, or fucking Dan, or anybody when they say that she is young and stupid and use that as an excuse for the dumb shit she says.
Abusive. Like, a lot of, in our conversation yesterday, you said that I was, like, gaslighting you, and so now it's been, like, now everyone in your subreddit was like, yeah, she was gaslighting him. Like, when you were asking me to be more careful about what, like, my implications of you, and then you could just, like, completely shit on me and then not realize how that was going to affect how your audience treated me is, like, very strange.
Okay, and oh, go ahead.
And whereas I don't think that you have full responsibility for that, I would just like you to be more aware of it.
Okay.
Because I don't think that you need to do anything vastly different, but I think that you could probably be a little more careful with my feelings and the control over that you have over my reputation. But I think that today you have been very sweet to me, so I think that you probably acknowledge that you could do better also in your own time. So, I think that we're off to a good start. But I just wanted to correct you.
Have you been corrected, Steve?
Stop. Okay. Am I clear to talk? Okay. When I mention you being young, dumb, and crazy or anything like that.
Now Destiny is channeling right now. This is what it looks like for Destiny to start channeling. When he busts out the notepad, this is when we're getting serious.
That's not a way of discrediting what you're saying. It's a way of explaining away a lot of the stuff you say that is highly contradictory and ultra irrational, okay? So there's either two ways that I could approach what you're saying.
She only got mad because Mrgirl got mad about Abba calling her young? I don't know, man.
Say, like, she's young, she's figuring things out. It's, like, part of, like, going through huge life changes. It's part of being in person. That's all of it. Or I can say, her age actually isn't an excuse. She's an absolute fucking moron. I can't believe she's saying the stuff that's stupid she's saying. There's only two branching paths that can go. Now, it might sound...
yeah.
No, I don't think it's a say. It might sound like I'm insulting you.
We said I was manipulating
am going to finish. You talked so much, and I wrote it down, and I was so patient, letting you finish each and every single one of your addendums. Okay, let me think. Okay, so when I'm dealing with you as a person, okay, the way that I treat you is you're a young person going through a highly transitionary stage in your life, and you're trying to figure out like what the new rules of your life are, because you lived by a prior set of rules, and obviously those didn't serve you well. Either something traumatic happened, or over time you realize this fucking sucks, and now you're trying to figure out like what is the new rule book going over, what can I incorporate, etc. That's right. That's a young person's journey, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that, and I said that a million fucking times. The reason why I talk to you is because it's interesting. Let's do this. Blah blah blah. It's the same reason I talk to Sneeko. Now people are more harsh on you than Sneeko for a variety of reasons, mostly because you're a woman. But I have these types of conversations with people. And it's just it is what it is. Okay, so when I call
I'm not sure I agree with that. I don't think that people are harsher on Lav than they are on Sneeko, mostly because she's a woman. No, I don't think that's true. I actually don't think that's true. I think Lav portrays unique characteristics in comparison to Sneeko that make her more detestable to consume. I think that she does get unique levels of harassment, like more harassment, as a result of being a woman and having those opinions, but I don't think that the difference is primarily because she's a woman. I don't believe that. I think it's because of the way that... I think people would have a similar response or more similar response if Sneeko was doing the exact same thing Lav was.
You young, or I say you're going through things, not because I'm trying to discredit your ideas. If anything, I'm externalizing like some of the blame on some of what you're saying on the fact that you're young and transitioning. Number one, okay? Number two, okay? When I said that you were...
Yeah, it's not primarily. Yeah, the problem is it looks like she's not taking an accountability for things. Whereas like what Abba was talking about with Sneeko owns stupid positions. You can just say he's a fucking idiot. That doesn't change if Sneeko's 24, 23, 25, 35, he's an idiot. He just owns really stupid positions. That is far less frustrating to me. To engage with somebody that I think is dumb and arrogant is far less frustrating to me than dealing with somebody who's arrogant, then when they get called out on it, retreats behind their age, doesn't learn anything, then gets arrogant, calls somebody out, then once they get confronted about it, falls back, hides behind their... That is so aggravating to to see that process is infuriating in comparison to just somebody being dumb and just arrogant. It is a completely different process for me as a consumer.
Gaslighting. I'm trying to remember specifically what I said in regards to this was when you say things, they have undeniable connotations such that if you were to poll an audience, 99+% of them is like, oh, she's obviously being highly critical here. She's obviously implying this about him here. And then for you to come on in front of me and then to do this and say, I don't know how you could think that feels incredibly manipulative to me. Maybe it's not intentional, but the feeling is that of incredible manipulation. That I can listen to something and I know 99% of people can hear it's like, oh, obviously she's saying Steven is like a social retard, that he can't be considered for feelings. Obviously she's saying that. And then for you to come in front of me like, oh no, I didn't mean that at all. That's not even, feels incredibly manipulative. So that's why I use the term gaslighting there. Okay. When you say control over my reputation, I mean, like, to some extent that is true, but like I try really hard in our conversations to present what you're saying in the most positive. I try to steelman what you're saying. Like, you don't have to come onto my platform. I'm not sniping stuff that you do. Like, I'm never being like, well, we're gonna watch this LavVod today where she was a total dumb fucking bury this bitch. Like, I've never done anything like that ever. You come onto my stream when I've invited you or when you've invited yourself, and that's totally fine. And I enjoy that. That's fun for me. So the phrase of like control over my reputation sounds a little weird there, but okay. And then when you say today, I'm finished. If you're gonna talk for a long time, I'm gonna respond for a long time. Okay. And then you said today you've been sweet to me, so you've acknowledged probably can do better. This is how I've always treated you. The only exception was yesterday or the day before, whatever the fuck I called you dumb bitch, or last week or whatever, was when I was trying to explain stuff. You kept interrupting me over and over and over and over and over again, while also being ultra aggressive to every other person in the call. And then when I started to explain something that wasn't even controversial, and you were cutting me off in the middle of it, I lost my fucking mind because it's easily the most triggering thing you could ever possibly do to a person. Okay, but aside from that, I've always treated you like pretty respectfully, pretty kindly. I talk to you privately. I'm generally pretty nice to you. Okay.
If what you say is true, sooner killers than or sooner killer, I think that would be short-sighted by Mrgirl. I think saying I do believe what Brittany said about like level 1s, because I think I remember that a world without level 1s would be a better place. I think that is rather inconsiderate or whatever, but I don't believe it's a fascist thing to say. No, to say that the world would be better off without a specific group of people, I don't think that's a fascist thing to say. You know, liberals, fucking social, everybody could agree with that statement. And let's talk about I don't know, fucking pedophiles or something. I imagine most people would agree with it. Does that mean most people are fascists? I don't know. I don't think it's a fascist idea to have that.
Okay.
But obviously, the definition of level 1s under her system weren't pedophiles. I think they were just like really useless people, I think is how she described them. Like that don't really contribute anything in her purview. So yeah, I don't know. I don't agree with her that the world would be a better place without them. I think it is very important for us to be able to... I'm not going to fucking do that shit. We're not going to run off on that.
I think that's true. I also think that it would have been nice...
Do you think what's true?
What
about what he just said is true?
Like, I think that I like triggered him and that he had like an emotional response.
Okay, that's true. That's inarguably true. But is it also true that you are extremely irrational?
No, I don't think so.
Is it true that you're either a moron or that you're young and it's one or the other? Or like basically that you for some reason you can't think and it's one of these two choices?
God damn, Max is like her handler right now. What the fuck? This feels really weird.
No, I think that I can think.
Okay, I'm just saying before you fucking agreed it, but like
sure.
you said I feel discredited, and then he gave a long explanation as to why you basically can't think, why your ideas and things you say don't have value or merit, and then you're like, yeah, I agree. So I just like, I don't know, be careful about what you're agreeing.
I didn't agree with that. I didn't take notes, and there was a lot there. So I didn't agree with that. But I still think like in response to you having like control over my reputation, and I understand like having an emotional response to me. And honestly, I would have felt a lot better about you calling me like a stupid bitch, whatever. If you would have been like, fuck stream, maybe I shouldn't have done that. She really pissed me off, but I probably shouldn't have called her that.
I will never say that about you while you're also insulting other people incredibly hardcore. Like when you're going off on Cherry, I'm not gonna feel bad about it. I still don't. Like I'm not gonna feel bad about it. Like I'm sorry, like you can't bring that type of aggressive energy and then get that upset when somebody like matches it.
Sure, but I think that you should also see the nuance, because like if you looked at your chat after that, or if you looked at your subreddit after that, it was like pages and pages of people just repeating dumb bitch, dumb bitch, dumb bitch, dumb bitch, which is like, okay, at some point it's like, yeah, you're allowed to respond that way to me, but when it then just becomes an echo chamber of like everyone who wants to like in-group signal about hating me, that just...
I think Lav has a valid point on this one. I think Lav has a... I think I agree with Lav on this one. I think I think Destiny is right about the general idea that if she is putting out a specific type of energy, he should be able to match the energy without like her getting upset. But I think Lav is ultimately right on the position that Destiny shouldn't have said that. I don't think he should have. Primarily because he's in public and because it could result in that exact sentiment that he was referring to. If Destiny does truly believe that the difference between Sneeko and the amount of backlash that Sneeko and Lav gets is primarily misogyny, then him taking a moment where everybody recognizes that Lav was dumb to call her a dumb bitch, I think that really plays heavy into that, and he has kind of a responsibility with his platform to not do that. That being said, I thought it was funny as hell. I think in private, that shit, I would not care. But the fact of the matter is he has to be somewhat beholden to the kind of audience that he has. So I agree with the fact of that, yeah.
Becomes like a little masturbatory, and I don't think that you should allow something like that.
I mean, everybody already...
This shit is weird. What the fuck? Wait, this shit is weird, bro. This shit is weird to me. That, I don't know. That's kind of weird to me, dude. That's kind of weird.
My subreddit, so like I don't think that changed things much, but
well, I definitely
I think there's
saw
Lav calling Cherry.
I don't know. Maybe it's a joke or something. I don't know. This just that doesn't sit right with me, like out the box.
Does not have the same effect as you calling Lav a dumb bitch because you
also
have
true.
way more power than her.
I don't care. Hold on, wait, hold on. I don't care. If somebody's going to come onto my stream and no, hold on. If you think you care about that, then you're engaging in a social dynamic that is unsustainable and is never going to be agreed to by anybody else in any other circumstance ever. If you want to come and engage on my platform, you're totally welcome to do so. But I'm not going to let you get away with markedly worse behavior because you're a smaller person. In the way earlier that you said that I tried to discredit Lav by calling her irrational, you're trying to baby her by saying she's a smaller streamer. So of course she can act that way. She's just a small streamer. Yeah, that is exactly what you said. Now if you want to restate what you said, that's fine. Hold on. No, hold on. You can't just say no. You didn't say that. You exactly said. Let me repeat verbatim. You said.
So I agree with Destiny here on the capacity that. Do I? I agree. Hold on. I agree with Destiny that she shouldn't have done what she did, which was, attack other people in the way that she did. But I also think that Destiny, with the position and authority he does, and believing what he does about the primary, like, there being significant misogyny at play in the backlash, or at least significant misogyny between the differences that she gets between like her male counterparts and her, that he should not have responded, even if she was out of line, responded in such a manner. I don't think he should have. I don't think that was a good thing to do.
Destiny, when you call Lav this name, it is a much different effect than when
Lav shouldn't be allowed to shit on Cherry on stream either then. Yeah, I agree, but I don't think that because she does, that then opens Destiny up to making a comment like that, because I don't think it's not like I'm saying that Destiny needs to not make an argument. All I'm saying is that I don't think he should be saying she's a dumb bitch if he believes that, if misogyny is at such a level of play. I don't think there's that much misogyny at play with Lav's treatment. I don't. At least from DGG, I don't. That being said, I'm not trying to say she's like not receiving misogyny or whatever. But I don't think that the negative treatment that Lav is getting in DGG is misogyny primary or even secondary. I wouldn't even say tertiary at this point. Yeah.
Lav calls Cherry that name. You're arguing for a different type of treatment because of the size of reputation.
It was said in anger? Right, that's why I let it slide. I don't think it's that big of a deal. He said it in anger. It's not like he genuinely thought she was like a bitch. He said it when he was upset. I think it was not something he should have said. That's my point.
Of the two figures, and I'm telling you that is something I will never accept.
Lav. I'm telling you that I think you're abdicating your responsibility.
So Lav doesn't have that responsibility? Why?
Lav does not have because you are in charge of the community. They're all your fans.
Oh, dude, why would Max take this position? Why would he do that? This is an easy give. That Lav should have a responsibility to the community she engages with. Because it's Destiny's community, that doesn't mean that like Lav, when joining Destiny's community, has no responsibility to the community she's partaking in. Like, unless you want to say Lav is a troll. If you want to say Lav is a troll, then absolutely, she has no responsibility to that. I would say that you're an asshole if you're just trying to troll Destiny and his community, but like you absolutely have a responsibility to the community you're trying to actively participate with.
Playing to a much larger audience of your fans than anybody else's.
It doesn't matter. Lav is still contributing to that community in that conversation the same way that I am.
She is. She is, but there's a different effect when you call someone a dumb bitch. It has a way different effect on the person you're saying it to than it does when she says it. It's like you're like Superman and you're fighting.
When I hold on, I agree that it. Man, I want to be in this conversation so bad. I agree that it has a different effect, but the principle stays the same. That if you want to partake in this kind of behavior, then you should be willing to have this kind of behavior. Thrown back at you. I do believe in that. I really do. If you want to talk shit on Twitter and make fun of people in like very like harassy whatever ways, you can do that. But if somebody harasses you, I don't want to hear about it, right? It's like when Ethan Klein it's the exact same situation as Ethan Klein, where he's like, saying people should be canceled without context, and then when other people try and cancel him without context, I'm just, listen, bro, I don't know what to say, man. Like, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? It's the bed you made. It's the bed you made, right? You got wrapped up, you made sure you were tucked in, and you had a good time all the way up until you woke up from night terrors, bro. I can't help you. I can't help you. Like, that's... I feel like that's where they're at.
Personally, I think the same rules should apply to you, but I don't agree.
We're not arguing necessarily.
I want to know why. Is it because he has more subscribers, or because he's a man? Because he's smarter than her? Why?
It's his platform, so it's his.
I don't think Steven's smarter than Lav.
I just don't understand why.
I don't think Lav's smarter than Steven. I don't agree to the narrative that Lav is dumb. Okay.
Okay,
I think Steven and Lav are both very intelligent people.
Okay, that's because Max is gonna have some incredibly esoteric version. Definition.
No, it's not esoteric.
Okay, wait. Do you think that she's as smart as? Do you think that she's gonna be smarter when she's 30 years old than she is now, or would you not say smarter?
I would hope so.
No, I need to answer that question so that everybody in the audience can hear that using a ridiculous definition of dumb and stupid and intelligent, so we can move on from that. So I ask you a very pointed question: was Lav gonna be smarter at 30 than she is at 24?
Lav is going to be smarter at I don't know. She'll be wiser.
Okay, I just wanted to get it out there. Then you're like totally randomly using words. But okay, go for it. Now make your point.
I'm not randomly using words. I'm saying that I think if you both took an IQ test, I think maybe you would score.
No one here is talking about IQ test, and she's got Ashkenazi.
Wait. I was
in Jewish blood, so it's not fair to compare us. Okay.
Whoa! Listen, bro. Hey, listen, bro. We're on YouTube.
Working on some Hispanic shit. Okay, I'm literally debuffed at birth.
I'm Mexican. I'm half Mexican.
Listen, I love it, dude. I love it, dude. I don't know if you can say this shit in public, though. These are good memes.
Okay, whatever Brittany said meant when she said smart. I assume she meant smart at navigating these types of conversations and interactions.
No, she probably means intelligent in terms of like having figured life out in general.
It sounds to me, Max, and I could be wrong, but it sounds like you're trying to make the argument that Ab was trying to make, but from the other
Listen,
perspective. That Steven's position he made puts Lav at a disadvantage, so he has to act accordingly, so Lav doesn't get thrown under the bus. But again, that puts the responsibility on who? Steven, taking the responsibility away from who? Lav.
That's what I'm saying. Steven, in some ways, is our boss.
Fuck! Speak for yourself.
Wait, nigga, what? Wait, how? Wait, Allah, I love you, brother. How? This is not your workplace? You do not have to be here? You can leave at any time. He is in no way their boss. Please watch this whole video. Your analysis equals A1. Yeah, no, that's my intention. Thank you for the $2, Lazy Hobbit. My intention is to watch this whole video, which is 3 hours longer. So we have 3 more hours of this, roughly. I am at 1.5x, so it should roughly take, what would that be? 3 hours, 2 hours to get through, but this assumes no pausing and stuff like that. But now is a really good time to give a shout out to the individuals that would like to like the video, all right? Like the fucking video. If you like ad-free viewing, which you only get on YouTube, on Twitch, I am forced to run ads. Ads are literally forced onto the video, or onto the stream. I can't do anything about pre-roll, mid-roll ads. But on YouTube, there is ad-free viewing. There is no ads, and I don't have to run ads, and I will not run ads. So yeah, and all I would really like for people is to just engage with the content, whether it be talking in chat or liking the video, commenting, or whatever. It helps a lot because it boosts me in the algorithm, and the only place that I have a chance at discoverability is right here on YouTube. No discoverability on Twitch. There's just no way to grow on Twitch. And I forced ads. I think YouTube is a better platform. The only thing that sucks about it is I feel like the chatter experience is not quite as good when it comes to interactivity. Mod tools are terrible for me towards the chat, stuff like that. But I think they're trying to push it really hard. They're trying to make those improvements. So I really like the idea of YouTube. So if you'd like, please please drop a like. And I believe we just had 46 people, roughly, like 40, 50 people like the video. Thank you to the 40 or 50 people that went out and just chose to like the video right there. You guys, thank you. I appreciate that.
No, he can't touch it.
Steven is our boss, and he's also our friend, but he's our boss. And that creates a lot of weird social dynamics because he's not just the boss of when you can come on his stream and make money and grow your platform. He's the boss of you that way. But he's also in charge of the community's narrative.
Like, to judge that, to say that he's a boss in that way feels... I actually reject this. I think calling him your boss when you're characterizing it that way, like he's the boss of when we can come onto his platform, try and make money with him, that's not like a boss. That's somebody that I'm actively trying to network with, being the judge of whether or not I can continue networking with them. I don't consider that a boss, right? I'm trying to gain something out of a relationship with Destiny in this hypothetical, and he can actively choose whether or not he wants to interact with me. That doesn't make him my boss just because he's a bigger entity than me and I have more to gain from him. That just means he's a bigger player in that game. You understand? Like, Destiny's making content right now. He's making money. He's getting views and shit. To say that he's, like, the boss there, I think puts Destiny in a disadvantageous position where he looks like he has some kind of responsibility to us as people when he doesn't. Like, that we're his employees and that he needs to treat us in a specific way or something. That's no. Nor do I feel like an employee of Destiny. Like, I could completely cut ties with DGG if I want to, right? Would it be advantageous for my career? Probably not, but I could, right? It's like, it's not even a boss. I didn't even feel like Hassan was my boss when I was a mod for him, right? I felt like I was a part of his community and I was doing a service towards him, and when that came to an end, that came to an end. I didn't even feel like he was my boss. He was just kind of an entity that was there, especially because I wasn't being paid.
About you. He controls what people think of you to a large degree. So if you're having a conversation with Steven offline and he calls you a dumb bitch and you call him a dumb bitch, then yeah, blows are...
Would you like to guess how Redacted gets brought... Are you talking about Mike from PA gets brought up in this? I have no clue how Mike from PA could come up in this.
Nothing happens. But it's like the fucking president calling you a dumb bitch. When he calls you a dumb bitch on stream, the community of people, this very large community who are very attached to Steven and his beliefs and the way he sees things, it changes your public existence when he says something like that.
Do you think
and it just doesn't have...
Now the triad one? Oh! No, I have no idea how he gets... The only way I could think of Anna being brought up inside of this conversation is if somebody accuses Destiny of being like a serial abuser of women. Like somebody who's like harassing women and has a pattern of it. That's the only way, and I don't even know who would do that.
Steven is stupid?
Sky's the limit, dog.
I'm not calling anybody stupid or smart. I'm only responding to people calling Lav stupid.
But when you argue against him and you haven't convinced him, do you think that that's his fault, or do you think it's your fault?
Anyway,
I don't think it's anybody's fault. I'm saying that I think Steven does not acknowledge.
Creator is like his fault. Not
a lot of the public
debate him.
A lot of the public controversy around a lot of the public controversy around Steven is people telling him that he's not responsible. I think this is a pretty obvious through line of people saying you shouldn't say this, you shouldn't talk to this person, you shouldn't talk this way, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that, and him saying I don't fucking care, fuck you, go. I'm not here to be responsible.
A lot of people, or can this just be your criticism?
It's not. I reject your question because you're asking me if I'm not saying things because I need them to be true. This is actually what I think. I can give examples, but I feel like it feels like a fake question. So let's just assume that if you don't think that a lot of people told Steven he's irresponsible, then that's fine. If you don't think that, then I'm just a crazy person. I think that part of Steven's appeal is that he is not responsible. I think people like that about him. People like that he will have chicken and waffles with Fuentes, and then I play the opposite character saying, oh, like shaking my finger, you shouldn't be doing this. I think people...
Oh, dude, man, come on, bro. You are killing me. You are killing me. There, Max. You are killing me, dude. And it's not because you're saying that about Destiny. That just comes off not in a way I feel like you wanted that to. Jesus. Oh, man, that tastes bad, man, bro. No. Jesus. Like, I don't know if he did it intentionally or not there, but he really positioned himself as the, like, moral arbiter of Destiny, and Destiny's just kind of haphazardly not being responsible with his platform and just kind of doing shit. It feels like a President Sunday situation or something, where like he's saying that Destiny is just kind of a morally incurious lout who's just going about his business, fucking doing whatever the hell that he wants, and then Mrgirl is the word of reason who's coming through and being like, you're doing something bad, Destiny. Ah, man, that didn't hit right.
People like that he will defend saying the N-word. I think people will like that he'll make the comments about the dipshit protesters. People like watching him fly off the handle, watching him do things that other creators would call irresponsible. And he usually has a defense for it and an explanation that is consistent with his views on this. However, I think that I'm asking him to be more responsible now with this topic. I think that he is irresponsible when he talks to you like you're equals and attacks you as you would an equal when you're not.
So why, in what way aren't they equals? That's where I'm talking to me like I'm stupid. I don't get it. Are they either both? That's what I'm saying. Are they not the same? Are they the same?
No. So it's in the eyes of like the audience who sees Steven as someone who is like the person that they watch on stream every day, and we are like orbiters. So, like,
I don't have that much sway necessarily over their opinions about you.
No,
guys.
not you're not wholly.
I might disagree with that one, Destiny, on that one. He'd have to explain, but I think Destiny has a lot of sway as to his DGG's opinion of people. I think he has a lot of sway. But a counter Destiny can easily give is Vosh. There is the amount of backlash, the amount of a back and forth that Destiny has had, negative shit that Destiny has said about Vosh, but there's still a calculable amount of people in Destiny's community that are Vosh fans or like decently favorable of Vosh. I don't know how true that is anymore, but I remember at least like 6 months ago, that was definitely fucking true. That like Destiny and Vosh were feuding deep, but there were still a lot of Vosh fans.
Responsible.
No, like if that was the case, Lav, my community was shitting you relentlessly when I was unbelievably charitable to you for a long time. I think this gets to the heart of what Cherry was asking, and that like it seems like
I think that is. I think Destiny's right about that one. So actually, allow me to change my statement. I think when Destiny hates somebody, it influences a lot of. No, actually, I would say in both ways, but definitely more towards the dislike. When Destiny dislikes somebody, it makes it a lot easier. I feel like it influences his stream or the people watching his stream to not like a person a lot more than they otherwise would. Yeah, 100%. I think that's true of most streamers, though. Sorry, not most. I think that's true of pretty much every streamer that isn't a lol cow.
I have a negative reaction to you. Everything negative on the sub all of a sudden becomes my responsibility when it could have been anything that you could have possibly said.
Okay, no, your sub's current policy is to ban fans of mine.
Yeah, so but it's an extra insane fucking shit that just happened.
Okay, that's fine, but I'm just saying it's a because I ratcheted up tension. It has.
No, it's because specifically because you declared a war on the subreddit and people started going crazy and supposing. But I don't know if I've ever banned the fans of anybody else on my subreddit before. Like this just particular scenario got like really weird.
That's fine, but to me it just seems like a logical extension of what was already happening. I'm glad it's now out in the open, but it has felt to me for a long time of you get to reframe and argue. You get to talk whenever you want. Like there's an assumption on a stream with you that when Steven has something to say, everybody else should shut up because it's your stream. And we're guests in your house. Then after we leave, you get to talk to everybody for as long as you want about the conversation. And we don't really get to do that. We can go on a stream and yeah, like Lav can co-host.
Whoa. Wait. Just to be clear though, if Destiny is saying something crooked about you and you want to disagree with them, I haven't seen any evidence that you can't do it. So I agree with Mrgirl in the capacity that like if I want to go on my stream and talk shit about Destiny and Destiny wants to go on his stream and talk shit about me, like I'm getting cooked. There's no way I'm making that shit happen. But if I feel like Destiny is like a piece of shit and I want to address it and lace up, then he in most scenarios that I know of will have that disagreement. He'll fight me on it. How does this account keep coming back?
my hotline show, and we can talk about it. But your fans don't see that. The majority, 99% of people are not going to see that. They see what you say. So you get.
So am I not allowed to have conversations? Do I just have to basically treat my platform as like a public property to all of you guys?
No.
And then like
I don't this is my issue because I feel like Max is actually proposing a public kind of property situation here.
You have the right to post whatever you want on my subreddit. You have the right to me not talking about anything afterwards.
No, okay, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, that's what it sounds like. But.
No, I just think you really don't like the idea of I think you feel like you're being guilt tripped or something.
What do you mean looking for yourself?
If I say that, I think you're like being irresponsible with our reputation.
I'm so sorry.
Wait, he just asked me what I want, so I want to answer this one question. No, I'm not.
Is that Pxie?
All I'm saying is I want you to acknowledge the power differential and keep it in mind when you're talking to us and when you're
talking to you. Who do you mean us?
Also, all of us. When you're talking to someone who has
no.
here's what I want. Okay, here's what I want. Max Carson, aka Mr. Girl. I want, when Steven is talking to someone who has less power than him, which is most of his conversations, when he's talking to an orbiter, and that includes all of you.
Absolutely
No,
not.
I have his op.gg.
Shut up.
When Steven is talking to someone who has less power than him, even if that person does not want this, even if a 13-year-old wants to have sex with their teacher, I still think that the power differential should be acknowledged. And I think that, Steven, what I plead with you to do is to think about and acknowledge the power differential when
No, that's
you're in
not
these
true. That's
conversations.
not what you're
And
asking.
Wait, yeah, I was gonna say this isn't what he's asking for. What he's asking for is some kind of special treatment, some unique treatment. There's no way that Destiny could just say, "I'm thinking of the power differential," and then call Lav a dumb bitch in the conversation that he did, and then Mr. Girl would have been like, "Hey, listen, he said it." Like, no way. That's not how that works. Just for him to, how do you know whether or not he's considered these things? The reason why you believe that he doesn't consider these things is because you're looking for an action that is incongruent with what you believe to be Destiny considering these things. So state to us what that action is, right? Like, there is no way that Mr. Girl can peer into Destiny's mind and go, "You didn't consider the power differential here." He has to appeal to an action that Destiny took that he believes is incongruent with Destiny considering the power differential. What is that action? Tell him to not do it in the future, why it was bad. There you go. That's what we're looking for.
That's not what you're asking. Don't lie. I know there's a power differential to some extent, of course. You're not asking me to acknowledge it. You're asking me to change a behavior. It's what you're actually asking for. Because if I just say, "Oh,
Yes.
okay, I do acknowledge it," and then nothing's going to change, you wouldn't be happy.
I swear to God, it didn't pre-load.
So you're not asking for to acknowledge, like, are you a bigger streamer than the people? You're like, of course I am. Obviously, I know that.
Well, I said I want you to acknowledge it in your assessment. So the behavior that would change just now is when you're saying, "Oh, I called you a dumb bitch, but you called Cherry a dumb bitch." That doesn't make any sense if you acknowledge the power.
No,
differential.
hold on.
If you kept this,
No,
if you
now,
kept that in mind, you would not compare these two things at all.
So no, hold on, real quick. Now we're getting to what you're saying. So you're trying to say that because the power differential exists, and then you move on to the prescriptions. You say people on your platform get to act dramatically differently. You're allowed. Yes. Don't. How are you saying no? You're saying that Lav is allowed to call someone.
You're chipping away I'll tell you the prescriptions. I love telling you what to do. If you want me to tell you what to do, I'll fucking tell you. When you are talking about someone calling someone a bitch on your stream, don't compare that person to you. Don't defend your behavior by comparing it to an orbiter's behavior. It's like totally unacceptable to me. You shouldn't do that.
Okay, and that's good. And I totally.
Wait, what? Oh, amazing freeze frame. Oh man, I felt bad about it the moment I wasn't in there. Let's take a peek. What is this? Deviant's Mevin inside of DGG. Where is Ahrelevant? But where is Ahrelevant in chat? If I was awake, I think I was at the gym, man. I think I was at the gym. Because I wake up at like 3 p.m., 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then I go gym. Then it's like 6 p.m. by the time I get back. I think it was done streaming at that time. So I would have been in this chat. Trust me, I would have been in this chat if I was around. But listen, man. The self-development arc stops for no one.
I disagree with you. I don't think that just because somebody calls somebody a small streamer, they can get away with anything they want because they're a small streamer. I totally disagree with that. So if somebody's gonna be on here, they're gonna call somebody a bitch a million times, I'm gonna call them a bitch.
Orbiters can't be racist. Racism equals prejudice plus power. We have no power. He's our boss. I can say the N-word.
And just because we have a power differential doesn't mean that I'm gonna say
those are opposites. Those are opposite points. I'm not saying Lav should be able to call people a bitch. I'm saying you can't. And the reason you can't is not the same reason that Lav can't. So it may be true that maybe both of you shouldn't.
Okay, I disagree, but I understand what you're saying. I totally disagree, but okay.
Okay, but if Lav, the argument you're making is you're saying Lav can't, but you can because she did.
No, Lav can. If she wants to call people a bitch, she can do it all day. I'm okay with rolling around in the mud. But if you're gonna roll in the mud, I'm gonna roll around with you. That's it. But you're saying I can't because I'm too big for the pig pen.
Yes.
And I disagree. If somebody else wants to do it, I'm actually fine. We can get like a little bit more rowdy if you want to do that. That's fine. But somebody doesn't have permission to get rowdy, and I can't because I'm a bigger streamer.
Yeah, so like on Twitch before he got banned, what people would suggest is that if you don't feel like you can handle a platform debating Destiny.
See, I would be of a different position. I don't think that we should be rolling around in the mud like that. I think that does everybody a disservice. So yeah, that'd be my position. I don't think we should be using that kind of language. But from anybody shouldn't be doing shit like that. Now, no, actually, maybe not. If some chick was on my stream and then she was calling another chick a bitch, I'm not sure I would stop her. Should I? I should. I don't believe in it. But I'm not sure I would. My content brained? Is that why? I'd have to think about why I wouldn't stop her, but I don't think they should. It's kind of like how I believe that, black people can say nigga, but they can't, like, be discriminatory towards black people with the use of the word or the hard R, right? I believe, you know, black people can say the hard R as well, but like, I don't believe you can be discriminatory to another person to be able to do it. And I feel the same way about bitch. You can use bitch in like, I'm a boss bitch, whatever, but like using it in a derogatory fashion towards another woman, you're just kind of like betraying the whole reason why you're allowed to say the word in the first place.
You should start on the smaller panels. You should go on prime.
It's not about debating. It's not that he's debating people.
Yeah,
he's denigrating people.
Yeah,
No,
it's not.
he's
It's like
not
the personal.
denigrating.
Yes, it is. It's like the personal stuff. It's like.
I think I hurt my back at the gym yesterday, sharp pain in lower lats, and I still feel it now. Rip. That's maybe if that shit keeps up, maybe see a doctor.
It's the allowing people to post stuff about my personal relationships in his subreddit. Like,
Oh, wait, hold on. Allowing people to post.
He
Wait.
does not control people on the internet.
Hold on, wait, hold on, wait. I do control my subreddit, though. Hold on.
Yeah.
If people are posting weird doxy information or some shit on your subreddit, I think if I saw those posts, I would ban those posts. Are these popping up a
But
lot?
preventing them from being posted, that's not something you can do.
No, I can't. Obviously, I can't do that. But if I see it, I would ban it. But
yeah, I mean, well, there's that video that I just told you about that has like a bunch of upvotes from the last 24 hours.
that's a public stream. You did talking on your shit. With people. How is that doxing or anything like inappropriate?
No, but what does
Wait, what?
But what does that have to do with fucking anything? It's inappropriate because it's being used to paint me as like a mentally ill abuser. And after the stream where you said that I was a Darvo fucking elicitor and I'm manipulative. And
What is Darvo? I asked earlier. I'm sure somebody responded. What's Darvo?
posting shit like that, you've got to fucking know that you are setting the stage for something like that.
No,
Steven.
you.
That is not
Sorry,
debate criticism. That's not debate criticism about my views or my opinions on fucking sex work or anything. That is like extremely personal denigration that is meant to discredit my character.
Sounds like growing pains. Sorry, what I was talking about when I was talking about the sharp pain in the lats was Charka in Twitch chat. I have no pain in my body from lifting. I was reading Twitch chat. Deny, attack, reverse, victim, and offender. Oh. Why did he say that about her?
As a person.
Okay, you can't say, wait, stop, real quick. Okay,
Dang,
if you're
holy
doing
shit.
a public stream, will you talk about your need to, what was it, about like manipulating men or whatever?
No. It's a public stream, but it's reframed to make me look like an abuser. It's
But
not,
I mean,
it's
you're
not
the
taking
one,
what
you've
is.
literally gone onto a stream after all of these, like, when was this stream? When did you do this? Was this,
What?
when were those comments made by you?
Like a month, like
2 weeks ago.
No, it was
more
like
than 2 weeks ago.
No,
Right.
wait, what are you talking about, Terry?
That
What?
stream in your
That stream
pajamas.
in my pajamas was a month ago with me, and it was
Sounds
me
like it might
talking.
have been 2 weeks
And it was
God forbid Cherry say 2 weeks when it was a month ago. God forbid.
talking about how I struggled.
Like, what a weird thing to get upset about her about. How dare you say 2 weeks? It was a month.
a big thing for me. To think that a man was like gonna save me from myself, and then they reframed that as like she's getting all the simps, like she's getting like they completely framed it in a way that it. Like,
I mean, like, I don't understand how you can make statements like this on your stream and then get surprised when people like reframe it. Like, you're making pretty extreme statements here.
No, I'm not surprised that they're making them. I'm surprised that you're not protecting your orbiters from people doing that or telling them.
What? I'm going insane! Someone help me! Why is it this nigga's job to protect you from criticism? What the fuck is happening? Oh my god! You said some foolish shit! She said some fucking foul shit! And then she wants this nigga to fucking moderate away the criticism! Allah! Allah! Oh my lord! God help me!
Wait, why would Destiny or Steven need to protect grown adults from their own fucking choices?
Because
No, it's not from my own
there's a power
choice.
No, wait, listen, stop,
I
there's a
have
power
one
differential.
question for Mrgirl. Would you want Destiny to have the same standard of civility for Nick Fuentes as you want for Lav?
Nick Fuentes is not Destiny's orbiter.
Why was that? You had so many things you could have said, my nigga. Why'd you pick that? Why would you pick? You had Max, brother, I love you. You had so many things you could have said. Why would you pick that? Why would you pick that?
So no, there's not a sense of. I don't think Steven has a responsibility to every single person who comes on his stream, and I think that the public perception of Fuentes has a lot more control over that. So I think it makes sense to be able to go a little bit harder on him. But at a certain point, yeah, I do. I don't think, like, even right now, the way Steven is talking to Lav, I don't think he should do to anybody. Like, like giving a long, like, it just wouldn't fly. The opposite wouldn't fly. You would never let Lav give a 3-minute speech about how you're either stupid or young.
I literally, dude, she goes up so much and I let her talk so much. Am I going fucking crazy? You were gaslighting me now. I just let her do a whole fucking thing where I tried to come in 3 times and I let her finish. You are so wrong. I can't even believe you would say that. Like, people are literally, I'm pretty sure Dan is laughing in the background when she goes on and on, and I'm like, okay, I'll let her finish, I'll let her finish, I'll let her finish. And now you're saying you would never let Lav go off like that. What?
I don't think you would let her give a speech about how you're stupid.
I don't know. It would depend on the context, but she's given plenty of speeches like where she's dramatically disagreeing with things that I'm saying or making implications about me and Cherry or whatever. Like,
but I don't think she would give a speech. I don't think you'd let her get. I think you would go stop.
I don't think I've ever gone off for 3 minutes about how she's stupid.
You just did. I said, I think that Steven discredits you on stream. And then you said, well, hold on, let me explain. I'm only discrediting you because you say things that are completely irrational all the time. And the hyper-irrational things...
Wait, why does this matter? Hold up. Even if we assume this is the case, why does this matter? Couldn't this just come down to whether or not he has a more combative argument style and whether or not he's more willing to let her go through that 3-minute period? What matters is the fact that right now... they are having a multi-hour debate about whether or not Lav is stupid and the implications of her stupidity and the possibility for her to get out of her position. That's what they're having. So why would it matter whether or not he would let Lav... Well, that isn't the whole thing they're having this multi-hour conversation about. They're also having a multi-hour conversation about... They're kind of jumping between topics, but a multi-hour conversation about Steven possibly being, like, out of line with how he orchestrates his community. Like, what matters is the fact that you can have this kind of back and forth. So let me say something as an orbiter. I do not care if I can go on a 5-minute rant in front of Destiny about how bad or stupid he is. What I care about is whether or not I can walk up to Destiny and I can say, Destiny, you're a fucking idiot. And then have him go, why? And then we have a back and forth. That's what I care about. And that's what's happening. I don't know why this would matter, whether or not Destiny would let her get away with 3 minutes of back and forth or 2 minutes of back and forth. Because like Destiny said, she did rant for like probably a minute and a half, if I had to be certain, about how like Destiny's inconsiderate of that, this, whatever shit. I don't know why... I don't know why the amount of time that she's capable of ranting matters.
They can only be explained by either you're immature and you're making... We're going to give you that
This is
excuse,
a childlike understanding. This is a childlike understanding.
Are you going to let me finish? Or you're a moron. Wait, stop. Let me finish. If Lav started a speech with, you're hyper-irrational. Let me explain. You would not let her finish.
It would depend on the context, but yeah, I mean, I don't know how she could get away with saying that. If you want, I could flip it and I could treat her like you need to have life fucking figured out and your shit needs to be consistent. Because right now, if we were to go through every statement Lav has made about sex work, she would get fucking eviscerated. She's made so many contradictory statements, it would be impossible to keep track of the contradictions. You could make a whole Google Doc on all this, but my explanation for that is not that I think that Lav is some bad faith, horribly fucking moronic actor. I just think she's young and figuring shit out. You call that discrediting. I call that explaining why there's so many contradictions in her political positions. If you want to claim that, then that's fine, but you're just wrong. And the alternative treatment that you're asking for would be way more fucking harsh. If I were to come down on her as though you should have all this shit figured out, if you don't, I'm going to crucify you on every contradiction.
I don't think you should make speeches about whether your orbiters are retarded or young.
It's not about being okay. Then you're so wrong. Hold on. You're so wrong. You're just so wrong because that is the only possible explanation that I can give for all of the inconsistency in Lav's explanations. Should I just not say anything about that and let everybody assume that she actually is is totally politically incoherent?
A critique literally just a second ago is that Destiny was not doing enough to interfere with his community's narrative that his community was running off with, right? So I mean, we're already at a spot that like. Mrgirl can't agree with that position. It's not, and I don't think he does, but he can't agree with that because if he does, then Lav's point that was just brought up is inconsequential.
Well, there's so many other things you could say.
Name one thing. One other thing. Name one other thing.
Okay, to explain what?
How her political positions can be so off the wall and inconsistent.
Off the wall.
What have I had that is extremely off the wall?
Oh my God, Lav! Shut up! I'm sorry, you are being so... This is so unwise. What off-the-wall position do I have? By the way, I take accountability for all the mistakes that I make. I don't know why Abba hates me. I'm constantly saying I'm sorry. In fact, I'm the biggest DGG person I'm the person in DGG who apologizes for their accountability the most. What off-the-wall shit have I said, Steven? I don't know why you're coming at me like this. Allah.
Didn't you very publicly switch from being conservative to being more progressive?
Yeah, it's happened over the course of like 10 years, but yes.
Okay, so you can identify with that. So if you want to like discuss this, but in a way that your audience is going to be able to empathize with and understand and say, look, you guys are really holding Lav's feet to the fire, but let's not forget, I made an even bigger switch. My GF just went on a Kanye West deep dive and she's having fun hating him. If I said if she enjoyed doing that, she'd love Twitch, so I'm slowly indoctrinating her. She would love this shit. Discuss this, but in a way that your audience is going to be able to empathize with and understand and say, look, you guys are really holding Lav's feet to the fire, but let's not forget, I made an even bigger switch.
I literally said exactly this. What are you talking about?
Okay, so...
Wait, we're talking about you, Lav.
Wait.
I just want to say something really quick.
Okay.
I do obviously. So I'm somewhere in between Steven and Max. Fence sitting. Lol. I don't listen. This is what I think. I think that I've put myself here with my own actions to some extent. I think that I would appreciate if you could protect me a little more from people making like personal jabs at me or denigrating me in a way that is not critiquing me. I would like you to maybe like make it on your subreddit like a reason that people don't like me other than like I love women so much, I love women. Like actual critique would be really helpful, other than just like virtue signaling to each other that I'm like the most hated person alive. I think that would be really cool. But ultimately, I think when I enter your space, I'm playing by your rules in your house, and I respect that, and I don't expect you to overextend yourself to me in any way, because I knew what it was when I entered the house. Obviously, Max.
Wait, no, you do, because you're saying that he's bad for not doing it. Not only the implications with a lot of their words, but overtly inside of disagreements and shit, when you get heated on other people's streams, you're saying he is bad for not doing this. Like, you are expecting some kind of thing. Like,
disagrees with that because he thinks that you have like more responsibility than I think that you have. I think that I can both be. I don't think that the reasons why I've wavered are because I'm dumb.
And to be perfectly fair, I don't care if that's what they do. If they want to say that Steven is bad for not doing that, so be it. But stick to the fucking narrative and play with that. Don't just fucking. Oh my god.
Or even because I'm young, but more that I'm just like maybe more adaptable and it rubs people the wrong way. I don't know. It could possibly, that could not be the reality. Also, I could just be fucking.
I'm not a mod.
I'm not particularly
for some reason,
attached to the fact of me being the smartest person alive. I'm just happy to be here. Happy to have tough conversations. Happy to have hard conversations.
Lav, real quick, can you?
Why are we
give some
even
actionable...
more? Really?
There you go.
Max made some really huge statements, and now we're gonna go off on a random other fucking tangent.
Right.
Okay, so to be clear, no, I'm not blaming you, Lav. I'm blaming Dan. Okay, so Max, when people talk about me having made changes politically, when I talk about myself making changes politically, I say literally, I say literally the exact same shit that I say about Lav. Destiny used to be super progressive, right? What happened? I grew the fuck up. I gathered more life experiences, and I realized, hey, there's a lot of things that I cared about being a conservative, but now I kind of realized being a little bit older and having some more experiences that, like, yeah, actually, I was super wrong on these things, and now that I have a life experience, I totally changed my mind on it. I think a thing that I said a million times to my audience is like, man, you know, one of the worst fucking things about me being young is I bet even if I time traveled and spoke to myself in the past, I wouldn't even be able to convince myself of how fucking.
I literally remember this quote. He said that he would have like kind of a, he didn't know Sneeko, I don't think, was a thing at this moment that he was aware of. He would have a similar reaction to Sneeko, though. I think he said that he would say that, no, you're old, you don't really know what you're talking about, like, you're out of touch, you don't know what you mean. Is what, like, I explicitly remember him saying this. I remember that.
Wrong or dumb I was about some ideas. I think I've literally even said in this stream that if I started streaming when I was 18 or 19, I thought I was a fucking anime main character villain. So yeah,
How was your convo with Lav? She canceled.
Actually denigrated myself personally multiple times related to my age. To say that I'm doing something unique to Lav is absolutely not true.
Everything that I've been saying and critiquing about Mrgirl's points, I would be saying to him if I was in the call. Nothing more, nothing less.
You asked me what I thought you could say, and here my answer is, since you have changed your mind about things, I think that you can frame it in a way that is not you calling her retarded. Now,
that's what I've done.
Even if you denigrated yourself as immature and said you grew the fuck up, you have definitely every right to.
I do this all the time with Lav. Have you ever listened to me talk about her ever? Whenever you could go on this stream multiple times and be like, why do you even talk? I think even Abba even said it earlier. Why do you talk to her? What's the point of talking to her? No, hold on. I just want to literally. Okay, you're not saying I don't do this.
I'm not saying that you don't. I'm not saying that you don't say nice things about her.
No, not nice things. I specifically say this is why I think she is where she is, and I think she's wrong.
I'm not saying that you haven't said this. I'm saying that I think this should be the only thing that you say about Lav's inconsistency, rather than saying that maybe she's a moron.
I don't think I've ever said she's a moron. No, I explicitly say I don't think she's dumb. I don't think she's stupid. In fact, I think I even snapped. Yes, there are only two explanations. She's either young and figuring out, or like you're saying, she's actually fucking retarded. Those are the only two options.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you have another option where you don't have to define her.
No, I have to. What do you mean? We're having conversations on stream about her positions, and a lot of them are incredibly incoherent. I need to explain the incoherency.
The only reason we're having a conversation on stream about her positions is because she came in to talk to you about something she said about you.
That doesn't relate to anything that we're talking about whatsoever. I don't understand how that.
The conversation started.
So is Max's solution, he just doesn't address why she has weird positions? Like, he just, what?
He came on.
Like, where the positions are coming from? You need to do that in order to have these high-level conversations. Should speak to Pxie and bring back the N-word panel. I talked to Pxie. I thought she was cool. Do you think if you were as big as Destiny, Lav would still, Lab still would have canceled? I don't care. I don't care to think about that. I don't know. I don't care. Yeah, it's not relevant to me. Yeah, I did the whole future is now old man meme. Yeah, that's what I thought I remember as well, Haunt. If you were in the call, I would have given you another $50 to say Obama.
And said stuff about you.
You kind of have to clarify, especially when your audience is that quick to be harsh. Sure.
Your relationship with me, which you guys argued about yesterday, and then continue to argue.
Why
did
she cancel? I don't want to say. I don't know if it's private or not. And I don't know why it would be. It's not that big of a deal. I don't want to say. I don't know if I have permission to. So, she just canceled. So
somehow, along the way, that turns into a trial about whether Lav has credibility and whether she's inconsistent, whether she's a snake, whether she can think before she talks, and you said, either whether she's immature or she's a moron. These ideas all came from different people in different places, but the system discredited her. She said something about you.
She was talking to Anna.
No discussion of whether the thing she said about you is true or fair, or why she said it really has been able to take place without her being also discredited. So I don't think there's really a reason why you need to be making pronouncements about whether Lav is stupid or not.
It's about explaining why I have the conversations I do with her when it seems like a lot of her political positions are relatively incoherent. I have to be able to provide an explanation for that incoherency. Because there's going to be a clear difference in the metal of conversations, types of conversations I have with her versus other more politically thought out figures. And the way that I explain that is the way I've said multiple times. And I think I've literally snapped at people on my stream before who's called Lav stupid. I've literally said Lav is not dumb. I've talked to plenty. You can go talk to the Miami girls. You're going to see what a dumb fucking girl looks like. I wouldn't waste my time talking to her if she was stupid. I've explicitly push back against that over and over and over again. So if you just say that I'm like treating her like a retard or whatever, I don't think that's true. Or if you say she can only
fresh and fit in the house.
Shit out. I think that's a more than acceptable explanation for why she is the way that she is.
You push back against it sometimes, but Abba came in and said, you don't think. You didn't push back then. You just said, here, what?
Because that was based off of her own words. That was what Abba was criticizing her. She literally said, oh, I haven't thought about these positions all the way through. And Abba's position was, why are you bringing somebody on that's so undecided about their political position? And then I explained it. So, well, she's thinking through them. She's like going through a fucking transitionary phase in her life, and she'll figure it out. That's what I trust that she's doing.
I understand, but he framed it harshly.
Yeah, of course he framed it harshly because that's the type of character she is. Yeah, of course he was. And I was explaining why I don't think she's stupid. I think she's just young. Or this is why she's stupid, because she's young. Rather than she's just like a dumb
fuck on it. You didn't push back on Abba.
I don't know what if this is. I don't want to. Fuck. I don't know how to explain this.
Dan called her a snake, and you didn't push back.
That was a step. I can't push back. I'm not here to defend her against every single claim that every single person makes here. The broad one of why I speak with her is that I don't think she's stupid. I snapped at people on my stream that's called her stupid. I've never characterized her as being stupid ever. Never done that. Because I don't think she's stupid. I wouldn't say it. I wouldn't
even when you called her a dumb bitch.
No, hold on. Me saying that you're a dumb bitch was not an indictment of her intelligence because she fucking cut me off over and over and over again in the middle of the fucking statement. Like, shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch. That's what I said. I don't think anybody heard this. Like, oh my god, Steven really does think she's unintelligent. Now I know that she's grabbed onto this idea of like, oh my god, that was him truly saying that that I'm not intelligent. Blah blah blah. Bullshit. I don't even think she feels that way, and I don't think anybody in my audience heard it that way. I think they heard me snapping at her in the middle because she was cutting me off over and over and over again. And if you listen to the 400 other times her intelligence is brought up on stream or in conversations, I've always snapped at people that called her stupid. I've never characterized her as being dumb. Sorry, I'm done screaming. I think Brittany wanted to say something too. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say something so I can fucking leave and go to Walmart. Jesus Christ. I don't understand why Max and Lav need you.
What I want to know is how fucking, I was going to say it, how stupid can you be as a 24-year-old and get the pass as, I mean, some of these people are giving Lav the pass. How dumb can you be and get away with it? That's what I want to know. You know? Because, like, Jesus.
To protect them or be their father or anything else. But Steven, I swear to God, if you think you're my boss, this is going to ruin my whole illusion of you being my bottom.
Okay, well, I am the boss of you, so that's okay.
Max, I don't understand why you and Lav are so eager to give over your power to some fucking gamer boy on the internet.
Fuck you.
Like, as nice as he is and as beautiful as he is, I don't know why you're so eager to, like, why? I don't understand. You're an adult. I'm an adult. Lav's an adult. Like, I don't care how many viewers Steven has. Either I can take it or I can't. Sure, it hurts my feelings sometimes when the Reddit goes off, but that's the internet. And then you get through it, you stick around for a few months, and people warm up to you, and they move on. Like, it's literally just the internet. Steven even warned me this would happen, that his Reddit's gonna hate me, that they're gonna be fine again. So, like, why do you think you need Steven's, like, to help, like, to be your parent?
I reject the premise of your question.
Fair.
Yeah, can I ask a question? What makes somebody an orbiter?
A significant power differential where your career depends on Steven's career.
What? What? I hope somebody makes a statement about that. Please let somebody make a statement about that, because that's. So let me, before anybody else inside of this call makes a statement about that. Nobody was forced to make their career contingent on destiny. Nobody was forced to have that be a thing. Nobody in the world was forced to have that be a thing. Okay. If anything, oh man. I want to decide, I'm trying to figure out how I want to phrase this. We're trying to have our cake and eat it too. Okay? We're trying to network with one of the most reputable streamers on the, in the space, which even if he was not the most reputable, it's not tangible. We're trying to collaborate with another streamer in general. He doesn't even have to be bigger. We're trying to collaborate with another streamer. And during this collaboration, we have seen benefits, great benefits to our careers. And when there is a possible threat to losing those benefits as a result of falling out with this individual or possibly not cohabitating with this individual inside of the space anymore, we then view it as this situation, as Mrgirl described, let me get the exact statement. I forgot exactly what he said.
Yeah, can I ask a question? What makes...
Oh yeah, my career is contingent on it. I made, willingly, my career contingent on Destiny. Willingly, I engaged in that situation. Right? I reject the idea that I made my career is contingent on Destiny. I willingly saw individuals, right? I willingly saw Hassan. I willingly saw Vosh. I willingly saw Destiny. I willingly saw Xander Hall. I saw all of these various different individuals. I saw, you know, I'm trying to remember every single fucking political streamer that existed when I started politics. I don't think there was very many. I was one of the, you know, newer people like Mindwaves and stuff like that. I saw all of these individuals, and I saw Destiny's community. And I liked the way that Destiny engaged with topics. I liked the way he engaged with the things that he did. So I interacted with him, right? I saw him as somebody that was intellectually stimulating to enjoy the content of. And so I partook in his community to my benefit, to my career as well. And to that, I'm thankful to his community and to him. I can't say now that I have benefited and reaped those benefits of being a part of his community, that my career is contingent on him and have him make any expectation of him to do anything about that. When I willingly engaged in that behavior that also massively profited me as a person. I reject this entirely. As an adult, I reject this. Personally. I do. I knew what I was doing. I'm a fucking grown-ass man. I knew what I was doing. I engaged with the community. I feel like I'm repeating myself. You know exactly my point, and I think everybody sees it. I'm a grown-ass fucking man. I made my choice, and I got benefits from it even. That's not personally what I was primarily in it for, but I like the way that Destiny talks about shit. I genuinely find myself agreeing with the man very often. And so I wanted to engage with him, you know. I really did. Me and my brother did, because my brother's also somebody that really liked and enjoyed his content. And some of my offline friends as well think Destiny has a really based opinions. And so, you know, I wanted to engage with him in the content that he made. Here I am. He's not my boss. He's not like somebody that's beholden to me. He doesn't owe me anything as a result of doing that. Like, I don't know. This framing, I really don't like this framing. That, like, my career is contingent on him. He's my boss. It puts him in a position where it feels like he has some measure of responsibility in this. And it's just, it doesn't feel right to me. That's my response to what Max just said. We'll see what other people have to say about it.
Depends on Steven. Depends on Steven's career. And your opportunity for growth and exposure depends on Steven allowing you to stay in his good graces.
This is not even true either. I can find somebody else to give me opportunities and growth. I don't.
Oh, wait, so I'm not an orbiter, to be clear, because I've had a career for 12 years on my own, right? So is that correct?
Yeah, it's different with you.
Okay, then I'm good. Thanks, guys, for the convo. Have a great day. Bye.
Bye.
You're my favorite orbiter.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Hi. Okay, can I say something quickly?
Okay, I fully reject that previous statement. You just don't get Mrgirl's 500 IQ empath. The whole argument can come down to you are not entitled to my shit. That's just, yeah, I don't know. That's just where I'm at. It feels entitled to make that statement to me. That's what it feels like. I'm a grown-ass fucking man. I engaged with this other grown-ass man because I believed him to be intellectually, like, I won't even use Destiny as an example. I'll use Wicked Supreme as an example, right? Wicked Supreme is somebody I respect his ability to make arguments, and I respect him as a person. You know, I like him. And he is somebody that I like engaging with, I like interacting with, to the benefit of my career. Me and him have had some pretty damn good moments that some people can remember of. I've suggested him in my, you know, interpersonally between streamer stuff because I rely on him and I think he's a reliable person to other people and people can make use of him and, you know, his knowledge base. That individual, while he does benefit my career in stuff like that, obviously not to the same degree as Destiny or anything like that, I believe that I don't feel as though me saying that, like, because I benefit from him or because my career has received a bump because of my interaction with him, that means nothing. That means nothing morally for him because he has benefited. It's like, I don't know. It feels like a shaking of hands on a past relationship and past deals, transactions, and then me trying to use those past transactions as trying to say, well, right now you need to treat me better. That doesn't make any sense. We agreed upon certain ideas in the past. We shook hands. That was the past. We're grown adults. That's what it was. There was no coercion or anything. So, like, I don't know. That's the way that I view it. I don't know. I'm not going to say anything more about
This isn't
it.
really my drama, but I kind of want to respond back to what Brittany said earlier. Like, I feel like Max and Lav are just trying to absolve their responsibility for their actions and how people perceive them by giving that responsibility to Steven, right? It feels kind of obvious that's what's going on. And I understand that you're talking about like how there's like power differentials and like that.
Why don't you talk to me directly? Let's do this. Let's have this conversation. Why don't you talk to me directly and I'll respond directly.
I mean, I guess okay, I'll talk directly.
Pxie.
Huh?
It's nice to see you on stream. I've seen some of your old content.
Oh, that's so sweet. Thanks, Sherry.
Go, stop wasting girl time. Go, talk.
Okay. Max, do you feel entitled to be in Destiny's stream or to have a conversation with Destiny or to be able to have a say in what goes on to his subreddit?
No.
No.
I have boundaries around it though. If I'm part of the community, I'm part of the stream, and I think to a large degree I am, then I have needs and wants that I'm going to express, and if they are not met, then yeah, I will declare war, we'll have conflict, and then if the conflict doesn't go my way, then I don't know. I mean, like, I don't expect Steven to just immediately agree with what I'm saying, especially if I'm saying it in public. But no, I don't feel entitled to be on his stream, absolutely not, or even to be in his subreddit now.
Okay,
but it's an if-then statement. Like, if we're going to be collaborators, if we're going to work together, if I'm going to be on his stream, if we're going to be friends, like I can be friends with Steven even if he's like professional.
See, I have no problem with Mrgirl's statements about this, but like this as a reason makes sense. But the power differential, don't care. But the you're my boss, don't care. Your career, my career rests on you, like is dependent on you, don't care. All right. If you have a problem with the power differential between Destiny and yourself, that your career depends on Destiny, go find another streamer to have your career be dependent on. I don't think Destiny should care. That's not his fucking problem that you haven't found somebody else to make your career. This feels like I put all of my eggs in DGG's basket, so you have to care about the fact that my career is dependent. The fuck, nigga? That doesn't make any sense. I don't care. But the argument that he made about what is it? The argument that he made that, hey, my participation is consistent or is contingent on X, Y, and Z of my demands or requests, I should say, not demands into this context, requests being made or being met, excuse me. I think that's valid. Him saying like, yeah, listen, Destiny, I do like doing content with you. I recognize that I gain more from this relationship or I gain a lot from this relationship, but if I am going to participate in this community, I would like this and this met. And if you don't meet that, that's fine. I'll just, move on. I have no problem with that. I think that is good to be able to establish if that's something that you want. But yeah.
Shitty to me. Like, that doesn't matter, but it hurts more. It does make me feel like, well, what the fuck? We're friends and I'm banned from your subreddit and you're not going to unban me? Like, what the fuck's your problem? Like, it pisses me off, but no, I don't.
Is it okay if you can turn up the volume?
Okay,
I can barely hear Mrgirl. Yeah, the only problem is it's not normalized audio.
But you are displaying signs of entitlement, right? You are saying, oh, I expect to be treated this certain way and I want to be treated this certain way, and that is a level of entitlement. You expect...
Well, it's like a work...
I don't really agree with Pxie on this one.
Well, it's like a workplace. Like, if I work at Walmart, I expect to not be sexually harassed. That doesn't mean I feel entitled to work at Walmart.
But Destiny isn't your boss at the end of the day. You assign that responsibility to him right now, but he, at the end of the day, he's not the one who's actually sending you paychecks. Your own community is. So it's extremely unfair that you're deciding that Destiny has that.
That's not true, but it's
I think it is entirely dependent on what he's requesting of him, and I think it's valid. I think it's valid for me. Like, if I want to walk up to Destiny, I want to say, hey, if I even want to make ridiculous requests, I think that's valid. Because if I'm only using the leverage of my participation, I think you could say it's entitled based on the level of request. Like, if I walk up to Destiny, I was like, hey, look, you need to make sure that every single post inside of your subreddit is positive about me, or my participation is null inside of the stream. That's a pretty entitled thing to say. But if I walk up to Destiny, I don't know, because I feel like there's actual genuine racism inside of his community about it's like Like I guess kind of a good example was I had an interaction with Hassan where in which I believe that he he objectively did imply that I was being like an Uncle Tom towards Destiny, and I was like, dude, this is a really fucked up thing to do, and he apologized and he retracted the statement and said it was his bad. I think that is a good example of like something where in which somebody can make a demand who is obviously far less of a character or whatever, and obviously this wasn't staked on my participation in his community, but if it was, then that would have been full of my rights. If I was a part of Hassan's community at that time, I was like, dude, you just implied something incredibly terrible, like, I'm gonna need you to say why this was fucked, or I'm gonna leave. I think that's perfectly valid. I think that's fine. I think you can do that, because the only leverage that you have is your participation inside of that thing. You're not saying like, or I'm going to try and get, I don't know, fucking some whatever hosting site to stop hosting your website. That's not what you're saying. You're saying something else. If somebody doesn't accept your boundaries, you should leave. Lol, Mrgirl is sticking around, so he obviously wants more. Well, I think he's sticking around to be able to see if, he can convince Destiny of, Destiny and his community or his moderation team of his boundaries being valid. Like, you can't just go, here are my demands, and then when Destiny goes, not too sure about this, or no, and then him just go, yep, bye, and then just leaving, right? Especially with the concerns that Mrgirl has had or stated previously, right?
That's somewhat true, but it's also true that Steven controls my exposure, especially now that I'm banned from YouTube. He controls my exposure and income.
But Mrgirl is threatening war with his community if he doesn't get the thing. I think that's where the entitlement statement comes from. I think the adult thing to do would have... Well, no, that's not true. That's not the adult thing to do. I shouldn't say that. I was about to misspeak. I think what I would do is if I had such a problem with the way that Destiny was running his community or whatever, shit like that, I would probably just be like, okay, I'm done. But I think what he's having is an ethical issue, not just like a kind of like a whatever issue. So it'd be similar. Let's take it back to what I was saying about the Hassan situation. If Hassan didn't apologize or whatever, or didn't make the correction to his actions and see why what he did was wrong, what he did to me was wrong, I would have been well within my right to like start shitting on him for it and being like, yeah, Hassan is just straight up is perfectly okay with implying that black people are Uncle Toms because they disagree with him or because they agree with somebody else on an issue about race, right? For the extra context, it was about the N-word Andy stuff, and it was because I genuinely participated and contributed to the argument that you should be able to say the N-word in private, and I gave genuine argumentation, and he reduced all of my participation in that argumentation down to being a Destiny bootlicker. And I thought that was, and I believe to this day that is the exact same as just calling me like a useful Uncle Tom for Destiny, which was just completely inappropriate. And so I was very upset about that. But he said, sorry, it is what it is, all, water under the bridge. But if he didn't, I feel like I would have been well within my right to say, like, yeah, no, I'm going to make a fit about this. I'm going to make a fuss about this. You're a piece of shit. And I'm going to make some noise. And I feel like that's what Mrgirl is about. He thinks that there's an unethical situation going and that if not properly addressed, he's going to make some noise. Do you understand?
Pretty big degree, and I don't have that kind of control over his exposure income really at all.
So
that's why I'm using the word boss. So again, to bring it back to the question you just asked me,
isn't
I don't
Destiny
want to sound like I'm doing a looping Mr.
also asserting a boundary by saying he doesn't feel comfortable doing what Mrgirl wants him to do? So couldn't this be seen as Max trying to get Destiny to break a boundary? Yeah, and I think boundary friction is pretty normal when it comes to these things. I don't have an issue with people trying to change other people's boundaries. These aren't like sexual relationship boundaries where like their boundary is I don't want to do anal. Their boundary is like, yeah, I don't really want to like say sorry for this. I don't think I have to apologize for telling, a smaller streamer that they're a dumb bitch when they're calling other people dumb bitches and shit like that, right? It's not like such a fundamental thing that we need to respect. It's like a moral position that stems from the boundary. The problem he's bootstrapping his ethical argument off of his entitlement to Destiny's platform. I don't think you can claim. You'd have to expand on that one, Sheriff. Hot take, I think white people should be able to say the soft A N-word in public also. I disagree with that.
thing where I'm explaining the same thing 20 times. So as soon as you understand this, please just let me know. I'm not entitled to work at Walmart, but if I do work at Walmart, I expect to be treated a certain way, or I'm going to complain or stop working at Walmart.
Okay, I guess this is what I think is funny. Or not funny is the wrong way to put it. Odd, strange, whatever.
Okay.
Did Steven ever ask you for him to be your boss?
Sorry, I was reading Twitch.
No, right. So you basically decided Steven is your boss, or you put yourself in a position where he is greatly influencing your income or your exposure, et cetera, et cetera. So this is more like if you decided one day to be an employee of Walmart, despite Walmart never hiring you, and then getting upset that Walmart is not treating you the way that you want to be treated, even though they never hired you.
How long has this been going?
Woo! Wait! Yo, she's cooking, bro. She is cooking.
About 3 minutes. Welcome. I think that while it's true.
Yeah. Woo, dude. Oh, damn. I want to see how the nigga responds to that because she just laid down the law on that one.
That Orbiter and Streamer, this relationship is formed organically, and there's no official hiring process. I still maintain that the relationship does exist. There's a term for
it did.
Orbiter. We all know what that means. And I'm saying boss. Being somebody's orbiter is a form of working for them, working with them, working for them, collaborating with them.
No. Here's the issue: is when the way that the problem that I have with Mrgirl's characterizations of this is all of these characterizations imply some level of moral responsibility that Destiny has to uphold some kind of a relationship with us, and I don't think there's any moral responsibility at all. I don't think Destiny or I or any orbiter have any moral responsibility to each other outside of like not being like discriminatory, like outside of treating us as humans. We have no moral responsibility. Like Destiny doesn't have a moral responsibility to me because like when you say he's our boss and then you're making demands from our boss, that sounds like something that you should be able to do. You should be able to make demands of your boss for like better working environments, for better whatever shit, but that's not what's happening. You're like making demands of a individual that you have conversations with, that you also make money with. Like that's not even like to even say coworker. It'd be like making demands of your fellow classmate in class that you sometimes talk with, and in these are large demands that could fuck with their career. It's like what the fuck? We don't like. Why the hell? What gives you the right to do this?
Like, yeah, if you're collaborating with somebody who has way more power than you and is way bigger than you, has way more money than you, makes way more money than you, then they have power over you.
Max, where did Steven touch you, Max?
Stop, Zerga, you're gone.
No.
Get him out of here. The amount of sycophantic bootlicking in this call is going to demonstrate.
No, okay, that was Zerga. That was Zerga doing Zerga things. No one else has done that besides him. Zerga's fucking.
No, that's not true. Every single person in the call has at some point been like, no, he's fair to all of us. What are you talking about? Don't speak on my behalf. I would never.
I never. Whoa! He just triggered the entire call. Holy shit! Oh my god!
Max, I've never talked to you before, but I'm gonna come in and start arguing and speaking up to you. It's like, Steven, I don't even know why you talk to this guy. No, you guys are all bootlickers. Can I continue?
Wow, okay, so this is kind of crazy because I was
the official bootlicker wants to make a statement. The professional bootlicker. What's your report? Go
ahead. For the last 3 years. Okay, but that is so interesting to me because
Wait, the professional bootlicker? Does he even know who Pxie is? Pxie predates Mrgirl by like 3 years. Does he even know who Pxie is?
Assuming all these things about my relationship with Destiny and how I interact with him. I have not been on stream for like the past 2 years for good reasons, right? And instead of taking the criticism that I'm talking about, you're
giving me criticism. You're asking me questions. You're like, don't you think that maybe you sound entitled? That's not a criticism. If you have a criticism, I'd like to hear it, and then I'll respond. Go ahead.
Well, I'm trying to walk you through it, right? Because it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier to say. Like,
I'm not stupid. I don't have to be walked through. You could just tell me the criticism, and I'll be able to.
Because you're deflecting right now what everybody's saying about you. Instead of listening, you're saying you're all bootlickers.
Okay.
And instead of like you're saying like, oh no, like
wait. The thing that made me say that was Zerka saying, "Where did Steven touch you?" I'm not deflecting. I understand the primary disagreement right now seems to be that you think that even though there is a power differential that you definitely can't argue against, it's not a formally created power differential, so therefore I should not have expectations of a formal nature or professional nature.
Now, what I'm saying is that, there can be a power differential. No one's like, I'm not disagreeing with that, at least.
Yes, I just said that.
So my thing is you're willingly engaging in that power differential, and right now it feels like you're trying to use your willing engagement. What it feels like to me, like just optically right now, is that you willingly engaged in interacting with a larger streamer, and as soon as you realize some of the negative effects of interacting with a larger streamer, now you're making demands to try and like manipulate the environment that you're in into your favor. That's what it feels like to me right now, because you were happy to engage with the stream up till now, for X period of time, and then it just That's, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. And then it feels like it's being weaponized against it, that Destiny's size is being weaponized against him, that it's used as a kind of like argument that Destiny has some power over him that needs to be morally considered when you willingly engage in that situation, right? When you, this is one of the few times where I'm going to say, and I hope this makes sense. When you pray for the rain, you got to deal with the mud too. And I feel like we are wishing the mud goes away, and we're acting as though we are entitled to the mud going away.
Yeah, I'm rephrasing.
Yes.
I'm starting from the beginning.
You're not even rephrasing. You're just saying the same thing.
Okay, chill. Okay. But you cannot get mad at that power differential if you're the one who's constantly putting yourself in a bad position over and over and over and over again, despite Destiny not asking you to, despite Destiny not,
I think me and Pxie I think me and Pxie are 100% of the same mind on this one. I hope she comes back to streaming, dude. She's so based.
You there. You're the one who's
yes. So because a formal relationship was never actually established verbally, so you do. So if Steven said, Max, I want you to work for me, and here's the job. The job is when you think of something you want to talk about, or if I think of something I want to talk about with you, or something naturally comes up, I just want you to come on my stream. I want you to try to be interesting. I want you to make sure your audio equipment's good, your camera's good. I want you to look and sound good, and I want you to speak concisely. You be yourself. It's a pretty simple job, but I just want you to come on and kind of like talk to people, and then I'll post videos about it, and I'll make thousands and thousands of dollars per month. And you, in exchange, I'll be in your videos, so you get a boost in the algorithm from that. People will like you, my community, some of my fans will come over to you. What do you say? So if he said that, and I said, okay, that sounds good, then do you think I would have more of a right to be upset?
Honestly, if you said that, yeah, you'd have more of a right, because Destiny's not begging you to be on stream. He's saying
Agreed.
oh yeah,
Absolutely.
tell me if I'm out of place here, Destiny, because this is like
No, he's never begged me to be on stream. So again, the reason I thought I did a pretty good job of framing your argument for you is that your main complaint is that no formal agreement was ever explicitly made, and yet I am bringing in expectations as if it were.
Yeah, I guess.
Yes. Okay. So there's two parts of this. One is how I feel. You're saying I shouldn't feel this way, but I do. And so that's an angle where you're trying to discredit me by saying, well, you're just an entitled fucking weirdo. You're a crazy person. You think you're entitled to all this shit, but you're not. You're crazy. And then the other is...
I have no problem with Mrgirl making these demands, but only under one specific moral idea. And that's that Mrgirl's continued participation with Destiny and collaboration with Destiny is contingent on certain things that he wants done. I don't think that's entitled. It depends on what he demands. But in general, I don't think that's entitled. I think that's perfectly fine and that's perfectly valid. The problem is when he brought up all of the other different reasons that I believe are entitled. I think just that one, his participation, completely valid.
I said you were entitled. Which
yeah. But I'm saying that's an attack on my emotional and psychological well-being. You're saying I shouldn't.
Wait, calling someone entitled is an attack on somebody's emotional and psychological well-being?
No, telling somebody that they shouldn't feel what they're feeling is an attack on somebody.
I don't think she was talking about what she was feeling. I think
she said I don't have a right to be angry. So
wait,
wait, stop! Don't scatter what I'm saying. It's very simple. There's an emotional component and a logistical component. So do I have a right to feel how I feel? She's saying I don't.
No, hold on, stop. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick stab at this, Pxie. You tell me if I'm right or tell me if I'm wrong. Okay, super quick. Okay, it sounds like what Pxie is saying is that you're doing this thing where you're like, just because I don't make a formal agreement with you doesn't mean that I can't have some forms of boundaries, which everybody here would agree. You don't have to make a formal agreement with somebody to have some forms of boundaries, but you're not talking about a boundary like a friendship boundary. It seems like you're extending that to almost like a form of professional boundary. You're talking about these are the rules that you need to make to moderate your community to appease me professionally. And what Pxie is saying is that in order to make a professional ask of somebody or to have a professional boundary, it seems like some professional agreement would have needed to have been made and not just assumed. Otherwise, you have a feeling of entitlement that isn't justified. That sounds like what Pxie's argument was.
Yeah, but there's two components to that. There's the logistical professional component, and then there's the emotional component.
No one here is talking about the emotional component. It's about the logistical.
She just said you don't have a right to be angry.
Okay, what I said. Well, I don't.
Pxie, do you think I have a right to be angry?
Honestly, I think everybody can feel what they want to feel, right? Everybody has a right to feel whatever.
Okay.
But whether those emotions are valid or not, whether those emotions should be introspected more, and hopefully work towards change.
Okay, so I can have. So why don't you just bite the? Let's cut. Let's cut the shit. Wait, let's cut the shit. Let's skip the loop. Let's bite the bullet and just say you don't think that my emotions are valid. That's what you said. Let's just put that down, and then I can respond to it without you shifting it to something else.
Can we be very specific though? Because I'm not saying you can't be.
I'm not trying to dunk on you. I'm literally explaining your argument for you, and you're interrupting me, telling me it's wrong, going on a loop, having Steven translate, and then restating the same thing that I just said for 10 minutes. All that's been happening for 10 minutes is you trying to escape me stating your own argument to you and then restating it over and over.
You deflecting. Okay, but whatever. I am trying to be clear right now. That is all I am trying to do.
I understand what you're saying because you're saying the same thing as everybody else, so it's not that hard to understand. I get it. You think that my emotions are not valid because you think I am both professionally and interpersonally overly entitled to what I view as my property, my space, and my Steven. I get it.
I never said interpersonally, but continue.
When you talk about my feelings, you are...
Yo, it's been a really long time since I've done it, so I'm going to do it right now. Like the video, okay? If you like ad-free viewing and you want to help the channel grow, it really helps a lot. It helps a fuck ton to the channel gets boosted tremendously if you like the video, because engagement is tracked really well on live streams, because YouTube's trying to push live streams to a lot of people. So when you engage with the live stream, it really tries to push it to a broader audience. So if you want more streams, more YouTube streams, and you want ad-free viewing, like the damn video, please. All right? I've been enjoying streaming on YouTube, and the way that you can encourage me to continue streaming on YouTube and doing what I do, which is usually an hour on Twitch, 2 hours on Twitch, then moving to YouTube to watch some of the content that might not be available for me to easily watch on Twitch. This is how you do it, okay? But I would appreciate it so much if you dropped a like. Thank you. Thank you to the 36 people that just liked the video.
We're bringing up the interpersonal. You're not just talking about professional anger. You're talking about my psychology. And I believe what you think about my psychology is that I have boundaries for me, but not for thee. That I believe that I can say no to people.
I appreciate
and I can tell people to fuck off, and I can do blah blah blah. But for some reason, I don't feel that other people should be able to say no to me.
Somebody just unliked.
To personally, psychologically, I think that's the picture you're painting of me. Is that wrong?
Yeah, I think more or less that's basically it.
Okay, so to address the two prongs, now that we've agreed on what you're saying, professionally. Streaming is a new and uncharted territory, partly invented by
Thank you to these 70 people that
and
just liked the video.
That
Momo,
we have really figured out how to establish these relationships.
Thank you for becoming
and
a
how to
member.
maintain them in a way that's good for, especially the.
How do you get money from YouTube live streams? Literally donations and memberships and stuff. That's how I get money, because there is no ads. It's just donos and stuff. But on YouTube, there's been a tremendous amount of generosity from people inside of chat. I don't know how consistent that will be over a period of time. But right now I'm more focused on community building and stuff. I have a couple of people suggesting how to incentivize donos and stuff, but right now I am just very much focused on trying to get people in, because right now it's looking pretty good for community building, the way that YouTube has been heading for me. So that's what I'm focused on, and I want to keep my head down on that and stay focused on just trying to, juice the algorithm and work with the people who want to be in my stream to kind of do that. But I have gotten a lot of support. I got a $100 dono earlier.
Orbiter, but even good for the streamer. So I don't think it should be the Wild West. I guess I'm just for people speaking out.
Married to movement, I think it would.
And I'm also all about calling out the unspoken.
You should get a sponsored
the
stream
unspoken
for
agreement,
Foxhole.
unspoken relationship to life.
If I could do that, I
so
would.
Stephen,
100%.
Or our boss. I'm not saying he officially has accepted this title. I'm saying it because you are already not thinking. I'm saying it because it's not acknowledged. I'm saying I think we should acknowledge that.
It's not reality.
That's fine if you don't. It's fine if you don't agree, but I don't think I'm saying anything about you don't like the label, but everything I'm saying about it, we benefit greatly from appearing on Steven's stream, and he can control that. He can control our access to that resource. He doesn't really get much from appearing on any of our streams. That's just true.
He's not like a natural he's not like natural water.
Destiny starts to feel like a TV show when past people like Pxie come back stronger and mature to clash with newer people. I mean, I feel like Pixie's been pretty based ever since she even left. So I mean, I liked her, even before she had left. So yeah, I mean, I guess.
Or the rain
I'm not saying he's the pawn. I'm saying he has control.
No, you got 100 pounds. That's like $10 these days. True.
He doles out access to a very valuable resource when he sees fit, and this gives him a lot of power in the relationship. You don't have to call it a boss if you want. We already have the word. Orbiter is kind of a semi-ironic term, but it's pretty accurate. We exist because of him. If he cuts us loose, then we are just a little asteroid sailing through the nothingness of space. That tie can always be cut. If you cut ties with Steven, you heard him what he said earlier. Lav was like, well, I don't know if I want to be talked to this way, and he was like, fine, go fuck yourself. But the only reason I have a career is because of Steven.
Okay, Max, you are projecting your... him and expect him to care, right?
Wait, stop. I'm not projecting anything. I'm just describing literally the logistics of our relationship. If you walk out of Walmart and you say, go fuck yourself, Walmart, it does not change Walmart's life at all. If Walmart says, go fuck yourself, you're fired, it changes your life completely. I think we should acknowledge that. I haven't even finished what I'm saying. Again, I'm just trying to, these are obvious things that are obviously true. You won't even let me finish it. Stop making me come up with examples of how what I'm saying is obviously true.
I don't think you should say
obviously true. That's the problem.
Okay, what part of what I just said isn't true, Pxie?
Okay, when I keep saying, oh, you're projecting, what I'm saying is that...
No, I don't want you to talk about that. No, you just said what I just said isn't true. What about what I described? I've addressed only the...
I feel like everything Mrgirl just said is just objectively true, right? Like, I can say fuck you to Steven, but my career is going to take a massive hit. It might be the end of my career. But the way that he is framing it, or the way that he had framed it in the past, it made it seem like Destiny has a moral responsibility to uphold to. So maybe that's just an optics thing for Mrgirl, but that's definitely where the entitlement claims at least come from in regards to my perspective on how this, where he's getting that shit from. Like, for sure.
Professional. I've addressed only the professional. What about what I said about our professional relationships with Steven is not true?
Well, first of all, my life and my profession, seeing that it's like not even streaming to begin with, is not affected by whether Steven is interacting with me on stream or not. Other
Agreed.
people have
For most of us,
large enough
okay,
continue
great. Then you're not, in
without
that case, you're not one of the people I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who are financially dependent or semi-dependent on their relationship with Steven.
Which might be you, but that's
yes,
not.
I'm one of those people. Yes, that's good. I'm talking about orbiters.
Every orbiter.
Yes, I'm talking about orbiters who depend on Steven for their living. So what about what I said about those relationships is not true, or can I finish making my point?
Finish making your point, but just specify it's you, because there's other orbiters.
I'm not just talking about me. There are multiple people, including people in this call, who benefit greatly financially and professionally from their exposure to Steven and his stream.
But just because they benefit doesn't mean that their career is over. Just because Steven doesn't talk to them
I didn't say your career is
anymore.
over. Just because Walmart fires you doesn't mean that you're never going to work a cashier job again.
Wait, hold on, stop. To be clear, that is what you're implying, because you're saying that I only exist because. Wait, no. You literally said that I only exist because of him, and otherwise we're asteroids got loose into space. You're
implying
that
I only exist because of you. I said I only have a career because of you.
Okay, which means your career is over aside from me. That's what Pxie was saying.
Yeah.
You know what this reminds me of?
It's just entirely.
Dan, return to us.
Be very handy at this point. I mean, you've already
save us.
Semi-professionally cut ties with me in some ways, and I think
really?
I mean, you are banning my fans from your subreddit.
Okay, that's the thing that's happening right now. But like, you're still appearing on stream, no problem. I still appear on YouTube videos, no problem. So like, damn, I don't think I haven't come close to cutting ties with anything.
No, but my the character I'm now allowed to play.
You can do whatever you want. I don't have any problems with anything you've done. If I have a problem with things, I'm going to shout at you.
Will you bite the bullet that banning my fans from your subreddit does increase a anti-Mrgirl sentiment on your subreddit, and thus, therefore, does define how I am seen by your community? To some
thank God, something I give a shit about. Oh, thank you. So, do you think you and your fans do anything to deserve a ban?
Who the fuck is this?
Steven, will you answer my question?
Who is this?
If I ban all your fans, will anti-Max sentiment necessarily hurt my sub? To some extent, it probably will, sure. But I mean, it's not like they're never gonna be nice to you. Like, you've done interviews afterwards, right? I think my sub ubiquitously was in agreement that you did really well on the no jumper thing. I don't think there was like hardly any disagreement there. And that was I think I was already post like a lot of your fans getting banned.
But will you bite the bullet that banning my fans from your subreddit lowers my?
I just did. I literally already did. I can restate it again if you'd like. But yes, of course.
No, you bit the bullet, but then you did chaser. No chaser.
Well, I have to do it because you always do these hardcore insinuations, and then those insinuations like pump the rest of your arguments without people being aware of it.
I don't think it's a hardcore.
Forethought's got a good mic.
Insinuation is
and a good voice.
Do you agree that to some degree banning all my fans from your subreddit hurts my standing in your community?
Yes, that's not the problem. The problem is later on you're going to say that by banning your fans, I've like made it impossible for you're going to make more point arguments.
Okay, well, I'm not going to. Let's see, and then you can say it after I do it instead of before I do it, motherfucker. Okay. Yes, it's true. I still have access to your stream. I can still come on and be me. But the character I get to play now is one that discredits me and actually hurts my reputation. And so, yes, you haven't cut ties with me, but I have lost access to something that gave me a career. I don't have that thing. If I came on and you portrayed me the way you do now at first, I probably wouldn't have a career.
Like, you're the one who basically assigned your career onto Steven. Do you understand that? Do you see that?
Yep. I am describing the logistical, professional, interconnected web of relationships.
Yeah, but do you understand that?
You keep switching the conversation back to my psychology, but before you do that...
Hold on, real quick, wait, let me just into what Pxie's saying, because I could be wrong, but it feels like this is what she's implying, and it does make me feel a little uncomfortable. It sounds like what you've essentially done is, in a way, you have made me completely responsible for your existence, and now I have to accept a whole bunch of responsibilities.
Thank you, holy shit! It took like 30 minutes to get here. Allah bless, thank God.
That entails, and that's a really spooky ask or demand that I'm...
Yeah, I know. I know. I think you feel like I'm guilt tripping you, and I think it freaks you out.
Well, I wouldn't say that it freaks me out. It's more than just like I've been given a whole list of responsibilities that I didn't know I was signing up for, is the argument Pxie's making.
Yes.
Yes, just because he wanted to have small streamers on his fucking platform. Now he's hoisted into like all of this weird moral responsibility. It's cringe.
And do you
I think
know
we all agree on that.
Do you know for how long? Because do you know for how long you expect that? Like, is it until you outgrow Steven?
Oh, if I outgrow Steven, then
like when do you expect him to not put your image before his maybe like authentic reaction to your arguments or whatever? Or
that's
like,
not what I'm asking for.
Or allowing people to ban your fans. Like at what point do you allow him to do what he wants to do with his platform?
He's allowed to ban my fans whenever he wants, but if he wants me to, obviously if he wants me to participate.
When Cherry says allowed, she means like what would you prefer, obviously, not what am I actually.
Yeah, like at what point will you?
Well, I reject that framing of allow. So if you're asking me what I want, then
what is your ideal? At what time do you feel like it will be ideal for you to like cut the umbilical cord?
I don't want to cut the umbilical cord. That's not what I'm describing. I'm talking about a set of
Melina's
norms when there's a huge power differential that are not in place. And so I think we should acknowledge the power differential. And then I'm still trying to respond to Pxie's like, you guys are running so much interference for each other. I can't.
I have to sign the papers if this is going to be his content from now on. I can't stand listening. I have to sign the papers. That's a good meme, dude. That's a good meme.
I can't wait. Stop. Let me finish my sentence about how you're interrupting me. You guys are running so much interference for each other. Like I literally can't respond to any single point without either that person themselves saying they didn't say what they just said, or somebody else coming in to translate, aka change the subject. So I feel like all this started because Pxie asked me my position, I thought, and I'm trying to say I think that or me saying here's your two main contentions with me, and I'd like to respond to both of them, but I feel like I haven't been able to do that. So instead of having a bunch of mini arguments, can we just accept that we do have a professional relationship with Steven? That relationship was not formalized. It has not been made explicit until maybe right now, me saying this. It does not have clear terms and boundaries. There are no protections in place for people who...
No, I reject this. I don't think there is a professional relationship there. I personally don't. Now, it depends on what he means by professional relationship, but by definition, absolutely not. I don't believe Orbiters have a professional relationship with Destiny. Not in the capacity that the implication is. Do we have a professional relationship in that our careers overlap? Sure, but that's the capacity that he is using. I believe that Max is currently using the statement of professional relationship for leverage when it comes to the bargaining table for demands, and I don't know why he's doing this. All he needs to do is just focus on the fact that he can make demands or requests of Destiny for how he can do anything with his community and have his leverage be his participation in the community. I don't believe we have to do all of this. Well, we have a professional relationship, so you should, meet my requests. None of that. I make content with you, Destiny. You make content with me. Granted, whatever shit. I want to be in your community. You may want me to be in your community. It's up to you. But I will not continue to be in your community if these requests do not get met. And if they are not met, then you leave. And maybe, I don't know if they're moral requests. You can complain about it on Twitter, Reddit, and stuff like that. You have the right to do that. But I believe that is valid. It is valid to do that. I don't think it's valid to go like, well, Destiny, because we've made content together and I haven't grown to a point that's similar to you, then you have a power differential. We have a professional relationship. You need to keep that in mind. The way that this is being framed right now, I will agree with Max that this isn't the strict logic, but the way that it's being framed, it feels like he's using this for leverage in the conversation about bargaining for what he wants.
Enter Steven's orbit. Orbiters do tend to be fans. They tend to be people who really admire Steven and love Steven and look up to Steven. They enter into his orbit. It's a great honor to be here. And this primes people, along with the not informal nature.
All an orbiter needs to do is be entertaining. Zerka could be an orbiter to Max, and most people don't like him, but he's funny. Sure. Do you get a large cut from the sub on Twitch or membership on YouTube? Thinking about swapping over from Twitch? I get a larger cut from YouTube. Yeah.
Along with Steven's, not irresponsible, but like the like willingness to wrestle in the mud or wanting to wrestle in the mud with you. All of this, I think, combines to create a situation where no one is really advocating for the orbiters. And so I want to stand up and say, like, look, I think this financial relationship exists, is very real. A lot of us are actually dependent on you for fucking paying rent, and I think that introduces a lot of power imbalances that I want to talk about.
He's not here right now, by the way.
Dan, why the fuck am I here?
Oh, sorry. I don't know.
That's fine. I think he already knows what I'm saying anyway. Then the second part is my psychology.
Give me a sec. I need to actually need to take a piss, but I do want to hear everything that has to be said, so I'm going to pause for a second. Be right back.
So if you want to talk about how you think I feel over entitled, I can see why you're saying that. I think there's a couple things I'll speak to on that. One, my bar for expressing anger is pretty low. So for Steven to get to the point where he's going to come on a stream and say, like, listen, I'm here, I want to talk to you because I'm angry at you, he would have to be apoplectic in order to get to that point. I'm much more open.
He's an equal. No, he is a friend. No, he is an orbiter. He is Mr.
So I can be feeling probably something less than what you're imagining in order to tell somebody, like, hey, I'm angry at you. And then what's the other part? You're talking about how I'm entitled and flipping out, main character syndrome. narcissistic. I think I'm also much more willing to have conflict. So for me,
No.
there's been a lot of professional situations in my life where
you're not willing to have conflict, because to be willing to have conflict, you would need you need to allow the other person to have conflict with you, and you very much do not want to let Steven have conflict with you.
This is how I see myself, despite Cherry's assessment of me. I think that I'm more willing to have conflict than most people, and I think it gives people the impression that I am more entitled or think things are worse than they are. I don't think what Steven is doing is like horrific. I don't think it's really his fault that he's been thrust into this role. I don't think he wants the responsibility, but I think he wants the benefit of having orbiters, and I think that should carry with it responsibility. In my eyes, it does.
Okay, I have a question. It seems like you have put Steven in an impossible situation to win because, again, first of all, he didn't ask for this responsibility. Yeah, it seems like you have wasted it
That's
upon
consistent
him.
with
so if he
his
decides,
thing.
hey, guess what? I don't want this responsibility of dealing with orbiters. I'm not talking to any more orbiters on stream, et cetera, like where this is done. What's gonna happen to you, Max?
Okay.
I'll just fall back on being a rapper.
Okay.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What's going to happen to me? Like, yeah, it would suck.
They
I would
came
be
back
sad.
at the
It
same
would hurt
time.
my career. But I understand. That's fine.
Okay.
Like again, if Walmart wants to be like, listen, I can't stop hitting my employees, so I guess we have to shut down because we can't stop beating the employees. That's fine. If he cannot, if he does not want to or cannot treat his orbiters well, then yeah, I guess I think he shouldn't have them. But that's not what I want.
Can I challenge you on something, Max? Because
Sure.
I've heard much of your criticism of Steven.
Okay.
He's irresponsibly platforming other people and now irresponsibly managing his orbiters. What is responsible that he's doing?
What is responsible?
Yeah. What is a good thing that happens on this stream besides you?
What? I don't know why Cherry's asking this.
Having a career.
What is a good thing that happens on the stream aside from me having a career? He is very fair and understanding of people's different perspectives and empathetic and intelligent 92% of the time. That's pretty good.
Okay. I have a question. I have more questions for you.
He's doing a way better job of steering the ship than any of you fuckers would. So I'm like, look, I think that I'm not saying that I think anyone else is more qualified to do this than he is. I think most people in his situation would end up being abusive to some degree. I think that's just part of having power.
Okay. I know you kind of like touched upon it earlier, but I really got to know the specifics of what does orbiter responsibility exactly look like for you? Because so far the things that you have been describing, at least from an outsider perspective, seems kind of unfair, if not just like completely unfair. So maybe
I haven't made any
Tier
prescriptions.
Exactly. I'm saying what it looks like you're alluding to. So that's why I'm asking you to be
Oh,
specific
I'm not
right
alluding
now.
to. Okay, here's my prescription.
Thank you for becoming a member.
Acknowledge the power imbalance, and I think you should take that acknowledgement into account when having interpersonal commentary or interpersonal conflict with people, and when getting feedback about it. I think it's really messy. And
so again, we're back at the square one. We were, I think, 40 minutes ago, where at least Destiny said, and I hope somebody else says, this isn't what he wants. He doesn't want Destiny to recognize the power imbalance. He wants Destiny to act upon a power imbalance in a way that he has viewed that he hasn't in the past. Because Destiny could just say, I recognize the power imbalance. So Max having specific instances of Destiny abusing the power imbalance needs to happen at this moment. And this is kind of how we looped on the dumb bitch comment. And then they got to a moral impasse. So he would need to give another example besides the dumb bitch comment.
Confusing and really, really difficult to do all of these roles at once. And I don't think it's fair to expect that he do that. So what I think should happen is I think he should be really open to feedback. I think anybody who says like, hey, I think you're mistreating your orbiters. I think you're mistreating me.
That's cool. I
think
appreciate it.
Take a big step back when somebody says that and say, I have this rule with my girlfriend. We have a rule in our relationship that usually when we're having a conflict, we acknowledge explicitly whose turn is it to talk about their side. Usually it's a bad idea if we both try to talk about our feelings. So we say, okay, you're going to talk about your feelings, that's fine. You're the one who brought up the thing. If you're the first person to say I'm angry or I'm upset with you, then it's your turn. Go ahead. You get to talk about it. I will do my best to listen to you and make space for your narrative and your feelings. Even if I think everything you're saying is a lie, I will just look through your eyes. But there is a catch. If either of us says, I think you're being abusive, the other person has to stop. Whatever role you're in, when you make an abuse allegation, however minor, I think you're being abusive, the other person has to say, okay, why? Why do you think I'm being abusive? Why did you say that? It's an automatic timeout. And I think it would be good to have something like that in Steven's orbital relationships, where somebody, a check on Steven's power, because Steven doesn't want to acknowledge his power, and I think that...
Don't know why you keep saying that.
That's not true. Yeah, like this is another thing. You keep saying like, oh, I want him to acknowledge.
I think Steven has not acknowledged his power sufficiently, and I think
How, in what way? Wait, in what way have I? I'm
A
just curious.
safe word? Yeah, he wants a
because when
safe
Pxie
word.
started pushing back on me and saying, "Oh, he didn't formally blah blah," what you should have done, I think, is you should have jumped in and been like, "No, let's be real here. I don't think of myself as your boss, but like, yeah, I have a fucking shitload of power over you. Go ahead, Max.
Well,
Or go ahead,
but
Pxie.
obviously I have power.
Just bite the
But
bullet.
well, that's not the problem. Is the not being the first of all, no, I wouldn't say that I'm your boss at all.
I know.
In any size, shape, or form. And you wouldn't agree with that either because it doesn't make any sense, right? Because
Wait, in any way, shape, or form, that's not true. You
correct.
have
In any way,
with
shape, or form.
professional and financial power. Over
Professional financial power does not make somebody's boss. It could be a interpersonal
It's
relationship.
part of it. Wait, you
No,
said in any way,
a
shape, or form.
part necessary but not sufficient doesn't make it necessary and sufficient, right?
I'm not saying you're literally actually my boss, but in some ways you are.
No, not at all.
Okay, well, so
Finally! Thank God! We're finally pushing back on this rhetoric, because Max just needs to stick to the participation thing. He's trying to get multiple points for why, to justify why he's making demands. All he needs is participation. Destiny, I will refuse to continue participating in your community if these requests are not met. No problem with that. That is a boundary. That is perfectly fine. Why are we also trying to go like, Destiny, I will refuse to participate inside of this community if my demands are not met. And you're my boss, and my career is contingent on you. It feels like you're guilt tripping him into, or not just guilt tripping him, but also in front of thousands of people, putting the moral responsibility for him to act on these demands on him in a way that he never signed up for. Just because he had a small streamer on his stream. Just because he had a small YouTuber on his stream. All of that. Just because he had them on the stream. Now he has to adhere to these demands, otherwise the nigga can't eat lunch. The nigga can't eat. Bro, I'm not going to be able to make a rent if you don't do this. It's like, bro, he didn't sign on for that.
I think if you want to be responsible with your power, you should just bite the bullet and say, "Yeah, I get what you mean."
I understand what you mean, but what you're saying is wrong. I can be
I
charitable.
think
I have some level of.
You shouldn't say.
Okay,
I think you shouldn't do that. I've had this problem with you since our second conversation, where I was like, "Hey, are we gonna at any point are we gonna acknowledge the extreme power differential between us?" And you were basically just like, "No, you can talk about it. I don't think about it." And I was
No,
like,
no.
You
That
don't
wasn't
think about how much people benefit. Like all these fucking
you're just
sycophantic suck-ups leeching off you. You don't think about that. And you're like, "No."
Okay, so in that second conversation, that had to that referred to our personal relationship. In which case, I don't think about that much at all. If you want to, that's fine. If it affects you, that's fine. But I don't personally think about it that way. Now you're talking about a professional relationship. So to refer back to that conversation makes absolutely no sense. Okay. Now what we're talking about right now is whether or not I'm your boss. I'm not your boss. Do I have some similarities to your boss? Yeah, sure. And that like I have some like control over your income potentially, or can platform you or employ you in certain ways that makes more money. Sure. But there's plenty of people in your life that can do that to you that aren't your boss at all. For instance, I might be working for a company as a consultant or whatever, and I've got a relationship with another client, and that guy, whether or not he agrees or disagrees to the offer that I make him, might have a dramatic impact on even whether or not I maintain my job. But that guy's not my boss, right? So I just that phrase is very strange because the problem is when you say boss, you're using a form of intuition pumping there because boss implies some level of consensual obligations between both parties, and you're trying to.
Thank you, man. Holy shit, we're finally getting to it. God damn, thank you. Holy shit, thank you. We are finally getting to it. Good Lord. This is why I need to be in the call, bro. Jesus Christ, we should have said this a half hour ago.
Okay, well, you're kind of like my boss because we have these things, and if I agree to it, you're going to use that intuition pump. Okay, well, now you're kind of like my boss. Well, how would it be like if Walmart just fired me out of nowhere or something like that, even though they have the right to do that?
No. I'm not trying to trap you.
You are. You're doing that with that boss phrase. Otherwise, all you could really say is like, oh, well, he's got some power over income, right? Yeah, of course. You would just say it like that and leave it there. That'd be fair. But when you say boss, you're using boss as an intuition pump to some sort of contractual obligation that we've mutually agreed to, which we haven't really.
No, that's not. I'm referring to.
I'm excited, Fino.
The ethics are not existing at all whatsoever here. We don't have a boss employer.
No, that is our wait. That is our contention. I think they exist, and that is why I'm using the word boss.
Wait, so then how did he just disagree with what Destiny said? Because that's exactly what he said. He believed that if Max believes that there's certain ethics that need to be adhered to, given the relationship of like a boss employee dynamic. Destiny's whole point with what he said was that there is implications to a boss-employee dynamic that he does not believe ought be present inside of this relationship because it's not comparable to the relationship. Or, sorry, not that it's not comparable, that it's not sufficient. So he agrees with what Destiny said, but he disagrees.
Okay, let's have that conversation then. How am I your boss?
I thought you know the ways that I think you're my boss. We both agree on the situation.
Okay, did I hire you? Did we go through any sort of hiring process?
We both agree on every part of this. We don't need to go through this.
Okay, you could have joined the call. I wouldn't say I'm your boss at all.
The only reason I'm using the word is because I think, due to our financial and professional relationship, I think you have certain ethics that you should follow, which you don't think you should follow. That is
exactly. That's what Destiny just said. He literally just said that the reason why you're using the word boss is because you are trying to imply some standard of ethics that you are trying to tack onto the relationship that without that statement would not be there. That's exactly what Destiny said. Man, we're speaking two different languages. What is that? €5? Thank you for the €5, Slifa. Mrgirl needs to realize that the person with less power in a relationship still has an obligation to look after themselves. I agree. That's why my what I said to him, or what I was saying to my stream that I think would be a good response to him. It's just like sometimes like I'm not entitled, as much as I agree. I'm in a similar situation to what Mrgirl is describing, where my career is probably pretty contingent on my relationship with Destiny. That's probably true. But that doesn't mean that I have to, like, what is it, kowtow to everything that Destiny says or does or whatever, right? That I can recognize that, you know, that relationship is there, but also that I willingly put myself in that situation. I did that. I could have never interacted with a larger streamer if I wanted to and just tried to grow on my own. A lot of lefties try and do that on Twitch and then ended up orbiting Hassan, but you know, a lot of lefties tried that on Twitch where they just completely stopped talking to any other person and then just did this. Mike from PA started doing that for a while, and then he realizes how much fucking juice he could get from just putting Hassan inside of his title. So it is what it is. But
we can't.
Well, sure, we can talk about those ethics, but they're not going to be the same as a boss would have.
I think some of them should be.
Some of them could be, sure, but it's not the same as a boss. Some of the ways we act should be the same as like a husband and wife treat each other, but that doesn't mean that we're married. I wouldn't use that term. So yeah, I agree. There might be some similarities to bosses or to girlfriends or to wives or to whatever.
Don't fucking do that. Don't do that. Don't pretend that you think that our relationship is as similar to husband and wife as it is to boss. It's a flat fucking.
No, hold on. It might be more or less similar. I'm just saying that boss is incorrect. Boss does not apply to
husband and wife wouldn't really. There'd be no point for me to use that comparison. There's a lot of point in me using the comparison of boss.
Yes,
I think
and the point is the intuition pump of trying to imply that I had some pre-existing contractual agreement with you in terms of our relationship.
Let me make it clear. We can use a different word.
Sure.
I don't think we have a contractual agreement. I think we have a messy, confusing relationship, including financially and professionally messy and confusing. But in that relationship, I think there's a gigantic power differential where you have more control over me in the course of my life than a boss at Walmart has over his employee. So we don't have to use the word to describe our relationship, but I just want to point out that in relationships where there is much less influence over the worker's life, there's still ethical protections in place, which you seem to shirk entirely.
Well, because ethical obligations are usually things that are at least implicitly agreed to when people enter a sort of relationship with one another.
Well, I think that's what I'm asking you to do. I'm asking you to think about what's ethical here.
And then he would just say no, right? Because he would have to consent to certain ethical agreements that he wouldn't want. So no, like, and this is why I believe Mrgirl should just stick to the consensual participation thing. I think that's a far better argument. That, like, hey, look, Destiny, I have a couple of demands that I want met because I think that they are just better ways to handle these situations. So, yeah, if you don't meet them, I will not engage with your stream anymore. And, yeah, I think that's fine.
You need to hear me out as I make my case.
Well, sure, and I'll hear you out, and we can think about what's ethical, but you're not asking me to have done it. You're upset because I haven't already done it.
That
like,
is
it's not
true.
like you're coming to me now and it's like, okay, hey, hold on. If we're going to like keep going on this, we should have like a conversation about this. You're upset because you think I've already failed to meet those obligations that I should have already been aware of.
That's true. I didn't consider that, but that's true.
Yeah, I think that's unfair. I think you're right. Well, I don't think it's unfair to be upset about it. It's more like things are happening that are really upsetting to me, and then as I
think that was a pretty significant moment that Mrgirl haters or whatever can latch onto, of Mrgirl being pretty fair with that, because what Destiny was saying was correct, was that he did have an expectation to be able to, and Max recognized that, or at least he stated the recognition of that pretty quickly. So I think if you are a hater of Mrgirl, you do have to reconcile with the fact that he did just acknowledge that reality.
And think like, okay, what the fuck is going on? As I try to sort out what's happening between us, then I'm like, oh, this shouldn't have happened. I think that's not right. And then I'm reframing that as like, okay, I think this is an ethics thing that I think should be talked about. But I agree. The framing that you should have thought about this already is not fair.
Sure, that's fine. And then the only thing I ask then is that, like, when you think about it from reframing it in the way that it feels unfair, whatever, which is totally fair, especially when you're dealing with like massive amounts of hate from other communities, is like the way that I usually approach these types of thoughts is like, well, what if this was universalized? Like, is the expectation that I'm setting here fair for expectations between all people that are in the quote unquote order class? Is the question.
I think absolutely. So the expectations I would like you to consider.
What the fuck is that, dude?
Are
hey Pete, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Thank you. Today I've had 10 new members. I set up the member program today, and we've gotten 10 new members. I really do appreciate the 10 individuals that have showed support for the YouTube streams. It encourages me to continue doing streams on YouTube.
Calling them stupid or immature, or implying that they may be, or allowing others, implying it by being silent. Like if Dan calls Lav a snake, and then you don't say anything. I think I just want you to think about the power of defining the narrative that you have and how much that affects the other
Yeah, I don't have
person.
to think about that. I already know to some extent that that's going to exist. But like, if I would have to formally state it, I would say like, don't ever come here if you're expecting me to be like this stalwart defender of every single person that comes on from an uncharacterization of another person they're talking to. Like, I explicitly don't like intervene in those types of conversations unless somebody's like being unhinged or whatever. That's just not my role. It's never been my role.
I don't think I'm asking you to be a stalwart defender. I think it's more.
If you
like,
want me to intervene between a disagreement between Dan and Lav, of course you're asking me to step in and be like Lav's defender. I don't need to step in.
Let me describe what I'm asking, and then you can tell me if that is what I'm saying. I'm asking you to set norms.
What norm are you asking me to set here? That the guests can't insult each other?
Wait, really?
Like, what norm could I possibly set to make it so that
RTBA?
Dan can't call Lav stupid? If Dan thinks Lav is stupid.
We're gonna try and get through this entire VOD, RTBA, so... Yeah, we're gonna try and get through... What is this? Oh, it looks like he goes onto a podcast at like 8 hours in, so it looks like we have about an hour and 20 minutes.
I don't think I said that. I said she acts snaky.
Okay, if Dan says that Lav is snaky, he feels that way. What norm could I possibly set such that Dan can't say that? That
I think a norm of being aware of
Hey,
the dog pile.
Slifa, thank you for joining, and thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate
Where
it.
if the community is calling Lav snaky, and you're calling her out on her inconsistencies, I think there should be a norm that should be dealt with carefully.
I have a question, Max.
Yeah.
Do you ever think that there could? This is just random, but like,
Just
if
say
there
what you
is
think.
a
Stop.
situation,
Just say what you think. Please just say what you think.
Okay,
Don't
I'm trying.
just say I think.
Okay.
I can't
If
stand
there
these
is a
questions.
situation, well, because I'm trying to understand how you think better. I don't want to make a statement where if
Just
I'm not
say
completely
what you
understanding
think.
you first.
Just say what you think.
If there is a situation where Lav is acting snaky, I think that people should be allowed to call her out on that and say that, right? But it feels...
I would never accept, in my community, I would never accept snaky as a defined trait that can be fairly applied to a human.
You almost didn't you literally ban her initially and claim that she was a type of pedophile?
I didn't call her pedophile. I said she was sexualizing minors.
Oh, there's a
Well, no, those are two different things. Well, it's not a smear. It's like there's a rule
He
that you
didn't
broke.
approve snaky, so he's consistent.
I would never, yeah, and like with Lav, I don't think I've insulted Lav. I mean, even Cherry and Stardust in the last week, I don't think I've insulted either of them. I think I've just been like, I believe what they said. I believe that they were confused or had a reaction for whatever reason and made this allegation against me and retracted it. I've not called either.
Wait, what? I said the exact same thing. Take a week break from everything except Patreon. Y'all take the internet a bit too seriously. It's making my brain hurt. A bit off to touch grass, perhaps a pumpkin. Love you guys. And then this. How long until we see her again? Today's stream, a stream within the next 3 days, actually in a week. I said the exact same thing. 3 days. I'll see you in 3 days. We'll see if we're right. I'm with DGG. I'm DGG brained, I guess. I said 3 days when that shit went down.
Like, if I was going to call someone snaky, that would have been the time where I would be tempted to do it, but I wasn't. I didn't. It's just not something that I do. It's not how I talk about people because it's fucking unempathetic. I don't want to do that to people, and I don't want my community to do it to people. But it's just a norm. So it's not like I'm saying, like, yeah, if you set a norm that you're gonna like call people names and insult people, especially orbiters, then like, yeah, we're all gonna do it to each other. That's like how families work. You're the head, and we're all gonna mimic your behavior.
So
if you call Lav a
what's
dumb
the
bitch, then all your fans are gonna call you dumb bitches.
What is the gauge on the career harm of being called a snake?
I don't think that you're going to be able to clearly define harm in any of these cases. You can watch the wave of negative sentiment come through the community, and then afterward there's a counter wave, and as Steven always points out. But who knows? Like, who knows where any of us would be if these...
It just seems like the level of protection that you want Steven to provide orbiters is...
Mrgirl reneges on his... Oh, I can't look at this Reddit post. Roanoke, I can't actually look at this Reddit post because it's 18 up required, and I'm not logged into Reddit. Could you maybe take a photo of it and put it on Mrgirl and send it to me?
Basically setting him up to be like a daycare center for streamers.
That's fine. If you think do you think I'm running a daycare center? I don't think I am.
I have no idea
You flipped out and left my
Use
show.
oldreddit.com.
I don't think I'm running a daycare center. I think I go pretty hard on people who come on. I have a lot of conflict. People come on my stream. People come on my stream have conflicts with each other. I don't think I'm running a daycare center. And yet there's a norm on my stream that I think my viewers, my community, and people who come on my stream follow, which is that like we don't hurl dehumanizing, vicious insults at each other. And that is not a norm here. I think it should be.
You told me I didn't follow a conversation for 2 hours. You basically told your chat I was retarded.
No, you used the word retarded. I would never call you. I would never call you retarded. When you remember what I said when you left, if you heard it, I said, "Look, I'm glad Cherry set a boundary. I think it was good of her to speak up and say that I don't think this conversation is good for me." And she left.
Okay, yeah, that did work. Dehumanizing, Mr. Wait, is this him? Mrgirl said he doesn't mischaracterize or dehumanize people. If I remember correctly, he called Brittany a sex cult leader, Erudite a demon woman. He got so lucky Brittany had already left and no one challenged him on that. Edit. Rewatching the VOD, he called her a Nazi cult leader, which is even worse, lol. Double edit, you apologize and call your behavior immoral, but still sell demons as Gonna Demon shirts in your store. Nice.
And I said, Cherry,
yeah, I shouldn't have done those things, was Mrgirl's official response to what I just read.
Want to come back, or if you want to send me a DM of any statement you'd like to make to amend anything that's been said, I'm happy to say it for you. I would never call you retarded. I just would never do that.
Okay, then I cannot follow you by what you find to be like a harmful thing. If maybe for you it's like certain words are a no-no, but
no, it's not that certain words.
Can you like paint someone in a way that says the words instead of the words? Like where?
I don't think it's painting you as retarded to say that there's a conversation that I think you're having trouble following. I don't think it's calling you retarded.
Just say I'm having trouble. You said I couldn't follow. I'm not capable.
Yes, okay, a conversation that you can't follow. I don't think that means you're retarded.
Well, that just means she's stupid, right?
No, it doesn't mean no. Stop. Don't.
Listen, here's the difference.
Will somebody bite the fucking bullet? Will somebody acknowledge that Steven insults people more than I do? Come on, somebody fucking step up, open your mouth, and bite the fucking bullet. Steven clearly insults people more than I do.
I think it's a little bit.
Will you please acknowledge this?
I don't know. I think that.
I do a lot of insulting.
Well, here's the issue. I use more mean words than you do.
Yes,
for sure. But I mean, you've made some pretty extreme statements towards people as well that implies a level of ineptitude or incapability too. So I mean, I don't know, like per capita, like streaming hours, who's insulted who more. I'm not sure on that. But like, I mean, I use more mean words.
I don't think I'm known for making.
When Destiny's, he'll throw around things pretty casually, and I think everybody kind of understands that it's pretty casual. It's not really, there's no real meaning behind it. But Mrgirl, you do have a history of being people a certain way.
Listen, you guys have all talked a lot. Hold on, Max.
Stop. I want to finish. Stop. Everybody stop changing the fucking subject.
I'm not. I'm commenting on this.
Okay, I was asked a simple question. What do I expect? Steven said, do you expect me to be a stalwart defender of everybody who comes on the stream? The answer is no, I don't expect that. I expect or request that you set norms.
Okay,
I think those norms should take into account the power differential. And one norm I believe is that people should probably, especially if somebody is on the back foot or being dogpiled, I don't think that people should be making denigrating, sweeping, dehumanizing statements about that person.
All right, I'm the whole Stardust. Please Stardust. I haven't said nothing in like an hour. But I just want to give an example of something. If I call Stardust a fucking moron, I don't think anyone in chat really cares. Maybe it might get a few laughs. I don't think Stardust. Okay, that's fine. Let me finish my thing. So I don't think that's a huge deal. I think that like mostly people are like, hey, you called them stupid, whatever, not a big deal. You know what is a big deal? If I said, Stardust, you were actually incapable of having this conversation. I'm not sure what it is. Did you finish school? But regardless, I can't have this conversation with you. You demonstrated you don't have the ability. If I say that, that's like, holy shit, Stardust is a fucking moron. And people walk away. That is 10 times worse than just calling them stupid.
If I can also add something, if I can add something also, saying that like, oh, Stardust, I think you're too traumatized to have this difficult conversation. And if you didn't know that you were too traumatized to have this difficult conversation, even though my brand is having difficult conversations, you should have told me, Stardust.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, damn, bruh. God damn, nigga. Yo, that shit's foul.
You should have told me. And you're just so incapable of having this conversation that I'm going to talk to you like I talked to Shaylin. How are these things not painting somebody a certain way? You're weaponizing what you perceive. You weaponized what you perceived was trauma for me, and then used it as a weapon against me to discredit me.
Oh, dude, listen. Oh, Lord. Jesus Christ.
I don't mean to dogpile.
Okay.
I'm just.
Yeah, well, but you see that you. Okay. To respond
I've never
to
painted you like that. Nobody here.
Stardust?
I mean, never.
Don't, please, okay, yes, Stardust. You would never paint me in a negative way that could impact my reputation.
I retracted my tweet within 1 hour. I apologize twice publicly and to you privately.
Okay, no, Stardust, this isn't the route. You just take that L, move on.
A huge mistake.
No,
I will never disagree with you on that. But you spent the last few months painting me as emotionally incapable, as some just so fucking traumatized that I can't partake in a normal adult conversation when I've had way more problematic conversations with people just because I didn't want to cede on one point with you. You didn't want to move the conversation forward. And then because I did what I said I would do, Max, I said that when people push me on these things, I withdraw a bit. And I did what I said what I do, right? I withdrew a bit. I didn't ghost you. I didn't ghost you.
I don't want to talk about this with you.
I don't care. I need to say this.
I don't want to hear it. Stardust, you broke up with me. You sent me a DM saying you don't want to talk to me about this. You asked Steven if you would host a conversation between us. I don't want to talk to you.
Okay, all right. I'm just saying you have no right to be going at Steven for painting people a certain way when you said the last few months painting me in a specific way. You painted me as emotionally
I understand
and
that you
mentally incapable of having
I don't want to talk to you
about
this.
And because I enforced,
listen, he may not want to talk about it, but I do believe that he needs to answer for it. I do believe that he does. If he is stating that, Destiny's doing some kind of uniquely specific painting of people in a negative light, I do believe he needs to answer for this kind of behavior. So he doesn't have to talk about it with Stardust, but I hope somebody holds him to it when it comes to talking about it in general.
Drew, you discounted everything I've done for you in our friendship, even though I put
last-
myself in the fucking line the moment I was
Stardust,
friends
I
with you.
don't want to talk to you about
everybody, you have no fucking
I don't
idea
want
the
to
shit I've
talk
been
to
through for
you
you.
about this. I don't want to talk to you about this.
Okay.
I'm willing to be civil in a group conversation with you, but you tried to destroy my life, and because of that, I'm never gonna.
Oh, I tried to destroy. I deleted the tweet again within an hour.
It doesn't matter.
Right?
Nah, she needs to stop. She needs to stop. She needs to stop. She needs to stop.
It doesn't matter. We're done. Stardust, we're done. We're done. Stardust, you and I, it doesn't matter. Nothing you did.
Of being a Me Too
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's like you pulled a gun on me, and you're saying because you put it away without shooting me that it's okay. It's not.
What
We're done.
did you
And then
do? What
you
did
broke
you
up with
do
me.
when
You sent me Stardust. You sent me a DM. You sent me a DM. You sent me a DM.
When you weaponized my trauma against me.
You sent me a DM.
You did that for months.
You sent me a DM breaking up with me, and you pulled a gun on me, and because of that, I don't want to talk to you.
I listen. Stardust is making a really good point here because that's a pretty good point to bring up, but she needs to. It seems like Max is unwilling to have this conversation with her, and it seems like for a legitimate reason, but I do believe he should have to answer for this in general. I think he does have to answer for the behavior in
Absolutely
general.
not. You don't get to. What the fuck is that, Max?
Might be a little too soon to be having this
my
conversation.
history against me for months to discredit me. So you don't get to fucking tell me about painting other people a certain way.
I'm not telling you anything. I'm talking to Steven, and you happen to be here.
And
I don't want to talk to you.
You are a fucking hypocrite. You are the biggest hypocrite I've ever seen in my life.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Anyway, to respond to you, Dan.
Yeah, go ahead.
Even though you set that off on purpose.
Oh, well, first off, I did not set that off on purpose. I didn't
Bullshit.
know.
This is your fucking this is your specialty. You know exactly what you're doing. But
I do think, first off, I will say, swear in my case, I didn't know about this thing with Stardust. Like, I knew you guys fought, but I didn't know anything like about calling Stardust stupid with that. That was just, you know, she was at the bottom thing. Yeah, so just to...
It was just a lucky you just hit gold. We hit gold.
Are you accusing me of lying?
I take it back. I mean, no.
Oh, okay.
I take it back. You just are so good at stirring up shit that you even do it by accident.
Sometimes I...
Wait, hold on, wait, I'm penetrating real quick, okay? I actually, because I can tell when Dan is shit stirring, because he DMs me when he is. I don't think Dan's I think what Dan was getting at, though, what Dan was getting at was that I might say more mean words to people, kind of like Dan does, but people don't take them necessarily as seriously, but when you go in on somebody, it's going to be way more pointed. I think like the piece of evidence that I would suggest maybe implies this is that technically, when I call Lav a dumb...
I don't think my reputation or my character is relevant right now. I don't think it matters.
Okay. Well, the only reason... Wait, real quick. I agree.
This feels... I'm sorry, Max. This feels like massively dodging accountability for some of these things. I would have hoped that somebody would have brought up the Stardust situation or whatever, because I feel like that is a massive overlook, because that's incredibly recent as well. I think Max has a I would give him a pass on, you know, him saying some bad things about Stardust, but if I remember correctly, the emotionally traumatized too traumatized to be able to have this kind of a conversation thing occurred before the allegation. So even relative to like him getting a pass on that possibly after, it happened before.
I agree. But the only reason why it's the subject right now is because you ask people, is Destiny more mean than me? I think that's the only reason that comparison came up.
Okay, that's fair. You're right. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're
Wait,
more
no.
So
it kind of does matter, because if
no,
you're
it
going to
doesn't.
be mad about how somebody should interact with others, at the very least, you should reach that minimum bar.
No, you were leaving out the power differential. The question is, how does Steven treat people who have less power than him? And that's where I'm saying that there's ethical concerns. I don't really have orbiters in the same way that Steven does.
He's gotten
if I did,
attacked through his platform from small streamers. That's most people.
This is not relevant. No, wait, none of this is relevant.
How is that not relevant?
Did you ever watch Mrgirl's talk with Cherry from a few weeks ago? He literally said that she was not psychologically capable of having the convo, super condescending. Right, and I think that's where he, honestly, rightfully gets the interpretation that he talks down to people. And I agree with Dan, and that's why I wanted to have Dan repeat his thing. The problem is Destiny doesn't shut down a conversation. Mrgirl shuts down the conversation, right? Destiny will call somebody stupid, and that's okay or whatever. Somebody stupid can still respond. Mrgirl has made statements that completely eradicate the availability to have a conversation. There is no way to continue having a conversation if you say somebody is psychologically or incapable or traumatized to the point where in which they can no longer have the conversation. There is nothing you can do. What can you do at that point, right? You are saying that this person is not able to have this conversation, right? Explicitly, in comparison to just saying somebody's dumb.
How does he get to defend himself ever? If every small streamer who orbits him
he should
gets
stop
to
defending himself. He shouldn't defend
will.
himself right now. This is not a good time to defend himself, and it's really not. If you guys are trying to make him look bad, you're doing a good job. This is not a good time for all of his sycophantic orbiter fans to come out and start defending him. You guys should all shut the fuck up and let him stand as the captain of the ship. Let him stand. Oh my God! Stop! All of your fucking voices drowning me out. You should let him stand as the captain of the ship.
He is standing. That's how tall
he
he
is.
is. That's
Shut the fuck up. You should let him stand.
You're a larger content creator than me, Max.
I agree with Max though on this one. I think that there should be like almost nobody else talking except for Max and Destiny.
That's all.
You didn't give a fuck about
Stop, chill. Okay, hold on, chill.
Wait, that was so good. That was so good.
Nothing was.
You
No,
should let,
Stop.
you should let Steven, and another ethical concern of mine is that he allows people to run interference for him if they have ethical concerns. So a conversation like this should be, I think, if I say, hey, I don't think you're treating your orbiter as well, I think that Steven should clear out the space and say, okay, anybody who wants to talk about how you think I'm not treating my orbiter as well, I'll hear it out. I don't know if I'm gonna agree with you. I'm not gonna agree to change anything right now, but I'll think about it. I'll hear you out. I think that's fair. I think if we're gonna be in this relationship where I have so much power over you and so much power over your reputation, yeah, I should hear it out.
I guess the biggest thing is that he never asked to be in this relationship with you to begin with. But the second thing, we've already like basically run circles around that, is that the way that you're also talking about the other people that are not you, it's extremely condescending. You're saying like, oh, everyone else who's like, defending over him or whatever is like a sycophant.
That is
like,
a really good point from Pxie. Yeah.
Orbiter, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, I think you're sycophantic.
Yes,
I think you're licking. I think you're being bootlickers.
No,
Absolutely. Your function right now is your function right now. You guys are like fucking white blood cells trying to affect and trying to kill an infection.
You
I think it is
in a little
pathetic.
bubble with Destiny where you don't get any other criticism.
That's entitled though. He joined the call when others were already in the call, so he could demand they not participate. Kind of. I don't know about that one. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. That is obviously materially true in the material universe, but I don't think it's true that like I don't think the implication of that being bad or the thing of that being bad is necessarily the case, right? Mrgirl had a grievance. He came in with that grievance, and then Destiny should be able to respond. It's like an open call. I don't know. Like, it didn't feel like he was interrupting something or being too disruptive. I think it's fine for him to enter the call and then want Destiny to respond to very specific points. I agree that it's not right for him to demand... Well, I mean, he can demand it with his participation inside of the call or whatever. That could be entitled, but I don't know. I don't view it as that.
You get to just say whatever you want to say without consequence. That's what you're
Yes,
asking.
it's called a conversation.
Yeah.
The rest of the world calls it a conversation when two people talk to each other, and then there isn't a bunch of other people like white blood cells swarming the...
He's sure, but he's saying that Destiny should have kicked out people when his complaints came up? When did he say that? When did he say that? I didn't see that.
Conversation to defend one of the people. That's called a conversation. I'm trying to have a conversation with Steven. If you're not able to allow that if you're not able to allow that to happen, then yeah, I'm gonna call you a sycophantic bootlegger. Actually, Pxie, I was trying to talk to you, but then Steven jumped in and kind of took your place.
I'm sorry.
Okay. You're making... I guess
he just said it? Oh, I guess I missed that. Need to watch?
Saying it's a conversation, but really what it sounds like is that you're making a list of demands because your feelings got hurt, which is fine.
Yes, it is a conversation in which I am requesting things of Steven. That's true.
I have one more
Those
question.
are not mutually exclusive.
Earlier, you said that when it comes to you and your girlfriend talking, and one of them says like abuse, but the other one has to shut the fuck up. That's not a conversation if one person has to shut the fuck up and just like not say anything, right? A conversation requires two people going back and forth.
You can have a conversation. No, I disagree with you. I think you can have a conversation in which a conversation about, for example, if you said, Max, I'm really mad at you, and I said, okay, let's talk about it. I think there'd be an expectation that you're going to be doing a lot of the talking, especially in the first half of that conversation. It's still a conversation.
Okay, so then I have a question. You feel like you haven't had enough time to talk for like the past like I don't know how often you've talked to Destiny in the past like weeks or days. You feel like you've not been able to get your piece across, or you feel like he hasn't given you the time to talk, or what's going on?
What's going on right now is that every time there's a single thread that we could follow in the conversation, someone helpfully comes in to derail it and change the subject. And usually it is in the form of attacking me, discrediting me, trying to make me sound like a hypocrite, trying to make me sound like a crazy person, or whatever. What I think Steven has an ethical obligation to do at this point is to prevent that from happening. He should say, guys, shut up. I want to hear what Max is saying. His feedback is valuable. I respect him as a person. He's my friend, and we work together. I want to hear what he's saying. I think this is important. But that's not happening. Instead, he gets to kind of be the...
Okay, I do think this is a bit entitled to the thing. But I can see... I think this is legitimate. I think it's... So, hold on. I'm going to make a claim. I think this is entitled, but I don't think that this is wrong. I think he is overplaying, like he's trying to request that Destiny give special treatment to him in the special consideration in this moment that he could have. So if I came to Destiny and I was like, Destiny, I have an ethical problem with you. I think you're a piece of shit. In a lull inside of the conversation, right? Like a pause or a break inside of the conversation or something. I come in, I'm like, but there's still people in there. I come in there and I'm like, Destiny, I have a problem with you. I think you're a piece of shit, and this is why. Let's have a discussion about this. I think that is an entitled thing to do because I am in no way, like, it is no way the expectation that I should be reserved that kind of hospitality, but I think I can do it. And if Destiny does want to hear my grievance in good faith, then yeah, that is okay. Does that make sense? I believe that you can make large requests of individuals that you're not morally obligated to ask or to request of the individual that might coincide with that individual's moral purview. Let's say Destiny's purview, that he wants to be somebody that platforms criticism, that wants to hear out criticism, and that could give you the leverage to be able to clear out a room. But because I feel like Destiny is willing to hear criticism, and or at least he prides himself at being able to hear out criticism, I could feel as though my entitled attitude towards, potentially shutting down the room could be justified. I don't think this is actually too out of place, but I do believe it is entitled.
Guy and be like, well, I'm listening to you, but God, all these other people just keep interrupting you. I don't know what's happening. I don't think that's right.
I understand what he's saying, but he should set up a 1v1 on a later date then. I agree. I think that should probably be done, but it's ultimately up to Destiny. I feel like at this point, he's just asking Destiny, like, if you want to have this conversation right now, we can, but like other people are being too distracting.
Impression that we heard your point and your request, and
you have a false impression. We have not had a meaningful back and forth about. No, every single time I say something, somebody derails, and we've not had a meaningful back and forth where Steven has really engaged with anything I'm saying. A little bit we have, and as far as the definition phase, but as far as like me saying like I think we should set norms around people dunking on each other and tearing each other down, I don't think he's responded to that.
Well, Steven, what do you think? All these things come back to you not saying shit, so why don't you pipe up?
Well, you guys all are having so much fun having this conversation.
Yeah, but that was his complaint. So
yeah, I don't think, I mean, I have like reasonable norms that I set for conversations. We're not doing like racial slurs, or I try to avoid like excessive dogpiling. But like, I don't think I'm going to have different standards for different people based on the size of the audience. That just seems wholly unfair. Like sooner than that, I would just say no small streamers allowed in conversations with big streamers. That's what I would say. Because I'm not going to sit here and let some people get away with some things and others not, just because they've got a smaller platform. That's ridiculous to me.
I think if you only talked to big streamers, there would be a lot less abuse of power occurring on your stream.
Okay, I don't want to be
that is a solution, but I don't. Obviously, it would suck for me, but I think that's a good solution.
Okay, I disagree. I think that people, even of different sizes, should be allowed to talk to each other and disagree with each other and be mean to each other if they want to. And I shouldn't have to like say, well, hold on, stop. Now I know that Lav called you an asshole, Abba, but you're way bigger than her, so you can't call her an asshole because you've got a bigger fan base. Like, I would never be party to that conversation ever.
This is literally the record company.
This is when he said people should be removed.
Is that he allows people to run interference for him if they have ethical concerns. So a conversation like this should be, I think, if I say, hey, I don't think you're treating your orbiter as well, I think that Steven should clear out the space and say, okay, anybody who wants to talk about how you think I'm not treating my orbiter as well, I'll hear it out. I don't know if I'm gonna agree with you. I'm not gonna agree to change anything right now, but I'll think about it. I'll hear you out. I think that's fair.
Okay, when he said clear out the space, that's I guess where I didn't hear what you were pointing out, but
what if you just said that neither of them should do it?
That's not, I don't want to run a daycare for streamers. That's not my goal. It's to say nobody can be mean to anybody. That's just not the style of conversation I do, I guess. People are kind of mean to each other sometimes. It just is what it is.
This is
my turn to rail.
This is exploitative.
Who the fuck is that?
Instead of having a conversation that like keeps, instead of having a conversation where you like prescribe something for Steven, I think that this should just be like an open-ended conversation where you're like,
is that
a reminder of like this is how I feel.
Is that LavLune again?
And that's like all you can literally fucking do, which sucks.
Well, but he doesn't want to talk about just how he feels. He wants
no, I'll tell you how I feel.
Change.
I feel like shit. I don't feel good about our professional relationship. I feel bad about it. I don't like how I'm being treated. I really don't like it.
How can he treat you better?
Well, yeah, he's already said how.
Yeah, I mean,
like action things, I guess. To start, like actionable things.
Actionable things. Stop saying bad things about me when I'm not there to even respond to it.
How does it make you feel when he does that?
It makes me feel misunderstood.
That's retarded.
No.
I was gonna say that's such a fucking dumb. Are you?
It makes me feel misunderstood, sad, and alone, and this anxiety that I'm watching the tide turn against me. There's nothing I can do. It is literally like 1984. It's literally 1984. I will have a conversation with you, and then after it's over, you'll just say that I said something that I didn't say, or you'll just say like, oh, you're doing the Max thing. Max plays word game. Like yesterday or 2 days ago, you were like, Max will say to somebody, he'll say something like, I'm gonna rape you. And then they'll get upset, and then his fans will be like, oh, well, you didn't understand what he meant. I know you're joking.
I'm not joking. You literally go that extreme. You say things that are so off the wall, and then you're quiet for like 30 seconds. And then...
Good. So, Steven,
Start us chill. This isn't the environment for you guys to resolve your personal differences, okay?
So I think we're getting back into prescriptions.
Yes,
I think
what have I said that is as extreme as I'm going to rape you?
Wait, didn't he literally just say that? Didn't he literally say that?
Fuck, I don't know if I can think of something right off the bat, but like earlier the conversation.
Could you say no? Take your time. This is a long form format, long form conversation. Take your time. I want you to take as long as you need to defend what you just said. I say things that are actually as extreme as saying to someone in a conversation, "I'm going to rape you."
what are things that you said? Did you not say in the start of this conversation that you feel like you're raping her in the conversation?
I did say that.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think that you use phrases in terms like that sometimes that are
That's
really
true.
extreme.
Do you think I feel like I'm raping you is as extreme as I'm going to rape you?
Okay, maybe it's not exactly the same. But
okay. That's
you guys are getting a little stuck. You guys
no, we're not stuck at all.
Okay,
No, we're making progress.
I want to get progress. So let's make progress. Okay, so here's what I'm saying. When you say something like that, I know you're making a joke. It's a slight exaggeration, but that done over and over and over again paints a picture of me as somebody that I'm not. I don't know how to explain it. As I was watching myself in real time, my reputation and the audience's ability to understand and know me be destroyed.
Okay.
And I hate it.
That's fine, but you do it to yourself as well, right? Where you make an extreme statement, and then
that's my right. It's my right to make people confused about who I am. I don't like it when you do it, though. It fucking sucks.
Okay, my brain won't be able to engage ever, and I think I'm the only person on the internet that would ever be able to. But if you find other people, like, I can't do it. If you're gonna constantly say off-the-wall shit, like Dr. K's engagement with Rekful is worse than raping Rekful, or saying that Brittany was like a Nazi.
Off the wall.
Okay, then fine. Then I stand by everything that I just said earlier.
I think it's really pointed that you bring that up because what I'm saying is when you have a power differential with another person, there is an extreme amount of responsibility that I place on the person with more power. With Dr. K.
No, that's what you just said now. That's what you just said now. It's an extreme power.
Dr. K and Rekful. Let me finish. With Dr. K and Rekful.
Hey, Irby, thank you
I don't know why you want to re-explain what you meant. We all know it. I agree with what you're saying.
Because you are sneaking in something about me that's a fucking lie, and I want to clear it up.
I'm not sneaking in anything that's a lie. I'm telling you what you
explain it.
We already know what it means. We agree. I agree.
Time for another call to action.
What you're sneaking in is that I didn't really mean that. What you're sneaking in is that I'm saying something in a crazy, zany way that I'm not sincerely actually saying.
That's not even true.
And that if pressed about it, I will back off of.
No, that's not even what I've said. I've never. The characterization I give is that you'll say something like, "I'm going to rape you," and then you'll pause for a moment, and it'll be awkward, and then you'll be like, "When I say rape, obviously the definition that I'm using is I'm going to take advantage of this conversation." Or you'll say something completely off the wall, and then you'll give.
Yes, that's a walk back, but I haven't walked this back. I think what Dr. K did with Rekful is worse than rape.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just don't have a brain. Max Man's right. I just don't have a big enough brain to engage with the topics, I guess. Okay. Sorry.
I think that you have a blind spot when it comes to responsibility.
Absolutely. You're so. Stop. Okay, hold on. No.
Let me finish. No, let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying. I think you have a blind spot when it comes to interpersonal responsibility.
Yeah, I think now is a good time to say, hey, listen. If you like ad-free viewing, if you like, I feel like I'm the ad now. I've become the ad. If you like ad-free viewing, if you like me streaming on YouTube and you want to support continuing streams on YouTube, right? Constant YouTube coverage, like the video. That's it. That's all I ask. I'm not asking necessarily for donos. Donos are helpful. I'm not asking for memberships, even though memberships are helpful. I'm not asking for that. I'm just asking to like the video. And if you want to, chat inside the chat. It helps engagement. It helps drive the stream to other people. It helps get the stream to other people's recommended. And I think that's pretty nice. I like the feeling that there is a chance for growth on this platform, unlike Twitch. So I would really appreciate it if you did it. Thank you to the 20 people who just like to stream, by the way. Thank you.
When one person has more power than another person. I think you had a blind spot about Dr. K. I think you have a blind spot with you and your own orbiters. I think that you don't understand the amount of psychological devastation that you can cause in some of the same people who are defending you right now, who have been fucking raked across the coals by you. I think that you, for some reason, will not actually sit and think about this, which is the same reason that you will not allow it to be done with Rekful and Dr. K. But I do think what Dr. K did to Rekful is worse than rape. I think he harmed him more than a rape would have harmed him. I think it's more egregious and more selfish than it is to literally actually rape someone.
I think a perfect example of this is the Anna situation.
I'm actually about to nuke you from orbit. Lav, this is one of the things where you're too young and actually stupid to even begin to fucking comment on. If you do this, I'll actually lose my shit. Please stop. I already saw your clips talking about it, and I will lose my fucking mind if you try to make an example of this. I'll actually lose it. I already have lost it. Don't, please, holy fucking shit. Stop.
Okay.
Go ahead, Max.
I'm not gonna
I love you, Lav. I'm sorry.
Yeah, she really does need to be careful because she's really she's playing with something that she doesn't have enough knowledge about. Like she really is. She is ignorant to what she's doing there. But based on why everyone keeps Pepe laughing inside of my chat, bringing up Anna, I'm assuming she commits to the bit.
Press you on that, but you do see like an extreme amount of resistance to certain criticisms, right? You're saying you're going to stop. You're saying you're.
Let's do it. I changed my mind. Let's do it. Hold on.
Wait, I'm not gonna.
I love you, Lav. I'm sorry.
I'm not going to press you on that, but you do see like an extreme amount of resistance to certain criticisms, right? You're saying you're going to stop. You're saying you're.
Let's do it. I changed my mind. Let's do it. Hold on. No, sorry. Hold on. I completely changed my mind. Lav, I give you permission. Go. Dude, no, go ahead. Go ahead. Bring it up. Let's do it. Let's go.
Oh no, dude. Oh.
Before you respond, I don't want to have judoed you into having to listen to this.
No, I want to. I'm excited.
Okay, but your first response to it was, I'm going to cut ties with you if you press me on this.
Listen, he thought about it.
I thought about it. You're right.
It doesn't matter what he said after he thought about it. I just wanted to.
Okay, so I'm going to make a statement that I feel like Destiny isn't going to make at this moment. I think the part of the reason why he was. So I find that wholly out of Max's. Maybe Max doesn't have the full understanding of the Anna situation. It is completely inappropriate for him to use that as a moment to say, look, you were, sidelining criticism there or implying that. Let me get exactly what Max said that triggered this whole thing.
Let's do it.
You do see like an extreme amount of resistance to press. Wait, I'm not gonna.
I love you, Lav. I'm sorry. Sorry.
I'm not going to press you on that, but you do see like an extreme amount of resistance to certain criticisms. Right?
So yeah, exactly. You see a certain extreme amount of resistance to certain criticisms, like the Anna situation. This is completely inappropriate for him because if he doesn't understand the situation well enough, it's completely inappropriate because he's ignorant. And two, if he does know the situation enough, he's just a piece of shit. I'm sorry. Like, if you said that about the Anna, and you know the Anna, you're a piece of shit. That's what it is.
You're saying you're going to stop.
I think he knows. Then that's absolutely degenerate dog shit. That is shitty behavior. He is acting like a piece of shit if he knows about the Anna situation, and he said that. That is completely deplorable, immoral behavior.
You're saying you're.
Let's do it. I changed my mind. Let's do it. Hold on. No, sorry. Hold on. I completely changed my mind. Lav, I give you permission. Go. Dude, no, go ahead.
I mean, I have the same critique. Not gonna lie. That is completely gross. It is just really gross.
Go ahead, bring it up. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's go ahead.
Before you respond, I don't want to have judoed you into having to listen to this.
No, I want to. I'm excited. Let's go.
But your first response to it was, I'm going to cut ties with you if you press me on this.
Listen, he thought about it.
I thought about it. You're right.
It doesn't matter what he said after he thought about it. I just want it to be acknowledged that when Lav says, hey, I think you mistreated this person really publicly and I want to press you on it, his first response was, I will cut ties with you.
I have the right to do that. I don't even know if Lav benefits that much from being on my platform. No, you're saying I don't. You're saying that as part of my response. You're playing the fucking word game again. Fuck, you're so abusive with the way you talk, okay? You're doing this.
Ahrelevant. She goes super weird over it. She says, and I quote, I didn't know this was such a pressing issue. Yeah, the problem is that, she's ignorant to a lot of this shit that she's prodding into, and she's just kind of haphazardly going through things. And then when she fucks up, she'll say oops and not really, I don't know. Mrgirl also talked about it on his Reddit. Do you have a link? This was in reference to to Dark Triad. Got it. Mrgirl inserted himself several times in Steven's conversations with Anna, so he definitely has an understanding of it to some level at minimum. Okay, this is just terrible behavior. I explicitly was, for a very long time, tried to avoid interacting with Anna in specific ways in order to avoid triggering her because it could cause another individual. I think it is incredibly inconsiderate to do this because you are sparking up quite possibly another round of harassment towards Destiny. I find that to be incredibly, and even me saying that might cause that action to happen, right? This needs to be a completely redacted situation in my opinion. No, she's just a Weasley little liar. She has openly said in the past that she got into Destiny and his content from being recommended the Zerka Anna stream and watching like half that content. Oh, you're talking about LavLune with that statement there, RTBA? I don't understand this reaction. If you think somebody's torturing you psychologically, just cut off contact. Oh my God. I get that she hurt him and tormented him in some ways, but the whole situation speaks to my idea that the setup is not good for people's mental health and should put some safeguards in place or orbiters will keep flaming out. Okay, so, yeah, that's insane to me that was said by him. Yeah.
Double speak where you're like, you have the right to do it, but you're arguing that I ought not to do it. Okay, you know what I mean when I say that. Stop trying to...
Isn't she looping still? I feel like I've seen some stream titles not that long ago that suggest that. Yes, but the least... So yeah, I'm actually being more considerate of fucking Destiny's actual lived experience as a human being than any of these weird fucking empaths are, okay? Because this is incredibly out of line for all of them. I think this is incredibly out of line for people. But yeah, so I think it is important to have that individual not have responses from people because I think it is not only bad for them, I think it is bad for Destiny. And so I try to not engage. There has been comments from people that talk about me being mentioned in these streams. I do not care. Do not tell me about it. Do not talk to me about it. Do not give it energy or anything, okay? I do not care, right? It is, no, I don't give a fuck. I don't care, all right? Because there's a difference between like drama farming and like doing whatever and just actively making people's lives worse, okay? And that's what's happening here. People are making other people's lives worse for digs and cheap games. Fucking gross. I don't like that. I do not like that. I'm a drama guy. I do not fuck with this. This is fucking with real people's lives. Both people. If you care about Anna, if you care about Destiny, you don't bring this shit up. My opinion.
Dance around the 3 or 4 different definitions you can describe a word at any point in the conversation. You're saying that I ought not to act in a certain way, and I'm saying I can't do that. And he's like, well, technically you can do that, but that's not what we're talking about. Oh, stop. You're telling me that it is unethical for me to tell Lav that I don't want to have that conversation with her because it's an abuse of my power. Can you give me a yes or no to that? Or you can use a sentence, but explain what if I'm allowed to do that.
Too fast.
My question was, do you acknowledge?
I don't know why you're asking me a question. I'm asking you, is it ethical for me to tell Lav, I don't want to talk about that, or I'm going to kick you off of here? Is that an ethical thing to do? Is that unethical? Answer that question.
I don't know.
Oh my god, are you serious? He literally just made the point earlier about participation being optional for these things. No. To be fair to him, he was talking about critiques, and I don't know. And so to be fair to Max here, what he was talking about is how critiques, Destiny is censoring critiques. Is one of the big ethical problems that he has with him, is that he'll shut down specific critiques of him. The problem is, I don't know. I don't want to talk about this situation any more than what Destiny will talk about it, because it's not any of my business.
Can I explain? Yes, fuck me, yes, do it, yes, explain it. I want to hear. Okay. Yes, please. Okay. Yes, go. I'm sorry, it's earlier to see.
Because I think this is the most out of line I've seen Mrgirl by far. This is incredibly. I think this is gross behavior. I think this is gross negligence, at best gross negligence. I think this is deplorable. I wouldn't do this to an enemy. I would not do this to an enemy. I wouldn't do this to an enemy, personally. Maybe I'm more dramatic about this. I know from the context that I wouldn't do this to an enemy. I wouldn't do this to an enemy. But okay, whatever, I guess. All right. It is what it is, though, I guess.
Exactly that, but go ahead.
I know. Let me fucking explain myself, and maybe you'll understand.
Okay, help me.
My question was, do you see that is a very defensive reaction? That was all I asked, and you said, but I have the right to do it.
What are you implying when you say defensive?
Wait, stop. I have nothing. I'm actually asking you.
You're not implying anything?
Let me finish explaining this to you, because I'm not trying to trick you. I'm not your fucking enemy. I'm not trying to tear you down. Let me explain this. This is nuanced and complicated. I'm sure you'll be able to understand it if you just shut the fuck up for a second. When I asked you if you acknowledge that it's defensive, that's not me trying to say you being defensive is automatically disallowed or a bad idea. These are personal relationships.
No! I hope... Oh my god. Mrgirl, it is. I hope people don't let him get away with this. His critique going into this was that Destiny, it is bad that you and your moderation team censor critical critiques and criticisms of you. Now, when he says, look, Destiny, you are censoring one of the criticisms that Lav just levied against you, you cannot say that that is not morally impugning. That is incredibly disturbing behavior from him, especially over something so serious. Do not let him get away with that. That is incredibly out of line.
Have with all of us, and she's bringing up another personal relationship, and it is emotionally provocative for you, and there are genuinely good reasons that are non-abusive for you to be like, I don't want to fucking I don't want you to bring this up. Stop bringing up all of my like past everything all at once. I don't want to do all this at the same time. If you want to have a separate conversation about it another time, we can blah 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 blah. But don't dogpile me. I think that's totally responsible.
That's great if that's what you would have said. But what you said after having oh Jesus, we got you guys have to. You and Lav need to figure out how to explain shit way fucking faster. Okay, I don't want the 52 sentences restating the same shit over and over and over again. That's one of the reasons why we're not making.
Up and let me finish, motherfucker. You're
circling. I've already gotten the gist of what you said. I understand what you're saying. What you're not understanding is that when you say that, can you understand that you're getting defensive there?
Max didn't bring Redacted up. He asked if Destiny wanted to talk about it. No, he didn't. He said when Redacted was brought up, and then Destiny shot it down, rightfully so, if anybody knows anything about that, rightfully so, shooting that shit down. He said, look, Destiny, you could shoot that down, but this is an example of you taking extreme criticism and shutting it down. One of his original points was that it was immoral for Destiny to be shutting down extreme criticisms or criticisms of him, that forethought was responsible for that behavior. He said we don't have to talk about bullshit. Absolute bullshit. That is lame L-nerd behavior. You can't say it is immoral for somebody to roll it back. That's not. We already have agreed on the critical facts of the matter. That's it. There is no rolling back that needs to be done. Right? The critical facts of the matter is that one of Max Carson's critiques of Destiny was that him and his moderation team have been censoring critical critiques of him. And then when compounded with the fact that Destiny didn't want to talk about something he has every right to not want to talk about for more reasons than many different topics that we would otherwise talk about. Max took that opportunity to say, see, look, this is an example. Is this not an example of you getting defensive over extreme criticisms? This wasn't the time. This wasn't the place. All right? And it was completely inappropriate and out of line. Completely inappropriate.
Could be abusive.
Oh my god. That's not the implication, dog. The implication is that I am abusive, that I don't understand these power dynamics, and that I'm leveraging my platform in order to abuse the people here. And when Lav tried to bring something up that she felt was a legitimate argument, I said, no,
he said, I won't press you on about it. That doesn't matter. Sorry, sir, but I know, and I know you're trying to speak to my point. But I won't press you about it doesn't change that it was a dig. It doesn't change that. He said explicitly, is this not an example of you getting defensive about critiques? This wasn't a critique. This wasn't some critique or criticism in a way that, like, he needs to address this in the public, all right? This is a completely different conversation. This isn't me saying Destiny is racist. This isn't me saying that Destiny is betraying his social democratic values. This is an interpersonal relationship that he had that very much can fuck with him from this day forward. And he's bringing that up as if it's relevant to any of the things that they have talked about. It is a completely different entity. It's in a different fucking animal kingdom to the many different things that they were previously talking about. Critiques like whether or not Destiny should keep up Forethought's ban on Mrgirl's fucking community and Mrgirl inside of his subreddit. That is a completely different critique than what is going on here. And Destiny has every right to shut down this conversation. But whatever, I guess, because we don't want to be morally considerate to his fucking feelings. And you don't even have to be considerate to Destiny. You don't even have to. You could be considerate to Redacted in this moment and not want to bring this up. Because Redacted has talked about how much it hurts them to be a part of these conversations. So even if you care about them, if you care about any party in this conversation, you don't bring this shit up.
You're going, Destiny, can you please just acknowledge that you literally exemplified my chief criticism of you? That is exactly what you did.
What I'm saying, that's not.
Okay, can you acknowledge? Okay, fine. So you're not saying that, Max. I agree with you. Can you acknowledge that 99.999% of people that would hear it would take it that way?
Yes, because you interrupted me before I could make my point. Yes, if you stop me from saying something and then you say something stupid.
Your point was you just wanted me to acknowledge it.
You replace what I'm saying with something stupid. And yes, they're not going to
No, you literally were saying, you said acknowledge it.
This is a complicated idea that a lot of people in your audience are too.
Mrgirl himself said in his subreddit that he didn't really know about the whole situation. This is a simple thing, right? I'm trying to calm down, right? I'm probably more heated about this shit than Steven is, maybe. And the reason why is because I take this very seriously. I consider this to be the dramatic difference between, like, drama farming, real unethical drama farming, and other shit. Mrgirl and Lav can both be ignorant to this situation, but I've received information that shows that Lav is not ignorant to this situation at all, which is incredibly unethical. But I can even do her a favor and assume that both of them lack knowledge about this situation. When you get told to not talk about something with the level of significance that they were, maybe that could be a moment for you to shut the fuck up and then maybe go like, well, maybe I should DM him and ask him why he's so vehement on not talking about this one specific thing. All right? Because if I'm talking to Mrgirl and then, you know, I'm bringing something up, I don't know, let's say, I don't know, the sexual harassment, the sexual harassment allegations that he got as a result of the Stardust and Cherry tweets. And he goes, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. I'm not going to talk about this. I completely refuse to entertain this idea. Without, like, and he says, without this, like, whatever, I'm going to nuke everything. Then I'm going to go like, okay, there's probably something I don't know. Maybe I should shut the fuck up. There's probably something I don't fucking know. Because if this nigga's willing to talk about him being racist, the allegation of him being a fucking pedophile, but when it comes to this, he's saying he's willing to nuke shit, maybe I should shut the fuck up and maybe ask some questions about why the fuck this is so off limits. But that doesn't occur to these empaths. It doesn't occur to any of them. That maybe we should be empathetic in this moment and realize why the fuck this guy really doesn't want to talk about this one thing. It's very frustrating, incredibly frustrating to be a part of this. And I feel like the reason why I'm very, 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 very mad is because if I was Destiny, I would be unhinged. I would scorch to earth the fuck out of this. I would be livid. I'd be breaking my fucking desk over absolute fucking psychos that did this shit. I would fucking hate the people that would bring this shit up in a manner, God forbid, in a manner that I just didn't approve of, that I said I didn't want to talk about, and they're doing this and restarting that shit. I would be fucking insanely angry, especially the people that dare even imply they are impasse.
To understand, I need you to let me flesh it out a little bit. There's no single instance that is going to exemplify police racism. We don't know why George Floyd was killed. We don't know what would have happened if he weren't black. There's no single instance that's going to exemplify an abusive dynamic. It is a constellation of occurrences and behaviors, and no single thing is going to prove anything. You're going to have a justifiable explanation for every single data point. But my point is, I just want to say, as far as we're talking about this, I want to bring up the question of, is it right for you to shoot down allegations of abuse by threatening to nuke people? I don't know if it is. I don't know the answer.
So maybe you should shut the fuck up, nigga. Maybe you should shut your fucking mouth, nigga. I don't know. Maybe you should inquire about these things in private. Maybe you should be empathic and then think, maybe for a second, why is this unique? Why is this unique to this guy? Maybe there's a unique relationship here. Maybe I should ask him in private. Maybe I should DM him. Maybe I should DM somebody else. No, you just go, let's talk about this shit in public that you just said you were willing to nuke shit over talking about in public. That's insane to me. I am so fucking mad. I am unbelievably angry. And this doesn't even have to do with me. I'm just so fucking mad that I wouldn't treat people I hate like this. I wouldn't treat people I hate like this. Independent of this information, because I would just ask. If somebody seems so uncomfortable with having a conversation about something, that time isn't to go like, well, look, you're not answering questions. It's to go like, okay, can I get any information why you feel uncomfortable having this conversation? Can I ask maybe why? This is not the moment to go, look, you are uncomfortable with taking criticism. It's your right to not take that criticism, but look at you. You're uncomfortable taking criticism. That is not the moment to do it. I'm so mad.
Answer.
So there's the chance that you don't know I have thought about it. Here's my thoughts. If somebody wants to discuss something that is private, personal, or uncomfortable to discuss, I think I have a right to say, I don't want to talk about that. I don't know how much more I need to think about that. Can you guide me in that conversation to where other answers could be? Well, actually, Destiny, no. In some cases, you are forced to sit there and endure what was arguably one of the most unbelievable arcs of your entire stream, and that's going to be right now. I want you to talk me through how else could that potentially have gone. Go ahead. Oh, wait.
I think there's a few ways you could approach that. One is you could say, listen, I understand if you think that I was abusive in that situation, but we're only hearing one abuse allegation at a time. All right. So if you want to talk about your feelings, I know. I'm saying Steven could have said this to you. He could have said, if you want to talk about your feelings or Max's feelings, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's
but I don't like.
So it is Destiny's responsibility when it comes to a situation that, if aired in public at all, might cause him severe emotional distress, as well as the individual in question, the redacted individual, severe emotional distress. It is Destiny's responsibility to sit there in public and give a specific response. It is not your place to go, oh, fuck, I might have just misstepped, possibly reaching out to him in private. That's insane. This is entitlement. This is the entitlement. This is the fucking entitlement. You don't know shit about the situation, and you are expecting him to sit there and walk you through. That's entitlement. That's fucking entitlement.
But stop. Let me answer his question. So that's one way you can answer it. Another way you can answer it is you could say,
Destiny could also communicate that to him. Him telling her that he'll nuke from orbit sounds like something that Destiny would say pretty casually in a heated convo. What are you talking? No, he didn't. What? He said explicitly, no, I'm going to nuke it from, or this shit is going to get nuked from orbit. No, I don't want to talk about that. And that this is a way bigger thing than you, what did he say? You're young and dumb. This is way bigger than you think it is. Something to that effect.
As an example of a broader pattern, let's stick to other things because I don't want to talk about that anymore. I'm done talking about. I don't want to talk about her when she's not here. I just don't want to get into it, especially because I'm worried that it's going to actually affect her if we talk about it. There's a lot of ways for you to acknowledge the validity of her bringing it up. Or just say you don't want to talk about it. You don't have to threaten to cut ties with her.
Okay, it's interesting that it seems like you're so excited and so happy to talk about people's boundaries and stuff in other circumstances. But if I want to draw a strong boundary, like if you do this, I'm done completely. I'm not allowed to have that boundary because of the position that I've assumed as, I guess, the de facto like psychological rape victim because I'm all of your bosses that I never agreed to be. That's pretty insane to me. But okay.
Yeah, I think that the more guarded you are, or defensive, or boundary setting you are around people calling you out for what they perceive as bad behavior, then of course the more inherently abusive the relationship is.
That's insane. So the problem here is the entitlement to needing to have this conversation, one at all or two in public. All right. If I ask Destiny, why are you uncomfortable with talking about your personal life? The fact that I'm even entitled a response is gross. Second off, the fact that I'm entitled a response in public. Insanity. Absolute insanity.
Dude, the way that you just phrased that was just perfect. That was so beautifully done. Go ahead. I'm being sarcastic. It was just the way you frame things is unreal. That the idea of like my position is there's an incredibly dramatic person you've been involved in.
I'm gonna try and let them just talk or whatever. I'm incredibly angry. I'm angry and I'm disappointed.
2 years of insane interactions with, and Lav wants to bring that up in the middle of this conversation, which we can talk about now if you want to say that, oh, well, if there's something that is uncomfortable for you to discuss and you get defensive about that, that could be an insight that you're actually the abuser in this relationship. The way that you phrased that was unbelievable, but okay.
What I'm saying is every time I try to call you out for anything, you get really defensive.
That's not true! I'll have a conversation with you about anything.
You're doing it right now.
No, it's over her bringing up another person's incredibly complex drama, and I've already heard her thoughts on it.
But when I said that just now, you could have been like, give me an example of me being defensive and guarded. But instead you start screaming at me that it's not true.
Because you're implying that I'm being abusive by telling someone I'm kicking them off if they do something, and you're saying, well, I'm not implying that at all. There are other ways that you could have brought it up or whatever. When you absolutely are implying that.
No, what I said is the more guarded you are around criticisms, the more definitionally abusive the relationship is going to be. That's just how it is.
That's not just how it is. You're giving, this is like abuser 101. If you're trying to criticize somebody and they're being incredibly defensive about it, that's because they're in the wrong. And you have a right to have your criticism heard by that person. And if they're getting more upset about it or emotional about it, they're even more wrong about it. In fact, the more guarded a person is, when you're trying to extend into their comfort zone, the more correct you are and the more incorrect they are. That's an unbelievable statement for you to make.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you have power over other people, the less feedback you hear from them, the more... What the fuck are you doing, Lav?
Sorry.
If you have power over other people, the less criticism you're willing to hear from them, then the more abusive the relationship will be.
Okay, I think there are certain types of criticism that you don't necessarily have to hear from people, but okay, all right.
It's my turn?
No, Lav, what did you want to bring up? Go for it, yeah.
So one thing, I think that we're using like big words like abuse, and I think that we should probably avoid that when we're talking amongst friends, because I think that you're both trying to paint each other as like somehow, or maybe not trying to, but what
I think it's important to call out
the other person as an abuser.
I disagree.
I just don't think that that's helpful, because when you put out a word like abuser, they're way less likely to take like even look at what Max is saying, and you're effectively doing like what Max is asking you not to do.
Okay, I don't think Steven is an abuser.
No, I don't think that you do.
I think our relationships are set up by the platforms in such a way that they're totally unregulated, and it's just there's going to be inherent abuses of power. I think Steven would have to work really hard to try to push against the inherently abusive
With great power comes great responsibility. This is why I was going to bring up the Anna thing. I don't think that you did anything on purpose. I don't think that you abused Anna.
Hold on, actually. I'm gonna let you dive into this. I'm gonna let you dive into this, Lav. But Lav, for the public record, can you confirm or deny? Have I had like personal conversations with you saying things that like, if you're comfortable talking about this or whatever, like if you want to chat about this, I'm not gonna hold anything against you, blah 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 blah. We've had those explicit conversations, right? Or am I making that up?
Wait, sorry, what?
Have we had explicit conversations offline where I've talked with you about like if you're comfortable being on my stream, like that's cool or whatever, you don't have to come on and chat or blah blah blah? Have we had these conversations privately, or has that never come up before?
Of course I know what I'm getting into when I'm entering your home.
Sure, okay, I just want to be clear. I'm not just like saying like, hey, come join this and see what happens. Like we've explicitly talked about like these are the pros, these are the cons, what happens. Like I have these conversations. I'm pretty sure with Pxie, I think I've had that conversation too. Like I've explicitly generally had conversations with people like, hey, sometimes you ought to get rough, sometimes it's gonna happen. Like if you do or don't want to talk about this, I'm not gonna hold it. I just want to be said that I do have these conversations offline with you.
Yes,
Go ahead.
I think that the problem is that you don't understand that your platform is like a magnet because of like the level of like fame and attention, and also like
of course
that
I understand.
misunderstanding you and understanding you. Like,
does it affect your bottom line if I watch your stream embedded in DGG? I don't know, maybe, but honestly. If you're watching, if you're supporting the channel just by, hanging out, it is what it is, man. I mean, do whatever you want to do. I'm just happy to have you.
Becomes very addictive, and it seems like you actually don't understand. Like, I think
no, stop. No, I'm going to say something. Hold on, stop, because this is my whole fucking career. Of course I understand that. How could you even imply that I don't? Obviously, there's going to be a certain level of exposure that people like enjoy when they come onto platforms like this. But I mean, like, I can't do it. That's the responsibility of you to manage, unless I feel like somebody is engaging with it in an incredibly irresponsible manner. Like you're coming on.
If in Mrgirl's mind, Destiny downplays critiques of him, and Mrgirl in his mind thinks that the Anna situation wasn't like a big deal, it's not strange that he would debate this point IMO. No, it's absolutely not strange that he would debate the point. The problem is, with the information he has, he should know that it's off limits. because Destiny is trying to set an active boundary. Destiny has not set an active boundary on anything that they've talked about. You can accuse Destiny of being a pedophile. You can accuse Destiny. I could go on right now and say Destiny is a rapist. And Destiny would have a discussion as to why I'm a fucking idiot for having even implied that. But why does he draw a boundary specifically at this? That doesn't give an empath pause? Somebody that's supposed to be, like, very cued into people's emotion, that doesn't give him pause as to, like, maybe there's a little bit something more to this that I don't understand. Maybe I'm not as fucking clever about this situation as I think I am. None of that sets off alarm bells. Nigga, I'm, like, fucking autistic, and I know exactly what the fuck is going on. The fuck do you mean? Like, I don't know what the fuck this is. I feel like I'm speaking in fucking hieroglyphs. This should be fucking obvious what is happening. But okay. It's fine. It is what it is.
You're being self-destructive over and over and over and over and over again. And I'm like, okay, well, this is probably not a healthy way for you to engage. But don't say that, like, oh, I don't think you understand what it's like.
In my opinion, it didn't sound like a boundary. The nigga is literally saying, I am setting a boundary. I do not feel like I am allowed to have boundaries. And then Mrgirl's response is, well, when you have a power dynamic, then yes, I feel like these boundaries can be kind of unethical with how you set them up with people that require you to be able to fucking exist and cohabitate. You sound defensive. Yes, that's what he's fucking saying.
Of course I understand. I've been doing this for 12 years.
In the beginning, the problem is, even after the beginning, after he said he would nuke her from orbit, he said that that was a boundary, and then he kept going.
You're misunderstanding me. I'm not saying. Listen, I understand that you're obviously in defense mode because I think that Max is going pretty hard on you.
I'm not in defense mode. I'm in super jovial mode.
No, you absolutely are.
Okay, stop. Then don't talk to me. If you think I'm too retarded because I'm in defense mode, then don't talk to me. I can't even hear you. I'm too defensive right now, Lav. I'm sorry. I'm too defensive. I can't understand what you're saying. Max can talk to me again if he wants.
I think that it is a normal human response to be defensive in this moment. I don't think you're overdoing it. I don't think it makes sense.
I'm not defensive. I've thought about these topics for years before either of you were either into doing any of this thing for the So for both of you to come in and be like, I don't think you ever even considered for a fact what the power differentials are like. Obviously I have. I've thought about all of this a lot.
Steven, I know that you do. I know that you do. I think that, like I just said, I think that Max is going very hard on you. I think that he probably agree that you do a lot to quell it.
Okay, why are you hold on. Max is not even going very hard on me. I think most of what he's saying is reasonable. Max could probably be a lot meaner if he wanted to be. I think Max is going super hard. We're just having a heated discussion, and obviously he disagrees with something I do. But Max is not like, yeah, I don't think Max is going super ultra hard on me.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna disagree with everything you say. Yeah, that's
gonna,
right.
like,
yeah, Matt, how does it feel, Lav? How does it feel, Lav? I hope it feels real bad. Yeah, good. If you start crying in front of the camera, I'm gonna watch it. Okay.
What the fuck is happening?
I love you guys.
Sorry, you were saying something about abuse, Lav, and
I was saying
that he didn't think he abused.
She was saying okay. I think she was picking up off of what I was saying. Where I'm not trying to say that you're an abusive person or that you are an abuser. I'm saying that the relationship, the setup of the relationship, is almost inherently abusive, and that you would have to fight really hard against it and put protections in place. And I don't feel, for myself, I don't feel those protections are being put in place. I feel like banning my fans and banning me from your subreddit was one pretty strong example.
Mrgirl,
well, I don't want to hold on. I want to finish what I'm fucking saying, motherfucker.
I know, but Lav, you really got to finish on the Santa stuff because that's like a super, like that was a crazy thing to say. You think?
Did you hear what you said about her on stream?
No. Like, good, Lav, I want you to flesh out your position right now. Don't feel fearful, but like say what you mean.
I want to finish what I'm saying.
You will go next, Mrgirl. Fuck! Come on, you know you have 80% of this. Just wait.
What I was saying.
No, he takes it back. Take it back.
No,
I take it back.
I don't want to do this.
He took it back.
I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this.
Okay, let Mrgirl finish. Go ahead.
All right, you better be quick. Go.
Do you think you're the most powerful orbiter? Not even close.
This is not quick.
I think that when you play good cop, bad cop with your mods and let them fucking smear me and ban me and silence me, I understand you're not doing that intentionally, but it comes off like you're like, well, I don't know what they're doing, blah, 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 while they're fucking me, and that's one example. And then there's other stuff like what you saying that I would tell somebody I'm gonna rape them and then walk it back as like, oh, I was just saying an interesting idea when I would never fucking do that. Feels like you are not. I understand why you're saying those things and doing those things, but it feels like you're not proactively trying to prevent harm from being done to me. Feels like you're letting bad shit happen.
Rele is the Yamcha of orbiters.
And I think it's wrong.
Okay, I have to go quickly. I'm just gonna give my final thought on this very quickly. It just seems like you guys are trying to absolve your personal responsibility of what you say and like the impression.
Who do you think is the most powerful orbiter other than Dan? Most powerful? I don't know. Mutin? Does Melina count?
people are gonna have and like the reactions people are gonna have.
He's saying I said stuff I didn't say. That's not like I don't. It's not
No,
personal
but-
responsibility. If Steven's like Max says things like he tells people he's gonna rape them, and I'm like, well, I never said that. And he's like, yeah, okay, but basically,
Not
like,
exactly
no, that's not me
right.
trying to
You
absolve
say-
myself of
Max,
responsibility
you
for stuff
say
I said. I didn't fucking
you
say
say
that.
extreme things that
Did
other
you,
people.
Okay, but you can't swap.
Did
because
you
I-
watch what Destiny saw Lav say about Redacted? No, I didn't. I might watch it on the second monitor. I got it linked though.
I said an extreme thing or thing you find
No,
extreme.
the thing
Doesn't
is
mean you can
that you
swap it
say
out. Doesn't mean you can
extreme
swap it out for another thing that's also extreme
No,
and be
I'm
like,
not saying
yeah,
you
they're
can
both pretty extreme. And basically,
no,
you
that's
haven't
not
told anybody you'll rape them,
Listen,
but you
Max-
basically did. You basically
No,
did.
you talked about
threatened.
right.
Give me 1 second here. Okay, I see. I got the context.
Rape
Are you leaving,
scenario or
Pxie?
similar
Pxie, this is not a I'm leaving thing. Come on.
Okay, let me finish. What I'm saying is that when you say extreme things or extreme sentences, those are prone for people misinterpreting them or for people not like understanding exactly what you said. And you have a responsibility for the words that you say, and it just looks like both
I
you
do, but I
and
don't
Lav
have a responsibility
seem to
for
be
things that
off-putting.
Steven makes up that I didn't say.
My final sentence, Max, let me finish, and then you can go off. So you guys are trying to off-put that responsibility onto Steven because he has a bigger
Pxie is the female voice right now.
and you're trying to make him responsible for the reactions that happen across his platform when you guys share responsibility too. When you guys say something
Are
extremely
these bridges done? No, these bridges are not done.
you guys say something stupid, when you guys say whatever, yeah, like part of that responsibility of how people respond to that is onto you. And you can't just pretend that because Destiny has a bigger platform. Oh, now it's abusive if he's not doing a perfect job at regulating it. So that's it.
How
That's
much
what
of the
I
VOD
wanted to
is
say.
left? 30 minutes. It looks like roughly 30 minutes, maybe 40.
I gotta go.
I don't think Steven making something up that I didn't say.
Hold on, bye, Pxie. Can we get, we'll get another,
I don't think that's me saying he's not doing a perfect job at regulating it. I'm saying he literally just made something up that I didn't say.
Bye, Pxie. I hope that we're gonna get, actually, we're gonna make sure that we get round 2 of you in Mind Waves. Me and the King here are gonna, we'll get that going soon. We just gotta get Mind Waves back in the fold. So,
There's just something I have to confess to real quick. Destiny, as your actual employee, that is actually employed by you. I feel so abused by
Stop! You're not contributing anything positive to this. Stop! Leave! Bye. I hope your bees die.
Who was that?
Okay. Good.
Who was
now,
that?
Lav?
Wait, I
was
want to
that
acknowledge that
fourth
was
eye?
actually
No, hold on.
that was
One thing at a
good.
time.
I think
One-
that was nice that you
Great.
did that.
Did what?
I think it.
Comment on
Yeah,
Destiny's
I think
music?
that was
Yeah,
actually
I mean,
very,
it was
responsible. I think
1.5x.
that's
I
literally
couldn't
what
really
Max
hear.
is talking about. And I think that if you make like little behaviors like that, I don't think Max is asking for like you to change your whole outlook, but I think he's just like, I want to see some effort that you are like trying to protect me from being like a lol cow or all these things, because I think he also sees you as his friend. And so to some degree, I think that he wants you to take responsibility for his, not his happiness, but for you to feel like you want to protect someone that you care about. I think is a very normal human feeling.
I hate to bring it back here because it feels like there's a little bit of dodging and whatnot, but we need to get back to your comments on how Steven handled this
I
situation.
know you love this.
Well, yeah, so do you want to avoid it? Because you talked about it on stream. If you don't want to talk about it again because you feel what you said was wrong and incorrect, you can say that. We can move on and say nothing else.
No, it's not that I feel it was like anecdotal in the moment, and it was gonna be like, I don't think that Steven, you realized like that it was gonna become bigger than you immediately after it was like platformed and made public. But then it snowballs, and then now a year later, I'm getting hordes of people joining my stream from DGG trying to kick it up with me. A year later, someone who was not involved whatsoever. Like it becomes something that is so much bigger than you that you just like you need to exert extra effort. And I know that sucks, but extra effort to make sure that it doesn't get to that point, like by explicitly being like, any mention of this in my platform or other people's platform, I don't want to fucking hear it. I don't want to hear you guys be uncharitable to someone. Like I don't know. I think that there were obviously. I think that you think that there are better ways that you could have handled that. I wasn't bringing that up as a gotcha, something that you haven't.
I
heard
don't think
before.
there's a single thing I could have done differently. Wrong.
Okay.
That seems like an extreme statement.
Well, what do you think he did wrong, Lav? Like you said,
Okay,
like
I'm not. Whatever. It was like a small piece of anecdotal evidence. You've been building it up like it was gonna be this like extra drama.
Okay, well,
The
this is
problem.
like
Wait, real quick. The problem that I had was you were on your stream last night saying like, oh, she's like a totally normal person.
No, I said that she was obviously triggered by something.
Hold on. Did you not say that she's just a normal person?
I think in her everyday life she is normal.
That's what is this, dude? You are a professional dancer.
Sneaky is the term.
No, that's what I said. No, that's what I said. I think that she was triggered by you, and obviously she had a response that her mental illness would, exacerbate. But
Yeah, I think this is the most unethical thing I've probably seen in quite a bit of time. Yeah, I think this is a very unethical thing. Especially for somebody that has been told numerous times that they lack the foresight to be able to have an opinion that they stick to for a period of time that is longer than 2 weeks, for them to be weighing in on such an incredibly large bit of somebody else's life, their interpersonal life, that can backfire so dramatically and cause somebody they would even for a moment consider to be a friend back into a time period in their life where they, no, I just don't know how you could do that. With the level of, the level of confidence she would need that her critique is right on this specific subject is far more than I know Lav is even capable of intellectually doing. And she absolutely should be of a similar opinion because of how much feedback she has gotten on her ability to form opinions that don't last longer than 5 days. But for her to think she has the silver bullet to this situation that has been developing over years and that has multiple different instances of attempts to solve the situation by different individuals, to think that her, who hasn't had a position that lasted more than a week, to have that silver bullet, I think is not short-sighted, it's not careless, it is reckless. I think it is more reckless than even the sexual harassment allegation that Cherry and Stardust made. I think it is reckless. I think it is completely reckless. Not saying that it does more damage, just to be clear, is more reckless than those situations. She has every bit of information to show her that she doesn't have that silver bullet, and she thinks that possibly restarting a loop is the right idea. That is, I don't know.
I think that
like by literally saying that, now you've removed her from the pool of normal people by saying mental illness.
I don't think that that's true. I think everyone has neuroses, but
do you think everyone is mentally ill?
In their own way.
Yes, I love it. Thank you, Lav. That's what I needed. Yes.
Wait, that's such a dodge.
No, it's not. It was so good. Oh, yes, I needed that. Thank God. Thank you, Lav.
Why compare them? Why need to compare them? The reason why I'm comparing them is to give a kind of moral weight that I'm putting on this specific thing. I think Lav has more information going into the situation about the intent, about the description of fact, about the material reality than the other individuals did. The reason why I'm comparing that is to show the severity that I believe that Lav is undergoing right now with the recklessness.
No, I think, but you've got it. She's obviously not the worst moment that she's ever had is not her, right?
On my stream?
Yeah, like the crazy.
Imagine comparing a false sexual harassment to having opinions. Well, a false sexual harassment can come from a position in which an individual can lack an understanding of the situation. I brought up a great example was I'm not sure how many people know of Zyori from Dota 2, I believe it was Zyori, who had a sexual harassment allegation against him when he had done nothing wrong. But from the woman's perspective, it seemed as though she had felt as though she had no options. My point is not that the false harassment allegations are not as bad. I think they're worse. I think they're potentially career-ending. However, I think that the information that Lav has in this situation is far more than the informations that those Cherry and Stardust were using to be able to come to their conclusion. I think that it is I just think it's unbelievably reckless. I think it is unbelievably reckless, right? That's my point.
That she ever acted with you and she was like crying or whatever, like that is not how she goes day to day.
Just to be clear, you said that she was a good person and she was correct in her assumptions of what you said about Steve.
I never said those words. Ever.
Okay,
now they're even less comparable? How? Seems she's lying about what she knew on Twitter then? Yes, she's literally... You're talking about Lav? The acknowledgement of the situation? Yeah, she's lying. She was... Lav explicitly knows about the situation. She's just bringing up very small amounts of information about it, or implying that she doesn't know as much about it as she has previously stated she does.
Clip.
Yeah, you can pull up the clip because I never said that she was correct in her assumptions about Steve.
Okay, give us 30 seconds. I'm muting. We're watching.
Please don't perhaps will go up again, Lav.
Copyright.
I don't think she will.
Copyright.
I think that Anna is actually very normal, and I think that Stephen was a trigger for her. But I think she is a very great normal girl, and I don't like the way that you guys talk about her. How do I get Terminally Online girlfriend? TikTok.
Yeah, you're right, you got me. Like, what? I literally told you exactly what I said. Like, what? You got me.
What is the implication? I don't understand how you...
What the fuck implication? I said don't come into my stream talking shit about Anna.
Okay, hold on, Lav, look at me.
Oh no. I'm not gonna let you live this down.
No, I'm grabbing your face. I just want to have this one, just on this
Yeah,
one
you're
thing.
grabbing my face.
It's literally giving Candace credence to the "look, you made me do it" argument. She's just a normal person who got triggered, implying anyone would get similarly triggered in a situation. Right. This is why I said that this is really reckless. She has been given every single tool, every single bit of... God has given her every opportunity to recognize that the thing that came out of her mouth in that moment was a bad idea. She has been taking L after L after L after L on every single political position she's tried to stake herself on in the past couple months. And then she's like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make a statement about something that has been going on for years. And I think that could end up resulting in somebody that I could even fathom as my friend relapsing on one of the worst moments he's had as a public figure. And I think my position is right, so I'm going to risk that happening. The charitable interpretation is that she is reckless. The not charitable interpretation, she's doing whatever she wants for content. She's saying whatever she wants for content. That's the least. The most charitable interpretation is that she is unbelievably reckless. I don't know, maybe she was angry at Steven at the moment? I don't know. The lack of foresight was insane.
Yes, just on this one thing, okay?
Mm-hmm.
When you point to a conflict between two people and you say on one side, I think that person is incredibly normal.
I don't know. Wait, hold up. Let me double check. Let me double check. Maybe this was like a year ago.
We don't have to if you...
Nope, it wasn't. Okay, well.
Normal. Steven just triggered her, but she's like super normal and great. What do you think is the implication there?
Trigger for her.
What does that mean? Who
Who
was in the wrong?
You were in the wrong.
That's not how I think. That's not how I think. That's how you think.
That Zyori situation was fucked. The example of the gray area and dating. Yeah, Zyori did absolutely nothing wrong, but I believe that woman was also right for feeling trapped inside of that relationship with Zyori. But Zyori did absolutely nothing wrong.
Can I explain it?
No, I want to know, what do most people think when they hear this? What is the implication?
Appeal to most people? How the fuck do I know?
Okay, I just want you to say that while you're on here saying Destiny.
I don't know about that clip, VOD, but I'm talking about the original VOD, yeah.
Greatest responsibility in the world of mind controlling your whole audience and protecting every single person. And then when it comes to Lav on stream, it's like, how am I supposed to know how the fuck anybody thinks? I'm not a human. How can you have both positions?
I'm sorry, that is like fully not what I fucking did.
That was exactly. That's what you just did.
And also to say that 11,000 people watching is is the same thing as 200 people watching.
It is because you're making a comment about me, and that's gonna reverberate around my community.
The comment I made about you is just that you triggered her. Come the fuck on.
If somebody triggered somebody else, where does the responsibility generally lie?
The trigger? Not that you didn't necessarily do it on purpose. I didn't say that it was malignant or that you did it with malintent. You obviously just did something that triggered her.
But he did something.
Dude, I'm mad, dude. I am so mad.
It could have been unbeknownst to you. That's
I don't know. Maybe I feel too much for. When was this? Somebody linked it to me. Here's the long clip, 10 minutes. I don't feel comfortable watching this on stream. I don't want to give the redacted any reason to feel as though they're being attacked any more than I already have.
Relationships work. We trigger each other.
But it was his fault.
My number one priority is to avoid any kind of conflict between the two individuals, unlike the people on stream.
It was an action that he
took.
No,
it was nobody's fault.
It was nobody's fault. Hallelujah.
This is why. Sorry, I had to say it. This is sneaky behavior. This is why.
Okay. I would like to say something. This is what I'm talking about. Where when there's interpersonal conflict, like with Stardust. Okay, I'm having a big fight with Stardust on my stream. Stardust is not defined as a crazy, mentally ill psychopath. There's no dog pile. There's no Stardust is like a terrible person. There's no she's an insane, crazy stalker who can't let this go. I don't talk about her that way, and my community doesn't talk about her.
Well, because I don't think Stardust acted that way. She definitely made a huge fucking mistake, and it was definitely cringe as fuck, and you're definitely right color on that, but...
Stardust tweeted out a video of me exposing my stomach, and then said it was my pubic hair, and then blurred it so that you couldn't see what it was.
Yeah, that's really bad, but that's far different than 1 to 2 years of extra online accusations.
Okay,
I'm not saying I'm not absolving her.
I'm just saying that in the way I talk about people, in the way people are defined on my stream, there doesn't have to be a bad guy.
Okay, well, in my stream, when Anna, like 1 week ago, was saying I sexually abused her, I'm gonna go ahead and say There's a bad guy there, okay? I think I have the right to
Yeah,
do that.
well, Stardust a week ago was saying I sexually abused her, and I'm saying you don't have to do that.
That's
You
great.
don't have
And
to say,
if Stardust said that
Okay,
about
so-
you after
so
2
here's-
years of stalking and harassing you, then I would say you probably could call it kind of a crazy person.
I know, I could.
But you
I
don't want to,
could,
that's fine.
right?
But that's your platform. That's what you
I
can
know
do on your
you
platform.
can't. I know. Okay, so we have different platforms. We already
Yep.
agree that my channel is different from yours. We already understand that. The point I'm making is I'm trying to explain what Lav is saying to you. The Lav
So wait, is Mr. Girl's statement right now that he didn't really understand anything about redacted situation, but here he is going back and forth with Destiny as to whether or not Stardust's situation with Mr. Girl is comparable? Is that really what I am witnessing?
Lav is saying is that there doesn't have to be an explanation that either you or Anna is a mentally ill, terrible person.
There kind of
But
needs to
if you-
be. Because if both sides are making strong claims, for you to sit in the middle, like, obviously delegitimizes one side more than the other.
See, hold on. Somebody get me the post showing that Mr. Girl said that he doesn't know much about this situation, because this is really bad if that he actually said that. Somebody get me that post. I want a link to that post of him saying he didn't really know about this situation, because he's making claims he should not be making if he actually said that.
It doesn't have to be an explanation that either you... The point I'm making is I'm trying to explain what Lav is saying to you. What Lav is saying is that there doesn't have to be an explanation that either you or Anna is a mentally ill, terrible person.
There kind of
But
needs to
if you-
be. Because if both sides are making strong claims, for you to sit in the middle, like, obviously delegitimizes one side more than the other.
I think
Stardust never said he sexually abused her, though. No, I'll agree with Mr. Girl on that one. I think the implication of sexual harassment can imply sexual abuse. I think if somebody legitimately said, like, I was sexually harassed by this dude, and then they categorize that as sexual abuse, I don't think very many people would bat an eyelash. There might be some, but I'll let it slide. I think Mr. Girl is fine with making that statement of that kind of a comparison between at least the word sexual abuse. I think that's fine. She didn't even say sexual harassment, did she? No, she just heavily implied it. I don't think either one of them said sexual harassment, but the implication was so obvious it was explicit. That's what I would say. The implication was so obvious it entered the realm of explicit. I think this is the post. Lucky for you, I was the person that Mr. Girl said he didn't know the Anna situation too. Let me grab the post. Wait, really? Holy shit, Mr. Girl is actually victim blaming Destiny in his subreddit right now. Not linking it because I'm not sure how mods will react to mentioning banned individuals. Top post that's criticizing Mr. Girl for not immediately shutting that shit down from tonight's stream and asking him to apologize or hold himself to some accountability. Mr. Girl in the comments blaming my Discord, not yours. You can't hear that. Blaming Steven for everything that happened to him. Also, mods, if this post isn't cool, feel free to delete. Edit LMFAO, Mr. Girl fans sending me Reddit care resources. Enjoy your report and permaban. What is this? I don't understand this reaction. If you think somebody is torturing you psychologically, so we saw that. When I say cut off contact, I mean no contact. At that point, have a lawyer send her a cease and desist or just ignore it. Oh my god. This is victim blaming, dude. Don't fuck fans/orbiters. Go zero contact with crazy people who try to ruin your life. Didn't he just say that we didn't have to label people as crazy? Oh no, he said that was Lab's point. Who try to ruin your life. This is why I stopped engaging with Stardust today. Again, I don't know what happened, but I feel like this would have prevented the blank situation. Am I wrong? Yeah, he shouldn't have done any of that. Stalkers just get more insane if you intermediately reinforce their stalking. I know how to deal with stalkers generally, and I know how to avoid them generally. The details don't really matter because I've seen... Okay, alright, so yeah, he's victim blaming. Okay, well, you know, it is what it is, I guess. I don't know. It is what it is. It is what it is, man. Newbie, thank you for the 5. I think he can say sexual harassment, though. I'm sorry. I thought sexual abuse usually involves contact. That I would say that is the implication of sexual abuse, but I'm not upset at somebody just saying that.
Thinking like content-wise.
Fuck! I hate you. You just said that. I hate you. Lav. I need you to say you understand that I hate you. Stop. Okay. Lav. It is not. I'm sorry. I don't hate you. It's not.
I don't. Okay,
It's not.
Steven,
No, it's not
I
about.
don't want to be the bad guy.
No, it's not about content. Okay. If let's say that there was a scenario where one person locked somebody in a fucking basement for 5 fucking years and refused to feed them and beat the shit out of them every day, and then that person comes out and somebody's like, "What do you think about that situation?" You're like, "Man, it was really complicated, and I think somebody just triggered the other one." But like, I wouldn't say that one person was the bad guy there. How do you think the person who was locked in the fucking basement would feel?
Did you lock Anna in a basement? I must have missed that.
I was locked in the basement of her psychosis. I might even still be there. I'm not entirely sure. I have to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Hold on 1 second. I'll be back. Okay.
Lav, I think you should just bite the bullet and say that if there is a narrative that our general agreement that one person is crazy, and then you talk about the situation in an even-handed way, it's going to come across like you're saying that blame lies in both parties. If blame for the abusive interaction lies with both parties. Now, you might actually think that, and maybe you guys have to have like an argument about that. But I think Steven's saying that her behavior is so bad that to talk about it in a even-handed way is unfair to him. So I feel like
no, all the complexities of it. I didn't think it was that fucking deep.
Yeah. I mean, I think the way to push back against that is to just say like, I don't think she did lock you in a basement. I think it's more complicated than that. I'm not saying it's your fault or anybody's fault. I'm just saying that I think you participated more in the dynamic than you're owning right now.
I do feel that way.
I know.
I don't think that Steven is in the place right now where he's gonna like hear me say something like that, and I think he's gonna tell me that it's manipulative and sneaky, and I don't want to put myself in that trap.
I wouldn't say it's manipulative and sneaky. I would just say that you have every bit of information to show you that you're not smart enough to make this call. I think that's it. You know you're too dumb to make this call. That would be my point. I'm just straight up. I'm far more lethal about this situation than any of the other people. You have way too much information to know you're not smart enough to make this call.
So you're gonna be manipulative to not get called manipulative, huh?
Not manipulative, but I'm definitely gonna choose my battles. I think.
Oh,
you got me.
wow.
Oh no, from both sides. This is fucking horrible. I cannot win.
Wow, Lav.
Oh,
Woman moment.
I'm about to have.
Moment.
I'm about
Woman
to have.
moment.
Oh my
Woman
god,
moment.
Max.
Woman moment.
Oh my
No, I'm just
fucking
kidding.
god.
I'm just kidding.
Basement.
I'm just fucking with you, Lav.
I know you are, but the
I know,
people
but
watching.
I need
the people watching. Hold on,
I know.
the people watching.
I know. That's why I said that. I didn't say it for you. I said it for our some of our challenged audience members, so they can keep following along the conversation.
Acting so fucking autistic for what? For what?
Darius, chill.
I needed.
It's like, how are you gonna repeat?
I needed this. I needed this man to come in right at this very moment to reset my brain and to make me just kind of cool off. I needed a champion.
Repeatedly saying that it's not equivalent. You are constantly being autistic. Constantly. Stardust being autistic once is a completely different realm than you going on stream every fucking day. I wake up and acting like a fucking smurg. Just shut the fuck up. Stop defending her.
Who are you talking to?
Both of you. I don't even know how you're defending her. I don't know how you're defending this thought process. I generally don't fucking get it. I just don't get it.
Which thought process?
Labs.
Wait, what?
What thought process are you talking about?
When you're saying that it's not, like when Stardust gets labeled as mentally ill or whatever for these autistic things, and Lab's getting, or Anna's getting labeled as mentally ill when it's like completely different. What? It's not like the same thing. Stardust fucks up, and it's like, okay, we fuck up. She says, oh, I'm sorry. She goes on to say, I'm sorry. She makes cringe jokes because she's a cringer. Who fucking gives a fuck? But then Lab goes on, and then Anna goes on her stream every day. I'm autistic. Look at me. I do this too. I go, I'm autistic. Guys, I'm autistic. And I do this repeatedly on repeat. So much. And I know what's happening. Sometimes I get upset. Sometimes I tweet about it. Sometimes I cry. Sometimes I get upset. Whatever. But at least I shut the fuck up. You know, I don't go on stream and try to defend myself. I don't act like a fucking spurg every fucking day. Just shut the fuck up.
Okay. You're saying that because the situation with Anna lasted so much longer, it's more fair to make
no,
a
it's not
character
that
assessment?
I mean, I guess, yeah, it lasted longer. It repeated. It didn't just last longer. It repeated.
So
over.
So you're saying therefore it's more fair to make a character assessment about her than it would be to make a character assessment about Stardust?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that is, not only is that logical, that is correct. All right? Stardust has no pattern of behavior, and in fact, she has a pattern of behavior outside of what she did. So which, to me, indicates that level of recklessness. That's what it does, right? It's out of character behavior, but it was something that she did, and she did it consciously. It was very bad. It was terrible. But it was, nonetheless, it was not a pattern of behavior. The individual with redacted is a pattern of behavior. It is a completely different situation.
That's a fine argument, but
How did we not think of that at the start? That's what I'm saying. Like, how? I'm fucking retarded. I didn't graduate. I didn't graduate.
Because it's not really relevant to what I'm talking about. Here's the problem. The more mentally ill somebody is, the less you should be shitting on them on your stream over and over again.
He says the more mentally ill someone is, the less you should be shitting on them on their stream. But when Destiny didn't even want to talk about it, he wanted to shut down the very mention of this individual. Max used that as a moment to say, look, you're getting defensive about criticism. There is no winning. There is no winning. There is no win condition. There is no empathy. There is no consideration for his feelings. There is nothing. Just, there's no winning.
Throw the fucking laugh in here!
So the problem with calling somebody mentally ill after a two years long protracted public interaction with them is that if you really think they're mentally ill, that actually takes more of the onus away from them and puts it on you as the responsible party with more power, and the person who's making it public and platforming it over and over.
Steven.
And yet, you just got upset at him for not wanting to talk about it. It's almost like he doesn't want to platform it. Maybe, just maybe, he doesn't want to platform it. Maybe, just maybe.
Let some fucking schizo retard come in here and talk about how she's getting raped by Discords every day. Fucking Nina or whatever. Steven lets anybody come on this fucking stream and talk. It's like it doesn't fucking matter. He just lets niggas talk. I don't think that should be going on. It's whatever it is, what it is. But listen, Steven will do the fucking wants. He let me fucking yell at Melina. You know, fucking I don't know why the fuck he let me do that, but he did. And it's one thing he does. Why can't we just accept that and move forward?
It sounds like you could understand why if you're saying part of the thing you like about him is that he does things that could be portrayed as irresponsible. Then you can understand why some of his friends would be calling him out on it.
Sure. But I mean, like, you came into this community and everyone came into this community with already that assumption. The reason why everybody's even here is because Steven's so easy to get on stream with and just start talking about whatever you want. Because he just
I needed Darius, dude. He calms me down.
That off because he's sitting there playing video games all day with no content, and he just lets people kind of just come on and fucking chat.
Yeah, there's upsides to that and there's downsides to it. I think one of the downsides is that once you're in the community, once you're part of the harem, then you start feeling like getting dogpiled repeatedly in this cycle. And like you can be self-referential and like acknowledge it and make jokes about it, but it's fucking terrible to watch your credibility tank every few weeks or every couple months and have his finger on the scale making it tank. Where he's banning people who defend you, banning people who like you, banning you from the ability to even communicate about it or talk about it in a way where his audience is going to hear it. Or you can come on, but like if you come on, the deck is so stacked against you when you're talking to him anyways. So like, yeah, you can come on, you can be on the show, but eventually your role will be solidified as some form of loser or retard after enough time goes on, and it sucks. And I don't like it, and I don't think it should be that way. So I'm complaining about it.
Yeah, take it up with forethought. I gotta go.
What, is it my turn now? Wait, did I do it?
No, it's Darius. Well, I don't think it's
Dario.
No, he's in the bathroom.
I wanted to ask you.
Oh, what's up?
Yeah, I just want to say, like, from a viewer perspective, do you understand that you're basically telling Steven to pull punches to the people he's talking to, and that fucking sucks as a viewer?
You can. Do you think I pull punches?
Yeah, I do think sometimes. I mean, you try to frame things in like an overly charitable way sometimes, and I think kind of the appeal of Steven is like why many people watch him is because we feel like he's going to be like brutally honest with people. Like nobody wants to watch Steven talk to somebody who's clearly being fucking stupid and then not saying that they're being stupid. Like that then just feels bad as a viewer.
I think there's probably a way to call people stupid in a short term or less meaningful way. But then I think if you're gonna do that, you have to give people an ability to fight back. You have to.
This nigga ain't in the bathroom. I don't know where this nigga went, but if he is in the bathroom, he's having some Montezuma's revenge, some fucking serious business. He's having a fucking colonoscopy inside of that goddamn bathroom.
Not ban people from the subreddit if you're gonna do that. And I think you have to you got to do other stuff to make it more fair if you're gonna punch down. But he's not doing any of the other things that you would do to mitigate that either.
Yeah, but isn't coming on the stream and talking your case the fighting back, right? Like I don't think Steven is gonna call people stupid, or at least I don't think the viewers are gonna like if Steven calls people stupid.
Yes, but he does so many things to make it impossible to do that. So like
get on stream and talk.
Yeah, you can get on stream and you can make noise with your mouth, but you can't actually get a thought out without somebody interrupting you or somebody derailing you. Then Steven derailing from the person who derailed you, or Steven himself saying, yeah, you said we would threaten to rape somebody. And being like, oh, maybe you wouldn't threaten to rape somebody. I don't know. Let's watch the clip. And then you're like, well, the clip didn't say what you said it said. And he's like, well, it doesn't matter what it said. That doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Just like an endless stream of evasive derailments so that you never actually get to feel like the shit I want to talk to Steven about would probably take 20 minutes if we were off stream.
No. That's insane. You taking 20 minutes to have a conversation? That's actually.
Is this forethought? Jesus Christ! Forethought sounds like a bit of a Chad.
Watch me have a conversation with somebody who's not actually trying to not understand what I'm saying, or who is not able to, and then I think you'll find that I'm actually pretty.
I think
that's something no one's ever seen before, so I'm excited.
I think it's a fair point, Max, because I think a lot of the people in here just fucking hate you, so it makes it hard. But
oh wait, hold on. For the people in here that fucking hate him, probably Ava. I think Dan 50-50 and Forethought for sure. But I think Lav is a strong Mrgirl supporter. I don't hate Max.
Stardust and Cherry also were here.
I don't hate him. I'm equal.
Dan is an agent of chaos. So I think Dan is actually pro Max.
Okay, but Steven, we do acknowledge, Steven, that if we were not on stream, this conversation would probably be a lot shorter and more concise.
Oh yeah, of course. But you joined when there were like 6 people in here, right?
Yes, that's true. But yeah, I think we both have. I mean, We're not just talking to each other, obviously.
Sure. I have no problem with you joining, by the way, but I mean, obviously you came in with a ton of people here and to back up live arguments. Of course, it's going to some crazy shit, right?
Yeah. First mistake.
I don't think it'll work in
Defending me.
YouTube though.
I know.
Lab, I won't defend you, but I'm just gonna say you're walking into a trap. Don't do it.
Hey, listen. If you want more YouTube streams, like the video, yeah? It helps the algorithm. Yeah, I'm still cooling off, man. It takes a while. It takes a while for me to cool off. I might not even be cooled off by the end of the video. Yeah, if you like the stream, like the video. It helps the algorithm. It helps push it to more people. So that way more people can join the community. It really helps me out. It's honestly the primary reason at the moment I am on YouTube. So if you want to see more YouTube streams, please like the video. And thank you to the 35 people, 39 people now that liked the video after that call out. Thank you.
Leave. Go take care of your bees.
By the way, Max, if that's the solution you wanted, why didn't you just ask Steve? Like, would you say no to that, Steven? Like, if he said, "Hey, do you want to talk about this for like 15 minutes off stream?"
Yeah, that's fine. I think Lav earlier asked if she wanted to talk off stream. I was like, yeah, sure.
No.
Wait, so why don't you just do that if that's what you wanted?
I think
because
there's two separate conversations that need to be had. There's a personal conversation that is to have obviously me and Steven, or Max and Steven, understand each other on a more personal level away from everyone, and then there needs to be a public conversation, unfortunately, because now there's like a third beast where I think that Max and I both feel like we need to be heard.
Yes,
to some
we
extent.
just
Take or leave it.
Yes, I feel like I'm getting dogpiled, and it's so hard to fight back against because the problem I have is that I have so little ability to write the narrative about who I am and what's happening and what role I'm playing because Steven has like 99% of power. So I am trying to use my 1% to throw my little pebble in the river and say like, well, I stood up for myself. I tried.
Is it Steven you want to talk to, or is it his community? Because like
it's both. It's both. I want the community to see how I am talking to him.
So then ask for a one-on-one conversation on stream. Or?
Yeah. I probably should have done that.
I mean, okay. Well, good luck.
I probably should do it. Steven, you want to have a one-on-one conversation about this sometime?
Absolutely, whenever you want, buddy. I'm just waiting for... right now I have to go do a Red Pill show real quick, and I need to get off by 10 because I can't stay up for 12 fucking hours streaming every day. But yeah. Yeah, anytime.
Alright, I'll DM you and we can set it up.
Gotcha.
Just don't ruin the stream content, Max. That's all I'm asking.
Well, I think that he's saying that if you're ethical, then it will be less entertaining.
No. What I said was that it feels like what Max is saying is that he wants you to pull punches, Steven, and like from the people you're talking to. Like if they're being really dumb, then he wants you to not call them really dumb because you have like a responsibility. And I said that fucking sucks as a viewer. Like we don't want to see you beat around the bush.
There's probably a way to okay, what I think one thing that Steven that you do that's really devastating is you'll say, I'm ultra charitable to you. I'm being really charitable to you. I'm being really nice to you. You're a dumb fuck. I think the combination of, I think if there's acknowledgement that you're like, no, I'm gonna fly off the handle, I say crazy shit that I don't mean, blah, blah, blah. But I think if you paint yourself as not mean and then you say something really mean, I think that it has the effect of making the mean thing hit like 3 times as hard.
Yeah, but if like the...
I'm okay with that. The mean thing should hit 12 times as hard. Because if you've gotten to the point where I'm being mean to you...
That's what we want to see!
If you've gotten to the point where I want to be mean, and I've been so nice, then good. You've earned it.
Okay. So I believe that it may be possible for him to engage in blood sports, Dario, and put measures in place that would counteract the negative psychological effects on the people he's playing with. But I don't feel like any of those are in place right now.
I feel like I got...
Deaky, do you have a
Steven content for a while, and I feel like that's like an implicit thing. Like when you come on his stream and you have like heated debates with him, like if he thinks you're being really dumb, he's gonna call you dumb, and everybody understand that's what happens, right? So,
sure, we can all understand something's happening, and I can still say, well, I think that the way he's doing this is bad for people, and that it should change a little.
Well, sure, but it sounds like so maybe to use an analogy, right? You're saying if you want to do the Walmart thing, you're saying, well, you're coming to work at Walmart and you're a vegan, and then you're telling them, hey, stop selling meat because I think selling meat is immoral, and they're like, well, this fucking Walmart. And the point is like that's what people come here for, like.
It could be. I don't think I'm asking for that extreme of a change.
So I think in theory I agree with a lot of what you say about like being ethical and stuff, but I feel like especially in this case with Lav, which was what sprung all of this on, I feel like that's pretty extreme what you're asking. I feel like everybody who's watching the content is feeling that she is being very dumb and like inconsistent in her views.
That's because he is defining her that way. He doesn't have to do that.
That is absolutely not true. But go ahead, Karen.
That's what I believe.
You're wrong. If that's the case, then why is it that me saying she wasn't dumb for months didn't move my community on it? Here's what happened. For over a month, people are like, Lav is dumb, and I'm like, no, she's not. And then one time I call her dumb bitch, and they still say Lav is dumb, and you're like, that's your fault, Destiny. How does that make any sense?
I think the whole thing was your fault.
Okay.
Why? Because I think that Steven is defined as the winner of almost every debate and discussion.
Because it's my stream, of course. And on your stream, people are going to define you as the winner. And okay, sorry.
I know. I understand that. Well, no, that's not true. On my stream, people don't define me as the winner.
Okay, then on my stream, that's not true either, because there's times when my community vehemently disagrees with me. So.
Yeah. Okay. So, I think there's a way to do that that doesn't throw the other person under the bus. But I think the way you do it, or the way your community does it, the way you debate people, I can't define exactly what's happening. But or maybe it's just a thing where you're not proactive about steel manning enough. But I think you can communicate to your community that Lav is dumb without actually explicitly ever saying it.
Because I disagree with her. Because I've said explicitly multiple times that I don't think she's dumb. And I've snapped at people for saying she is dumb. And not only that, because fuck that, because honestly, I don't care what you said, how have you treated her. I have had her on the stream multiple times to have in-depth, fleshed out conversations about what she believes, why she believes the things she believes. And I've explicitly told her, I do not treat her ever like a stupid person. There are people that I deal with that I treat like stupid people, and she is not one. Like, if you ask my community what my opinion is of Lav, they're either going to say he's a simp, or, well, he has a lot of respect for her, I guess, because she's a developing person. No one's going to say, oh, Destiny thinks that she's really fucking stupid. That doesn't make any sense. None of my behavior and none of my words have sold that, ever.
Okay, well, I just disagree with you. I think you own a lot of your community's vitriol towards Lav.
Oh, okay.
Me.
I can't say I've ever disagreed ever with a statement in my entire life, but.
Yeah, and I think the way I'm portraying your community is you've signaled to your community that that's how they should view me.
So am I just not allowed to share my views of anybody or anything? Like, because if I say something, I imply it, and then it's not good. If people don't like somebody because I've implied something about them that I've said because of how I view somebody, or.
No, I think it's more subtle and complicated than that. I don't think it's that you shouldn't say anything bad about anybody ever or criticize anybody. I mean,
if I think that the way that you, so here's something I believe. I think that the way that you and Lav conduct conversations, I think resembles a lot of abuse or is abusive. If that's something that I believe, should I just never share that opinion or imply that at all? Is that just something I should never do?
No, you just asked me that. That's not what I'm saying. I think if you're going to say bad things about people, you should give them more leeway to push back. I'm banned from your sub, and
who
anybody
cares about the sub? Any of you are allowed.
I do. Wait, stop. I care about it. Stop. Don't tell me who cares about the sub. You read it. I read it. Everybody, we all read it. I care about it. I am banned from being able to defend myself. So if you want, you've got 99% of all the sway. You have all the power. You get to pummel me, punching down, and then tie my fucking hands behind my back and put duct tape over my mouth to boot. And still, in my last final moments, I'm still getting fucking posts with 700 upvotes. That's how fucking good I am at arguing. That's how good I am at challenging you. That I'm able to fucking fight back even when the odds are stacked against me that much, and you still have to fucking put duct tape over my mouth and cut my throat.
Or maybe it's just that a lot of my community disagrees on some things anyway, and it's not actually the massive circle jerk that you think.
What the fuck is that soy shit?
Dude, you banned me and you banned all my fans.
After you declared war on us, and they were astroturfing the fuck out of the sub. Yes.
I can't astroturf your sub. All my fans are just your fans.
But it's my sub. When you guys treat the sub as your own and presented as opinions of like, oh, these are just like, it feels a little bit like astroturfing, of course. And then when you're dictating to me how I ought to moderate it, like, so that it maximizes your community's involvement to defend you in my subreddit. Yeah, of course that's how it feels.
No, it's not because I don't want to maximize my involvement. I want you to not fucking drag me across the coals and not let me respond. You get to shit
I don't
on
drag
me
you across
if
the. If I was like making Reddit posts shitting on you constantly, I can understand that. But like,
you don't have to. You just say whatever you want about me, and then all of your fucking fans will make 5,000 posts repeating what you said. You know, somebody. This is how I know. This is how I know that your community has lost its mind. Somebody made a post the other day that said,
"All right, I think I'm cooled off.
Mrgirl's water jar is cringe." That's how far it's gone.
It's like such a low bar.
That's how I know.
I think it's a joke. Wait, is it not a joke?
How far it's gone. You guys are lost. But yeah, it's totally duplicitous and bullshit for you to sit there and be like, no, we can all just roll in the mud together, except you don't get to speak in the only forum where you can actually have any effective pushback. If you're gonna define me as your like autistic, retarded little brother that needs you to translate for me every time I speak because I'm too mentally ill and too lost and narcissistic to be able to understand how anybody else is thinking or feeling ever, don't you think it would be fair for you to at least let me fucking defend myself a little bit?
Well, the water does.
Like, yeah, it's huge amplification.
Hold on, I need you to add agenda to all this to defend yourself on the sub because I let you comment on stream and talk about anything you ever want ever at all points in time always. So don't be like I just tell you just have from the sub. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you let me defend myself on stream, but stream is difficult because you are in control of the flow of the conversation usually, or there's other people defending you or running interference for you. So on stream, it's not really.
That's not true. What you just said was wrong. First of all,
interrupting me like right now.
Yeah, of course I just lied. Sorry, go ahead and finish. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, but I don't think I'm lying, and you think I am. Guess who the audience is going to agree with?
There is a fact of the matter. We have.
Why does he keep saying this? Who do you think the audience is going to agree with? He is consensually participating in being on somebody else's stream of a larger platform. Why is he saying this like Destiny has a moral responsibility to not say what he believes just because he's a larger streamer? Because he couldn't say, like, this wouldn't be relevant if Destiny had a smaller audience than him.
Had one-on-one conversations where no one is running defense. So that is not true, number one. And number two, I don't direct the conversation when it's a one-on-one conversation. We go wherever you want to go. Like, it literally happens.
It doesn't feel like it.
During the Nazi conversation, did it feel like I was in control for both of those conversations? Okay.
During the Nazi conversation, I felt were pretty evasive, and you're just
evasive.
Kendrick Llama, I wouldn't say that's sexual harassment. That's just unbelievably inconsiderate. I actually didn't see the context of it, so maybe it might have been sexual harassment, but I didn't. I haven't heard of any claim in regard to that, but yeah, I'd have to see it.
Because you disagreed with me, just to be clear.
The audience agreed with Mrgirl in the Fuentes debate. You're talking about whether or not Destiny was right to platform Mrgirl and shit, or sorry, excuse me, Nick Fuentes and shit.
No, evasive because you were not answering my fucking questions. Like evasive. Regular, the real meaning of evasive. But it's not. There's an imbalance because it's your stream and your audience. So when you're evasive,
Rele, would you consider a full move on YouTube? Yeah, it seems to be going pretty well so far, so I would definitely consider it. I think fully abandoning Twitch though would be a very, very, very tough thing to do. I would probably just want to be. I like Twitch. I think Twitch is cool, but Twitch they've given up on trying for a lot of stuff. So, is it possible that I main YouTube? Very possible. It's very possible that can happen. But like full move over to YouTube, that's a different thing.
It doesn't. Nothing happens. You get to just kind of like evade, and if I call you out on it, then I'm looping.
You should stream gaming on Twitch. That's an idea.
You were being like smart. So it's not. It's like
do
yes,
the double stream thing. The only problem is that's TOS right now. That's against TOS on Twitch to double stream. I can stream on YouTube without getting banned, or I can stream on Twitch without getting banned, but I can't do both. Now, whether or not they actually ban you for that, whether or not they actually search you out, look out for you, and then ban you is a different thing, but it is a bannable offense.
But there ain't nothing like a blank page, just me and my keys and the blank page, and being able to just say what I want without you reframing it in the middle of me saying it, or you changing the subject, me having to chase you down a fucking rabbit hole of whatever, anything that I feel is happening, none of that should happen. So like, yeah, I think if you're gonna talk shit about me and call me a Mr. Gaslighter, whatever the fuck, I think that I should be able to unimpeded on the subreddit.
The benefits of partnership are.
Where are we at, Dan?
I mean, really just
to check to do the show that I agreed to do 30 minutes ago. So.
What is the show?
It's some like show with Alex about Red Pill dating shit.
Fuck it.
I wasn't allowed yesterday because I was out of town. I was already fucking.
Why do you commit to this cringe shit? Who's on it?
I didn't know I was gonna be doing the Avengers for the 5th Infinity War tonight again.
Well, that's what you get when Papa Bear's back in town. You should have known. Oh, real quick, Mrgirl, your post about saying that you were right about him
Steph,
and
Dev, thank you for the $2.
Nick,
as mad as I got and I am at Mrgirl and Lav, I don't think they're bad people. Okay. I think both of the things that I got mad at them for, more Mrgirl than Lav, but the thing that I got mad at Mrgirl there for, it stemmed from a position of ignorance and yeah, I think he was just very ignorant of a situation and spoke with way too much confidence about a situation he knew absolutely nothing about, without inquiring about it in private, without even just DMing Destiny. He could have just DM'd Destiny really quick during the conversation, just been like, hey, Destiny, check your DMs. And it could have just been as simple as like, dude, you seem really, really bent on not talking about this. Is there like a specific reason why? There's multiple different things that either one of them could have done. Lav, my criticism is a little bit more heavy because she has every single bit of information that she needs to understand that she is not going to be the Sherlock Holmes that cracks this case open that's been going on for years. And she actively chose to ignore all of those signals, ignore all of those signs, ignore all of the advice, ignore every single bit of experience that she's had in this space in the last couple months. And she decided to say, you know what, this is the time for me to crack open this case that nobody has been able to do before. So, yeah, my criticism there is a lot heavier because she... not only clearly hasn't learned anything, but she has clearly not learned anything and is trying to reap the social benefits of acting as though she was, what is it, quote, the orbiter that has apologized and reconciled the most out of any orbiter, when she has done absolutely nothing. She has said the words, I am sorry, but she has not done anything that is necessary. This is part of the reason why I hate apologies. I don't give a fuck about apologies. I don't care. Because saying sorry doesn't mean anything. And Lav is a perfect example of that. Saying sorry means absolutely nothing. What matters is taking the steps, moving forward in a way that will enable such activity to not happen again. And she has yet to do any bit of that, and that could not have been more clear than in this situation. I'm a little bit less heated, but...
You believe you were right.
Did you talk to her yesterday? Nope, she canceled on me. She had a legitimate reason to. I'm not going to share the reason, but, you know, it's a fair reason.
And that was correct, and he did that, and that, you know, all that stuff there. Like, more... There was pushback in that thread. How do you feel about that?
Pushback against
your thread, but yeah, well, no, against you, saying that you're wrong and you're delusional on that thread. Because I think there's a lot of contention with that thread specifically. Yeah, how do you feel about that thread in general?
I think. What do you mean? That's great. If you disagree with me, then you can respond. I think that's fine. What are you asking me?
I'm trying to think of the best way to put it, I guess.
Maybe not bad people, but just shitty. No, it goes to show when people are, I'm not going to say dumb, because I think dumb is the wrong word. Ignorance, and they don't understand the positions that they should take when they're ignorant of a situation. Like, they don't understand how they should navigate ignorance. When you are ignorant to a situation, you should absolutely take a back seat. That's not what we saw. What we saw was full, broadside, guns blazing, when they had such limited information about the situation. And I think it's bad. You just called Lav stupid? Well, yeah, what I was specifically saying, I feel like that was imprecise if I did. I don't remember. Did I do that? I think what I said was that Lav was ignorant of the situation, and that she didn't take the steps forward to do that. I don't think I did. Did I? I thought I said that Lav was not taking the steps forward to be able to learn from her mistakes. Because she is? Yeah, I have no problem with owning the position that I don't believe that Lav is smart. I don't, but I don't think that's what I said. I thought I said that my issue with her was that she is saying that she's sorry, but not doing anything that you should when you actually apologize. Those people love to backseat lifing, like backseat gaming, but with people's life? Yeah, sure. Lav talking about it on her stream was so much worse. Do you have a link to that?
Because you threatened.
You said it earlier? Oh yeah, earlier on the stream. I guarantee you I said Lav was stupid. 100%, yeah.
They're subreddit contacting Reddit admins.
They contacted.
I was talking about. Oh, sorry. I was talking about this situation. I don't think Lab was being stupid in this situation. I think that she's just her position was ignorant. And she had every bit of information to show that was supposed to be my point. That she had every bit of information to know that she wasn't going to be able to handle this, and she didn't. So she's not learning. She's not learning. I'm not going to say she's lying when she says she's sorry, but she's not putting in any of the work that you're supposed to put in when you say that you're sorry for something. Did you set up a different date to speak with Lav? We're going back and forth.
It doesn't matter. You publicly made a threat, and so if you threaten the existence of the subreddit,
I mean the redacted stuff. Oh.
You try to destroy my career or my ability to speak on any platform, you get banned.
I can't even defend myself. I'm not even a content creator. I don't even have a platform.
You can defend yourself, but if you threaten the existence, you make an existential threat to get me deplatformed, then obviously you're banned, because we don't want you coming in and stirring up shit, and then using people's responses to you to get me fucking deplatformed.
I just thought you stood for free speech.
I do. That's why you're banned, because you don't. And you're threatening the platform.
So much for the tolerant left.
I mean, I was totally tolerant of you or anybody who agrees with you coming in and talking whatever shit you want, but if you're gonna go on Steven's stream and threaten to get me banned, then yeah, we have to ban you. But no, you were not banned in retaliation for you banning me. You until then, as I told you in the subreddit, you're more than welcome to come, say whatever you want. But yeah, if you're gonna threaten to get me deplatformed, then like yeah, fuck you, you're banned.
Do you think she no longer wants to talk to you because she knows you're going to call her out her BS, lies, etc.? No, I think she talks to like way more volatile. Maybe she won't talk to me after this if she sees any of the shit from this, but I think she talks to people that are pretty damn like upset at her. So yeah, I don't know.
As I think if I threatened to get your subreddit deleted, you should ban me. I think that would be totally fair.
You ever imagine yourself doing
But
that?
calling for me to be fired, like that's fine though, right?
Well, calling for you to be, I said you should either be fired or get given different marching orders. That's not deleting Steven's subreddit. That's just.
Oh, I see. That's so nuanced. So I
it's
was
not
posing an
nuanced.
existential
It's very
threat,
simple.
and you are just saying, hey, he could be giving you marching orders, but he should be fucking fired. I see now. I see.
Yes, I think you shouldn't do what you're doing, and but I don't think it's really your fault. I think Steven is enabling you and hiding behind your whatever the fuck you're doing.
All right,
I don't really have a personal issue with you.
Mrgirl.
Yeah.
You want something from someone, and that person's aware of that, which is Steven right now. He's not giving it to you, correct?
I don't know. I think he's going to think about it, but so far, no.
I feel like you should use this information to your benefit, and then like figure out, I don't know, make assumptions off this. Like sometimes, like, not that this is happening here, but there's a statement I kind of live by in business, and it's like, if you give someone the opportunity, if someone fucks you in a small way, they're only getting ready to fuck you in a big way if you give them the opportunity. You feel super passionate about this issue. I feel like if you make your point, and if he doesn't agree with you, he just doesn't agree with you. I'm not sure it goes to a stronger level than that. But I don't know, are we going to be here forever, or what do you think the next step of this?
Yeah, I was gonna say getting a timeline on this would be really nice. If Destiny keeps disagreeing with Mrgirl's approach to this conversation, when is he gonna do what Mrgirl said that he was gonna do, and possibly no longer participate inside of, what was it, the subreddit, or was it with his stream entirely? I don't remember what he said explicitly. But when is that going to happen? Like, what is the time scale on that? I'm not saying that I hope that he no longer participates. I think Mrgirl should continue to participate, but
I guess that
for us to have a pretty blunt face-to-face, one-on-one, not face-to-face, but one-on-one conversation.
Do you feel that you'll be able to convince Steven to unban you from the Discord, or not the Discord, Reddit? Sorry.
I don't think it's not. I think if I asked him to unban me, he'd probably just say yes. I don't think it's about.
I think right now that's not the case. I think you could try it.
Well, I don't know. I've never asked him.
He's probably gonna get abandoned there too. Like, I'm not keeping it permanent, obviously. I didn't.
Yeah. It's not. It's the argument is not about whether he is going to unban me. I think if I DM'd him and I was like, dude, like, will you please unban me? He would probably just do it. The question, it's a principled stand. I'm saying you should unban me because of the ethical implications around it, and I'm willing to stay banned as long as you don't agree with that. So
when you say his treatment of, like, it's basically the treatment of orbiters, essentially. Like, orbiters are free content, and that he should be more responsible for the people in the stream. And when people are kind of going crazy, not only, well, I don't want to summarize everything you said. Do you think you're going to be able to get him to come around to that view, or are we just kicking the fuck?
What is this?
How to announce this? So I'll let the clip speak for itself, but Peach and I are engaged.
Oh my goodness!
So I just want to give everyone a heads up that we are looking to start planning our wedding.
Oh my
Probably sometime
goodness!
next year. We've been engaged for a bit.
Oh my goodness! Oh my lord! Oh my god, that's what I needed, dude. That's what I needed. Oh, that's so fucking nice, man. That's so fucking nice, dude. Oh, that's so sweet.
Fucking ball down the street a little bit here for another future escalation.
Oh, that's so fucking nice.
Because that's really the big thing.
I don't think Steven is gonna make some grand gesture.
What would you do if you were Destiny? I think I would have been a lot more angry in that situation. The reason why I got so mad is probably because I was fighting demons, and I was brought back to situations where I've never been in any situation but like really comparable to what Destiny was in, but to situations where I know that if people brought them up, like I feel like I can empathize or you know, be sympathetic, whatever the fucking word is. I forget what is what, but we'll go with empathy for the meme. With Steven's position, and I can feel that all of that unnecessary drama, all of that unnecessary shit, and even for Redacted as well, all of that unnecessary drama, all of that unnecessary shit, people going into their chat and stuff like that might happen. And makes me very, very angry because I personally have spent my entire life trying to avoid shit like that. I've done everything in my life to try and avoid situations like that. My history with Redacted will show that. For anybody who knows my history with Redacted, you know that I have stayed true to that statement through and through, and I will continue to do so. Because not only do I not want to interact with that, but I don't want anybody else to have to go through that. And even Redacted themselves, I don't want them to go through that themselves. Because I can recognize that it's painful for them. But I probably would have been very mad because, you know, that's when it kind of stops being just a stream and you're fucking with my real life, right? You're not just fucking with, like, my reputation, because they are fucking with his reputation, but you're fucking with my real life ability to kind of exist autonomously. That very much feels like, to me, emotionally, somebody trying to, like, call my job and tell them I've, like, said the F slur. That's what it feels like. That's what it would feel like, is somebody, like, trying to dox me and then do that. You're trying to fuck with my real life in such a significant way. And, yeah. That's why I said I wouldn't even do it to my enemy. What they did there. Yeah, I thought it was really fucked up. I would have been very mad if I was Destiny. I'm surprised he kept it together. I'm very surprised.
Of capitulation or make some announcement of, like, from now on, here's how it's going to be. But I think it is the most likely outcome is he will probably think about what I'm saying and either make small conscious or unconscious
It didn't even really
changes
apply to the point they were
how
trying to
he-
make. No, it didn't. Thank you for the $10, Marusti. I'm sorry. Hey, Ahrelevant, good to see you again. What is the fresh drama? I'm ready to dive into the mud. Rewatch the entire fucking, like, what, 6-hour VOD? 5.5-hour VOD? And you'll see everything. Or you could just go to the original source. Essentially, Mrgirl was airing out his grievances with Steven's moderation team, as long with Steven's treatment of orbiters and how he believes that orbiters are not given the right or the availability to disagree with him in a significant way. That significant criticisms of Steven are, like, blacklisted and are prevented from coming up and seeing the light of day. And he gives what he considers to be significant evidence to prove that case. So yeah, that's my charitable interpretation of that. Lav joins in, trying to defend herself against more specifically, Destiny tries to defend himself against the statements that Lav was making about Destiny's character. Lav tries to give reasons why she was giving those assessments of his character and shit like that.
Treats orbiters or thinks about it down the line, or at least with me, I think it's unlikely that it will have no impact, but I don't know how much impact.
You know, when Whoa! Hold up, Mrgirl. We got the original Mr. Moisture in the house. What is up, Sir Orbiter Supreme himself? You know.
Yes. I've been away for a bit.
That's true. Where have you been?
Where'd you guys go last night? What food place?
Pizza.
You know them closely? Who?
Oh, Domino's?
Domino's. Oh, you think so poorly of me.
Oh, you're talking about Redacted? No, I don't know them closely.
Well, I know times are tough for you, Dan.
No, they're not. They're fine.
Oh, business is a booming?
Yeah, business is booming.
Business is a booming.
I get good pizza. But, you know, in general, things are fine. Had a long talk with Steve about, you know, just all the stress and drama in his life and all the craziness and
I hear he's
whatnot.
playing the piano right now.
Yeah, and
That's
he
nice.
just
just kind of hanging out, just chilling. What are you doing awake right now? Isn't it bedtime for you?
It's 9 a.m. Or it's 9 p.m.
Yeah, isn't that bedtime for you?
I'm an old man now,
It's the same
Steve.
time for us, actually.
What do you mean?
Same coast. Well,
I gotta.
Mrgirl.
Is this over yet? Did you?
What are you here for? No one.
I don't know.
Won.
I just heard everyone's freaking out. I want to know who won.
No one won.
Oh,
we're all.
I won.
You know my Jewish grandfather used to say to me, Dan.
What?
When I try to open a door and it's locked, I try another door. He would say that to me to try to get me to quit screenwriting.
When I try to open a door and if it's locked, I'll try another one.
Yeah, he's saying like, you know, if you're getting a lot of resistance, you should just go do something.
Find a different
else.
door.
You need,
Why?
need to work on your Jewish accent. Is that the best one you got?
Yeah, that was pretty good.
It sounded like crying. It straight up sounded like he was crying.
Your Jewish accent is a Russian.
Here, do yours,
No,
and do yours.
mine is way better. First off, his sounds just like a dead and diseased.
Tell us what your grandpa told you, Dan. Go.
When you go to find a door and it's closed, you find another one. That's a good Jewish accent.
All right, that's acceptable. Do Japanese now, Dan.
No, that's not how my grandfather talked. My grandfather grew up in the Bronx. He didn't talk like that.
Yeah. Why would you assume that people talk so much? Okay, I need to go do my thing because I hate my life.
Where are you going?
What? I said I'd do a podcast for 45 minutes ago.
I love you too. I'll DM you.
I love you all. I love everybody in here. And love.
Wait, Dan, when's our podcast happening, Dan?
Who the fuck knows?
Are you ready?
Maybe coming up soon.
All right, is that it?
Bye. It is. The studio is full.
You know, fucking, I don't know why the fuck he let me do that, but he did, and it's one thing he does. Why can't we just accept that?
It sounds like you could understand why, if you're saying part of the thing you like about him is that he does things that could be portrayed as irresponsible, then you can understand why some of his friends would be calling him out on it.
Sure, but I mean, like, you came into this community and everyone came to this community with already that assumption. The reason why everybody's even here is because Steven's so easy to get on stream with and just start talking about whatever you want, because he just gives that off, because he's sitting there playing video games all day with no content, and he just lets people kind of just come on and fucking chat.
Keep going.
Yeah,
is there anything
more?
more?
There's downsides to it. I think one of the downsides is that once you're in the community, once you're part of the harem, then you start feeling like getting dogpiled repeatedly in this cycle. And like, you can be self-referential and like acknowledge it and make jokes about it, but it's fucking terrible.
It is what it is, but listen, Steven will do the fuck he wants. He let me.
So creepy. And he's like, hey, this shit good for you. And then look at this country. Oh my god, bro. And Timmy's like, I love banana pops. Sus. Hey, this shit good for you. And then look at this country. Oh my god, bro. And Timmy's like, I love banana pops. Sus. Oh my god. That is the biggest pumpkin I've ever seen.
Jesus.
Jeez.
Christ.
Oh, you got a pumpkin too? Christmas is coming early, huh? You need help with that?
What the fuck is what the fuck is happening? Why did she just look at him like an NPC?
I think you need help with that. Listen, I got you. I got you, sweetheart. I got you. Thank you. Anyways, back to what I was trying to tell you. You could be my little pumpkin spice if you really want to. You know that, right? I can hold the back of your hair just like this. I mean,
What is happening?
The cart. Why do you have just 2 onions?
Because it's fake? Yeah, it's obviously fake.
Go for a stroll. Walk away. Walk away. Oh my
Jesus
Christ.
What?
Oh, look, rising crust. You gotta be so cool.
What is this? Oh, what? Why? His studio is full. I can't get in.
More in the dynamic than you're owning right now. I'm not saying it's your fault or anybody's fault. I'm just saying that I think you participated more in the dynamic than you're owning right now.
I do feel that way.
I know.
I don't think that Steven is in the place right now where he's gonna like hear me say something like that, and I think
I hate these two trying to tell me, please. Lav and Mrgirl are literally the empath meme. I will say this to your face, Max. Sometimes I can tell how people are feeling. No, shit, wait, this is the wrong one.
Second comment? What?
he's gonna tell me that
I
it's
missed it.
manipulative and sneaky, and I don't want to put myself in that trap.
So you're gonna be manipulative to not get called manipulative, huh?
Not manipulative, but I'm definitely gonna. I'm gonna do that.
Oh,
all the complexities of it. I didn't think it was.
I think you can see with all the, friendships that he's lost and had strife with, and the way that he treated Anna and all of that, I think you can probably assume that interpersonally he struggles a little bit, like most people.
me and him at the same exact Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. This shit is radioactive. Jesus.
Oh, yes. Oh, God, she's edging me. Oh, yes. Hold on. 2 minutes. I'm going to get to come by the end of this. Yes. Edge me more, please.
Him and Anna are good now. Yeah, they are good now. He was treating you like Anna, even though you're not really similar. He was treating me like Anna.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, I'm getting so close. Yeah.
When was this? This was literally the day up. Wait, was this right after the stream?
I was treating her like Anna. Yes. Do it again. One more.
For her, she will go up again loud. I don't think she will. I think that Anna is actually very.
Yesterday? Yeah, but was this right after them talking? Because yesterday is when this stream happened, right? Yeah, yesterday, 17 hours ago, October 24th. This is October 24th as well. No, I think before? Okay.
Very normal, and I think that Steven was a trigger for her, but I think she is a very great normal girl, and I don't like the way that you guys talk about her.
Yes.
Anna is not normal. You actually have no clue. I think that Anna is trying her best. I do not like the way that you guys dehumanize people in the worst moments of their lives. Anna doesn't normally act that unhinged. It was the situation that put her there.
Yes.
I don't know, Lav, can you just talk to Anna more to say that? Maybe.
Yes.
Time for more people to be Anna-pilled.
It was before the stream? Okay.
Anna's interview with Zerko, she's kind of weird but normal. Yes. I think you gotta update yourself on the situation before having an opinion on it. She's not a bad person, but she acted horribly and just struggles.
Yes.
Should you try to gain at least basic understanding of something with before forming an opinion? Yes, I have a basic understanding. How do you know how she normally acts? I had a long conversation with her.
Oh, of course. You had a long conversation with her. I'm so close. Oh, I'm so close. Oh, I'm so close. Please. Please. One more time.
I guess I open her with the Anna situation. Okay, no more Anna stuff. No more
Yeah,
Anna stuff.
Oh, no. Oh, she's edge in denial now. Oh, no. Ruined orgasm. Hold on. Hold on.
I just love to shit on her.
I think Lav is absolutely out of order talking about Anna. Haunt says in Twitch chat, yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't know. I just I don't think I would I've had the opportunity for people that I really don't like to bring up very personal things that I know that would potentially do harm to them in their real life stuff. And even for people that I truly despise, I don't do this. Let alone something that I could even for a moment think I'm cordial with. Let alone somebody that I might even consider an online friend. I don't know what to say. This is like I don't know if this person has ever been held accountable for some of the socially deviant behaviors that they're like this is just like it makes me question whether or not this person's ever had a friend in real life. Like really. Like this is just like I don't know how you can have a friend in your life and not know to not do this. And this isn't as an insult. This person might not have ever had like a legitimate friend in their life, but it's not meant to be a dig. It's meant to say that I don't think they know how to treat people. I don't think they know how to treat people not as if they're like super external, like this is kind of almost objectifying, in my opinion, where they just they aren't really treating this person as if they are a person with real feelings that they can impact this individual's life. They aren't treating Destiny or Redacted in this case as if they're real people that can be caused real pain by bringing up this situation. And I feel like if you're somebody who's probably older than 13, you reckon, I should probably say like 15. You probably understand that doing stuff like this, that kind of throwing shit at the wall and digging up past situations to be able to bring up like this is going to cause individuals pain. So it feels more objectifying than anything because it feels like they're just not concerned with the pain that they cause real people.
I don't want to do it. It feels
Is links allowed? Yeah, links are allowed, but I don't think they work.
really icky to me because I like Anna, so you can do that somewhere else. You are clueless and dig yourself deeper.
She talks about them as if she has no effect on them. Yeah, that's what I mean by objectifying. She talks about them as if she thinks that her opinion and the things that she does will not have any effect or real world consequences. So it's just it's quite inhuman.
Time you go live and either walk back statements or listen to your echo chamber sent to you and agree with them.
It's not
Effectively eliminating
empathetic.
the positive introspective you can do engage in. Good luck though. I don't think that's true. Lad, you love black people. I love black people. I'm a nagger. That wasn't the word that you think it is. It's okay, you're Jewish, you can say it. I am a nagger. I nag constantly.
True.
Oh, fuck, okay. Just... what progress did I... Bro, the green science shit is so complicated. I feel like space exploration is defeating me.
She doubled down on her shit takes with one Mrgirl's fan after Destiny's stream. The VOD is on Elder Dazi's Twitch. They even suggested Mrgirl should do content with Redacted. Oh, Lav's MO is having strong opinions on shit she knows the most surface level amount about. Yeah, it seems that way. He won't finish that game. There's no way he's finishing that game.
It's not going to, though. You just got to keep rebuilding. I'm going to do it. We need to grind for diamond mode, true.
Steven went insane. I think he went a little crazy. I will say that I hope you could understand his point also. I know I can. I really can understand that. I wish that he could understand where I was coming from a little more and empathize with me.
Is this after it?
Yeah, we're back on that. Oh my god,
yeah,
a
this is
9-minute
after the
jerk off instruction edging cum video just for me. Thank you so much for this. When I finish my stream.
Okay, he clearly doesn't feel it. Or doesn't go through it. Does somebody have the link to that video? Does somebody have the link to that? Mr. Portal, okay. We can take a look.
I can't enter the studio, it's full. Oh, I got in.
Thank you.
Yes. Hello.
We have to do a massive purge to get you in.
I don't see it in general.
All of your friends, you fucking asshole.
In the chat, yeah.
Oh, well, I didn't want you to purge anybody. Damn. Oh my god.
My Discord, not yours.
Steven went insane. I think he went a little crazy. I will say that I hope you could understand his point also. I know I can. I really can understand that. I wish that he could understand where I was coming from a little more and empathize with me.
Did you look any more into getting the neon sign? Yep. I am probably going to order it within the week.
But he doesn't owe me that. So, how many gropers do you think are in GGG? Enough. Probably not very many. The only problem I have with you is that it's largely a left-wing audience trying to make 2% of bad people represented in the whole group is kind of bad. I agree with you. I think
Whoa, copyrighted music.
It's
Copyrighted
probably
music. I probably shouldn't listen to this.
moderate, center-left
Music.
audience. Nothing you said
Music.
was false. I think you...
I don't know. I don't think I can listen to this on YouTube. I don't think I can listen to this. Audio Jungle. Yes. Audio Jungle. Yeah, I don't think I can do that. So, yeah, I'm not going to be able to listen to this. What I could do is I could listen to it off stream, though. Here, let's take a look at it. Do it off stream. I'll read chat while I'm doing it. Play another soundtrack, make him fight for it. Do it off stream and on stream simultaneously. Play it on stream muted and off stream with the sound for yourself so we can follow while we follow. Yeah, I mean, I'm doing it right now. Do your live voice and Melina was going off on me in chat. I saw that. Very weird. Very weird. Very weird. Ha ha ha. I read that and I was like, what the fuck? That's... Do you already drop the Melina screenshot? I didn't drop the screenshot. Should I talk about it? Let's read it on stream. I feel like
Guys,
I feel like I'm a CIA dude. Knees up, yeah. This is a terrible Lav impression. I'm not gonna try and impersonate a woman's voice. All right, I'm probably gonna get hit with a misogyny strike for that. Okay. It's just kind of her recapping stuff. Do a Jewish voice? You're on thin ice, nigga. Do a ABBA voice? You and ABBA seem like you guys could have a great convo if we found something to talk about, for sure. Okay, I mean, I don't feel like there's much here. Is she crying? Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch any more of that. Not because of this is obvious. Where does this drama go from here? I don't know. You and ABBA should talk about platforming the orbiters. What do you mean? LavLune manifesto before or after Christmas. I don't know. Lav is taking a break. Should be on stream later today. Playing copyrighted music while you talk shit is a great way to hide from YouTube streamers. It is. The Melina leaked DM is pretty good content. I think I already read them, and it was pretty based. I think I think she clocked her pretty well with the Mitch Jones, the female Mitch Jones thing. I think that was a good, I think it was a good comment. Lav has taken a week off the internet, she said yesterday. Yeah, I doubt that. Yeah, we'll see. All right, you guys. I think I'm gonna wrap it up here. It's been a good YouTube stream. Got a lot of support. Got a lot of so I got membership up and working today on stream. I got 12 new members today. Got a lot of dono love. 878 likes on the video. Got a lot of people liking the video. Got a bunch more people coming back through. You know, up to I think it was a peak of like 750 or something. Viewers. So I had a lot of, viewer love and people coming through just to kind of see what's up. And, yeah, I want to say thank you to all the people that came through, hung out, fuck around with the fuck arounds. YouTube streams they're fun. It looks like a lot of people are enjoying them. Jan, thank you for the tier 1 membership. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've a lot of people seem to be engaging with it, which I think is good. I think that is a good thing, a good sign that people are enjoying it. Now, at some point, I'm going to have to do content that isn't just watching Destiny shit. But, I mean, at the moment, I do a lot of that primary content on Twitch. and then I do, you know, whenever Destiny is concerned or Mrgirl is concerned, I'll usually do a YouTube stream. But yeah, at the moment, it's pretty right. Make it 13 members. Yes, make it 13. So yeah. Wait, what? Did you see the panel yesterday about if incels are a marginalized group or not with Chud and Erudite? I did not see that. I mean, they are, right? I mean, they would have to be, definitionally. But either way, I'm gonna go ahead and go. It's been a fun stream. You guys can scatter off to the wind. I still don't really know how to raid on this, and even if I did know how to raid, I don't know how to check who's live. I don't know who to raid. I have no idea how to do this. It was a long stream today, probably like 6 hours is how long I think we're going now. Yeah, we're 4 minutes away from 6 hours on the stream. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go. It's been fun. I will see you guys tomorrow, probably starting on Twitch, maybe going to YouTube. We'll see what needs to be talked about. I imagine that the situation is going to kind of blow up a little bit more. And we're going to, we're going to see where we need to be. Thank you for joining me, and I hope, you know, you come back when I choose to stream on YouTube again, or maybe on Twitch. My Twitch link is down below inside of the comment or inside of the description box, so if you want to follow me on Twitch, I'm live almost every day on either Twitch or YouTube. So there you go. All right. You guys have a good rest of your day. I'll see you later. All right. You could raid Destiny. He just started. Did he actually? Holy shit, he did. Oh wait, I'm not subscribed to Destiny on this account. That's insane. Oh, I think the reason I wasn't subscribed is because I originally used this for Twitch, and I can't watch him on Twitch. But yeah, no, I still don't know how to raid. So I think I can do it. All right, if you can do it, go for it. But send us to Destiny. My Rele stock's been way up during this whole thing. Have a like. Thank you. Up to 900 likes now, yeah. You should def stream on YouTube more. I mean, I'm getting a lot of support to do it, so I probably will. Yeah, I probably will. I've been getting a lot of support doing it, so yeah, most certainly. All right, I'm just gonna go. We could figure it out next time, Danabo, and then we'll see about that. I have no idea how to do it, but we'll figure it out next time. You might have to be following each other or something. That's what I heard you have to do in order to do it, but yeah. All right, see you later. You guys